Here's the thing. Let me leave you with this after going through this entire thing, and I might want to put this at the beginning. This was a lot of information to take in. Obviously, it's how I usually do my content. Here's where I'll start. When it comes to the situation between Lex and Don, with the alleged situation, I'd like to believe her. It seems like Matt and Ryan believed her, and understandable. It's all alleged. We operate innocent until proven guilty, but I wouldn't want to invalidate her. I'd like to say her story seems credible. However, everything outside of that story that she had told seems like an intentional way of portraying information to try to cancel SuperMega. That's what it seems like. None of it, after watching everything, and this entire thing seems like her justifying her really immature behavior, where they fired the guy, first of all, and they should have fired him sooner. That's what they said, and I understand that. They fired the guy, and they didn't talk about it publicly because that's her story to tell. There doesn't seem to be any indication that they told her to keep anything quiet. In fact, it makes sense that she wouldn't want to talk about it immediately because she was still processing things, which she admits in her video. Then after the fact, she needed somewhere to stay. They let her stay at their office the entire time. They never gave her a closing date or a date that she had to get out, but it was understood that she needed to look for a place to stay. She simply did not do that. She decided to go on vacations all around the place, justifying it because she had a lot of, stuff to process, and I get that, but she went on a bunch of vacations. She says, well, I took pictures while I was on those vacations, so it was work. No, it's not. I go on vacation somewhat regularly, and I always take my laptop in case I have to work. I've worked on vacations before. I've worked when I go on to Disney trips. I've worked when I do whatever. Sometimes I'll make the work about that stuff, if I do a vlog thing, whatever. Doesn't make it work. It means that you're going on a vacation and you happen to work. But she was just excusing the behavior. She blamed them because they didn't give her an explicit date to move out, which is incredibly ungrateful of her and a really weird thing to say. She mentioned that she owed them absolutely nothing because they never asked for rent. And I'm not talking about money-wise, just like not an appreciation of them helping her out. She claimed that their relationship ended because of what happened with Don. Very clearly, it seemed that their relationship ended because she took advantage of their friendship, stayed, lived with their rent-free, made a mess of their house. She mentions that sometimes they would leave garbage around there, too, because it was a workspace. You're living there for free. Pick it up yourself. She talks about how it was disgusting and maggot-infested, and they did a terrible job keeping it up, but she couldn't move out because she didn't find the perfect place. But somehow staying in a maggot-infested place is better than finding somewhere to go. It's possible that something horrible happened to her, but at the same time, she's also a bad friend. And that's what it seems like listening to her speak. And that, based on the way she was talking, she seems like an ungrateful person that's hard to deal with. All right, guys. I don't know what SuperMega is, but I know a lot of people are asking me to see what's going on with SuperMega from somebody named Lex Updog. It says nice up dog. I'm assuming it's a what's up dog kind of a meme thing.
One out of all.
Hold on, relax. It's okay. All right, so I'm going to look into what's going on. So on the docket right now, we definitely intend to listen to what she has to say about whatever's going on. Then apparently both super megas, Matt and Ryan, interesting looking fellows, make an apology video. We're going to get into that. And then apparently there might be some more from Twitter that we're going to get into. So let's start with what she has to say. And then get ready for some typical YouTuber apologies. Let's go!
Have you ever kept a secret for someone else that you didn't need to? If you haven't, good. Don't do that. But if you have, I know what that's like now. For the past year and a half, almost 2 now, I've been keeping a secret that I didn't need to.
Oh, like Pretty Little Liars.
And
Liars.
that someone else was someone very close to me, as was the person who hurt me. At no point was I supported enough to even be incentivized to keep a secret for them, but I did out of loyalty that I didn't need to have because they didn't have any for me. I think I was just too naive to see that. By the time I did realize that, it was too late to do anything like for me to help myself. I hope what I'm saying is making sense. I don't know. Maybe
Sure.
talking about it will make me feel less alone. For the past year, I like to call it brain broken, but I try not to
Okay.
joke about it too much because I don't think it's like healthy. I haven't been too well, and it's frustrating because it feels like completely preventable causes. If you've followed me for any amount of time, you may notice that my posts are very sporadic, and it's not just like I don't know. I'm doing stuff, but
So who exactly is this person? Like, was she somebody that used to work with SuperMega, which I'm assuming is like a sketch comedy thing? Oh, are they like video gamers?
Hey guys.
Um, do they like play video games or something? I don't quite understand the appeal. They do commentary. Oh, I guess they do a podcast now. Okay.
But the things I was known for, like drawing, I all of a sudden just didn't have time to do that anymore. People noticed
Okay.
and were asking me like, "Why aren't you drawing anymore? What are you doing?" And like, "Why are you traveling so much?" And I couldn't answer them at the sake of someone else. I've been talking amongst like my close friends and stuff about this for so long, but actually like saying it makes it feel really real. So it's kind of hard to do. I'm gonna try and word this like anybody who's watching this doesn't know anyone. I'll try and explain everyone. I was
Thank God. 'Cause I don't know anyone.
dating an artist named Don, who was the channel artist for SuperMega, and
Gotcha. So Don is the artist for these guys. Okay.
had been dating on and off since like 2017, maybe 2 years total. It was pretty scattered, but he's a Twitter artist like I met him when we weren't
Like a Rule 34 artist?
dating in 2018. At the same time I met Matt and Ryan in November of 2021. I met him for the first time like while we were dating. Don,
Okay.
that is, at Matt's house. He invited us both over at the same time. I think it was for the Super Mega book. We both did art on it, and he wanted
Sorry, I'm like dumb. So Matt and Ryan are Super Mega. Don is her boyfriend. Am I getting that correct?
to celebrate the book coming out. And
Is she too?
so
I'll turn
in
myself down.
November, Matt's house is pretty big. It's like got like 3 extra rooms plus a living room you can sleep in. Context for later. Don and I stayed there together in the same room, in the room that I would usually stay at Matt's when I would stay at his place.
Who? Sorry, I'm so. She's dating Don. Is that the name of the person? I'm bad with names. Is that who we're talking about?
This was, like I said, the first time I had met Don.
Oh no, she's not. Who's Don? Because I have a response from Matt and Ryan.
While we were dating.
So Don's just a friend.
And I'd stayed at Matt's plenty before, but I was always by myself in that room. So this time it was with him. It was
Okay.
pretty normal. Like that day, was just happy to get to see him. I don't know why, and he told me he didn't know why either. But since he lived in Germany, our only method of talking was Discord. And he didn't like talking to me one-on-one. So I'd have to talk in like his friends' group chats to talk to him all the time. So we weren't like as close, really. It was kind of weird
She's dating Don. I thought she just said she just met Don. Am I crazy?
getting to see him in person. I didn't like hold anything against him. I was just happy to see him. But
Okay.
I don't know. I guess I say that because a lot of what is wrong in this story is that I'm a people pleaser, and I'm not blaming myself for any of this, but I don't know. I just need to say it. The first night, like, that I had met him as a boyfriend after all that, and, like, not really being that close with him. The first night that we, like, say goodnight to everyone else at Matt's house, I think it was just Matt at this point. Don, sexually assaulted me. He, like, physically was, like, forcing me, like, attempting.
Okay, so I'm just trying to get this correct. She and Don were long distance partners, and the first time they met, he forced himself on her. Am I getting that correct? Because I'm not going to restart the video. Is that what we're talking about? It sounded like that's what she had said.
To physically force me to give him oral, and
Okay.
the only reason why it didn't work was because I like physically like pushed him away multiple
Okay.
times. When you're in a long distance relationship with someone, you have to get to know someone. Like, I feel like I'm a pretty direct person, and aside from what the situation is like turned me into, I guess, but I feel like when this happened, I was like, especially this particular situation, I was like, no, I don't want to do this. And he kept telling, especially this particular, like, turned me into, I guess, but I feel like when this happened, I was like, especially this particular situation, I was like, no, I don't want to do this. And he kept telling me, like, just do it. And like multiple times while he was like trying to force my head down, and he's like way bigger than me. I don't know. It was, I was really freaked out after that. So eventually he let me go, but I just kind of shut down and just went with like whatever else he wanted that night, and like for the rest of the trip I didn't know what to do in that situation. Calling the cops is like what someone would say, right? But like it's a guy from Germany. How is that gonna work? Like I know that they can go to jail, but like actually like getting someone in trouble would just be a whole like thing. I didn't want to deal with that, and it was at my friend's house, and I was scared that like somebody may have like would like find his address or something if like if I like called. Like I don't know, all of these were just thoughts like after too, because in the moment I was just like I kind of just shut down. I was freaked out. I remember
Yeah, I mean it's pretty cut and dry. You know, if this is true, yeah, it sounds like she was in a long distance relationship and they met up and he had the intention of having sex and she didn't want to do that because she just really didn't know the guy, and because they were just like, you know, they just started dating basically, and he forced himself on her. And that's, yeah, that's like sexual assault, right? I mean, that's, if that's what happened, that's what happened. Did this guy Don ever mention what else happened? Because there was one thing that she had said, and it might have just been like an editing thing or something, where she said, I feel like I said no a bunch of times, you know, and then it gets to the conversation of like, did she explicitly express that, or was she being very roundabout? And if she was being roundabout, was that because she felt unsafe around the guy? Or, you know, it's like these cases are so obviously complex, but if what she's saying is true, like, yeah, she was just, that's horrible.
after I like went with the other stuff he wanted to do, he like choked me on my windpipe. Like he was like trying to choke me in a sexy way, but he was like choking me, and I was like breathing like very audibly, like not well. And I think at this point I was too scared to like say anything, and I didn't think he would listen because he just didn't before. So at that point it was,
even if he doesn't necessarily mean to be aggressive, like, you know, if you are at, or it doesn't mean, see, this is the problem with, like, honestly, like, honest to God, this is the problem with men. You know, I am a man, is that it's quite possible, and we don't know the specifics, it's quite possible he had no intention or meaning to do anything harmful to her, but just being physically more, physically larger, physically more aggressive, because I think that sexual aggression and physical aggression go together, like, hand in hand. Like, these are very testosterone-driven things. It's possible that even if he didn't mean to make her feel uncomfortable, he did make her feel uncomfortable. And it would be, at the end of the day, because men are generally like low emotional intelligence, and don't necessarily explicitly understand or respect their partner, not in like a way that where they hate women, but like women and men can be different in the way that they express themselves and the way they carry themselves. So even if he didn't, and I'm not saying he didn't mean to, I don't know the specifics, I'm just saying like this is like a fundamental problem with like a lot of guys when they interact with different women. You know, it's one of the problems is like the way that we teach men, and the way that, like, you know, men prioritizing themselves when in sex is normal. It's like normal. It's normal. I'm not saying it should be normal. I'm just saying it is normal. And that's one of the problems is men will prioritize their perspective when it comes to sexual encounters. And they're like, oh, well, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do. I'm being sexually aggressive. Like I'm being told to do this. Like that's what I'm supposed to do as a man. I'm supposed to wear down someone's boundaries in some capacity, because historically that's unfortunately to like some extent true. Like that persistence argument, you know, is true to an extent. So
just easier to do whatever else he wanted instead of go through that again. The next day, pretty early in the day, context, for a while, Donna had been trying to get a green card to live in the U.S. And since we were dating, he had for a while been hinting that like it would be easier if we just got married for him to come live in the U.S. And it had been going on for a bit now. And that day, Don had been talking about it with me. He had been asking SuperMega about filing papers to get a green card. And Matt, at least I know Matt, I'm sure Brian too.
And then there's also another conversation, because I know some people might be thinking, well, why did she stay with him if he sexually assaulted her? I think that it becomes very, I think for one, there's a lot of like mental justifications if it did happen, where she's almost justifying like why it happened. Like, oh, he's not a bad guy, because this is something that happens. Like, oh, he's not a bad guy, he was just horny, or he was just this. And I know that he actually, you know, there's a lot of mental games or mental gymnastics that people tend to jump through. There's also the aspect of one of the pressuring points for her might have been that she just wanted this guy to like her, and that's the reason why she may have been more open to some of whatever. She wasn't explicit about the other stuff he wanted to do to go along with. But she was just like, oh, I really don't want this guy to dislike me, so I'm going to do like this particular thing for them, right? So
SuperMega in general had no interest in
But it is
doing that
still,
for
I do wonder why she. It's still a question I have because those things are absolutely true. I wonder if she realized that he just like, or what it was that made her stay with him in some capacity. If he did, do that to her, like what was going through her mind? It's just something I wonder. I'm not saying it invalidates anything that she's saying. It's just a question that I would have.
him, but they never, up until this point, never told him no straight out. Never was like, yeah, we're not doing that. They would just give reasons why it was really hard or really expensive to do that. So once again, he asked Matt, and him and I were walking up the stairs to Matt's living room, and Matt responded something along the lines of like, why don't you guys just get married? To which Dawn
Jesus
seemed
Christ.
like reciprocal to the idea. I don't know how to describe what it feels like to have someone go from not interested in talking to you like on a daily basis, like one-on-one, or like spending like alone time with you, to but like still being very sexually interested in you. Like they still want to have like nudes from you and stuff and all that fun stuff that having a girlfriend is, but not actually like talking to you. It feels weird to go from that to, after hearing that conversation, just the amount of affection and like references to that, it was a lot to process, and I had no alone space to do that in. It was a lot. Gonna find a drawing I did the second day I was there, and at the time
She literally lives in another country. She could have hosted him once she went back home, but maybe she didn't realize. What are you trying to say there? That's what I'm thinking. Like if they stayed together in some capacity, was it because like she didn't really realize what had happened, or she rationalized why he did it? He's like, oh, he really does like me a lot. Like this is just him. This is just like an urge of his. You know what I mean? Like it's not his fault, kind of a thing. Like I do wonder why. It's just like these are questions that don't invalidate what happened to her. It's just like questions like, okay, I'm just curious, like what was going through your head at this point.
time when I drew it, I didn't know why I'd drawn it. I had no idea why I was drawing vent art. The vape says copium. I know it's really corny. There's a point that I didn't show anybody, right? Like it wasn't supposed to be for artistic value. And at the time, I just didn't get it. The other thing that happened that day, or the day after, was that I was sitting next to Don on the couch talking to him. I asked him to look something up, and he pulls out his phone next to me. And the first Google first Google like past search result before he like starts typing in too many words is an artist sex workers, like a mutual of ours, OnlyFans leak. She's kind of a similar build to me, so I'm like double hurt because my self-esteem has been destroyed the moment I got there, the night I got there. I got upset at him before we dated the time then. He had essentially used me for nudes. I had a not safe for work Patreon, and he used to sub to it when we weren't dating anymore. And so I kept like a boundary with him over it because I was mad at him. Not necessarily mad at him, but he was my ex. I didn't want to talk to him. And gradually he like pushed that boundary over. It's my fault for not having
that part. I don't quite understand. So she had like she did like sex work. Okay, that's fine. And then he would sub to it. My question there is, and none of the additional questions, invalidate what may have happened to her at first. But why not block him from the Patreon is the real question in that capacity.
any. I think he also knew that he could. He like unsubbed from my Patreon at one point when we were talking normally enough, and he like would message me and ask me if it would be okay if I would send him like the files from the Patreon. And I would be like, you mean like the old ones that you're sub to? And he was like, no, like new ones, or like all of them. I didn't want to, but my boundaries were so poor, I said, yeah, anyway. Like at this point, we had talked enough that I thought he liked me. So I was trying not to assume poorly of him, because I just genuinely didn't think he would do that. And then he did. So he was like letting me leak my own nudes to him, and then looking up a mutual's nudes of someone who looks very similar.
This part's okay. I mean, I don't know. This part just seems like if you didn't want to do it, you didn't have to show it to him. I understand that she might have felt pressured because she liked him, but we're talking about sending pictures, not necessarily on the same par as the other stuff. But okay.
At that point, after what had happened, I just kind of, I don't know, I felt kind of soulless at that point. You know how there's fight, flight, or fawn? I think I did fawn. I'm looking this up. I don't want to fuck this up. Fawn, people pleaser, lack of identity, no boundaries, overwhelmed, codependent. Yep. So I was doing that over time. That whole stay at Matt's was a lot. We had a Thanksgiving party, and unfortunately that was like the last time we were all together and like happy, like all the SuperMega people, all the employees, including Jackson, which if you are unfamiliar with SuperMega, he stole like $90,000 of company money by just using the card. I was at Matt's house when he found that out in February, the following February. Oh, we did the podcast. Me, and Dawn. Well, Dawn did it twice. I was in the other room when Dawn did the podcast, which I thought was weird. And then the day or two after, it was my turn. If you've listened to that podcast, if I remember correctly, I'm mostly just talking to them. But I think if you want to go back to the fawn thing, that's probably also why I was fine, because I had been wanting to do it. I wanted to do it by myself. If you've watched that or listened to that podcast, there's a part in it where Don starts telling a story, context to do with me or something. There was a sentence where he starts to say something. From having known him on and off for like 4 years, I knew that he was going to say something about us dating. And even though I had wanted that before this trip in November of 2021, I'd asked him multiple times, like, do you want to be public about this? Because we had been before. So I just didn't think of it as a big deal. And he didn't want to, would still draw me art, but only send it to me. So I got a really bad feeling when he started to bring it up. Mind you, I hadn't processed what he had done yet at all, really, besides the fact that I knew he did what I told him not to do, and it made me not feel good. So if I knew he was about to announce, or like not announce, or like casually mention that we were dating in a podcast, wouldn't I want him to mention that? Like of course I would, right? But instead, I interrupt him. I interrupted him, and I made him stop, and I told him, like, I just made a joke or something.
I'm assuming that this was done like an offline podcast where she could interrupt and they could edit it out. Okay.
I think I said, like, I'm going to kill you. If you are somebody that likes their podcast or have watched it before, give a shit, you can go find it. There's a part where Don just stops talking. And with this context, if you listen back to it, I think it makes sense. I remember being so anxious. I feel like I was having like a mini panic attack or something. I was really bad at talking. It was like an exercise. So I was having fun, but after when that happened, I like took over the conversation basically. So he couldn't get a word in, but he stopped trying to talk anyway. I don't know. Like I said, if I hadn't registered at all, like that something was going on yet fully,
Okay.
like that something was wrong. I mostly wanted to mention that because I wanted to mention something outside of myself for reference by the time that trip was over. Talking about it now just has me now processing it, I think. From what he did to me, I just kind of felt used, so I just kind of felt cool with being treated like however, so I feel like I stopped noticing when people were being, like, I feel like I don't do that as well anyway, but this was, like, worse. Like, I just was like, oh, they mean well. And from like November on, it only got worse, which is really hard when it has to do with people you trust. Honestly, from like November to when I stopped talking to Don, I just kind of did whatever he wanted. When we hung out in November, we started calling one-on-one a little bit more, and then it tapered off again up until around 8.
So outside of the original aspect, what happened where what she claims is that she was assaulted, which very well may be true, but again, like, you know, I operate generally like innocent until proven guilty, and unfortunately, if this did happen, she probably could never prove it, which is one of the unfortunate aspects of shit like this, which is really fucked up. But outside of that original aspect, and I'm not even saying I don't believe her, it's one of those things where, like, you know, again, it's difficult. I feel sympathy for her, but you know, you really don't know the specifics, and then there's also an interpretation thing, and it gets very complicated. The rest of this sounds like he's a fuckboy, and they were together, and he was kind of shitty to her, and this stuff is bad behavior from him if this is the way he acted, but it wouldn't be behavior that would be like predatory or you know, it's scummy behavior, but I wouldn't say somebody is a horrible person for it. Unfortunately, a lot of guys go through like a fuckboy phase. It sounded like they dated on and off, and then he would ask her for pictures and jerk off. That part is, to me, a bit irrelevant to everything else that's going on. Are there details that move on from this point? Because like these just seem like maybe she's just being thorough.
April, when we were planning on meeting each other for Creator Clash, then we started calling again. And I like was thinking to myself all the time that I knew like he was just using me. And I feel like a 90-day person when I say this, but like either like for sex or a green card. Or both. I just feel like I fit into his plan, and it's less so about me, but I just look like a girl that he would like. Half his OCs look like me. His cassette girl character is referenced by me. He like told me this himself. He came up with her while we weren't dating, and just made a character that looked pretty close to how he drew me, and made her smoke cigarettes instead of weed. So I feel like he was obsessed with like the idea of me, but when I would talk, he just wouldn't listen. Like he didn't actually like me. My home life during this whole period, the last year.
Well, it sounds like he has a type. If the other girl he was looking at, her porn looks like her, I guess he has some kind of a type. Okay.
And very not good. So stuff that happened outside the home was really hard to bring back in and process. I had a full load of stress at home, and that was the reason why I was going to Matt so much. I mean, he was inviting me, so it was nice that I was making friends because I didn't have many in Nashville. When he invited me for February on his birthday, like I said earlier before I cut myself off, I was excited about hanging out with him, so I came. And at this point, I think he's already started training for Creator Clash, and he's like getting wasted like every time I come over. I think he likes me coming over because I took care of him. But I had fun doing it. Like, I'm smiling about it now. I saw him like a brother. Like, I'm not trying to even say all of this in slash neg. It's not good behavior. Like, you know, when you see it, you have a friend that's like making bad decisions, you try and be that person like, hey, you should probably like take care of yourself, you have obligations, or like, you know, don't do this, or like, I don't know. In January, the epic SMP happened, the Minecraft thing happened. I was at Matt's during that time as well, streaming. There's VODs of those.
So I'm assuming she's talking about Matt, how she used to be, she felt like she was in a little bit of a caretaker role of, like, okay, interesting.
But it's mostly just me wandering Don around trying to get him to talk to me, because at this rate
I'm assuming she wasn't referring to Don as her brother, because that would be fucking weird, right?
he wasn't like hanging out with me still. Last time I mentioned it was in January. Man, being with him destroyed my self-esteem. This is actually this conversation is actually during Minecraft SMP. I said, maybe next time we have alone time might be a good idea to play something else. Or not, I'm not the boss of you. I suggest playing something because that was the only way he would talk to me. He said, yes, I'm sorry. No, like, yeah. Next time I should really just let alone time be alone time. And I said, I often feel like I have to compete.
All right, I'm kind of curious at seeing what's on this page a little bit.
Next time I should really just let alone time be alone time. And I said,
okay, I often feel like I have to compete with others for your attention. Not your fault, really. I don't want to make you feel like that. Let's talk again soon, okay? I really like talking to you today. Okay. I love you very much. I might skip Minecraft tomorrow. I love you too. Okay. So yeah, this guy seems like a pretty big, you know, fuckboy, like, piece of shit. Okay.
I often feel like I have to compete with others for your attention. Not your fault, really. My brain was so rotted, dude. Normal boyfriend things. I really liked talking to you today. Okay, yeah, because like I was so defeated, I was just like, okay. I think I understand why all of what 2022 happened, I let happen, because I'd been with Dawn for so long that I just accepted any sort of like positivity, even if it was at like my own detriment. That meaning like not ever bringing up stuff hard. Like if you bring up something and they ignore it and like reply to everything else, just not bringing it up anymore. Like I would just do that all the time. Not sure if anyone can relate to that. I mentioned explicitly about
Is it assault if he tries to get you to do oral but doesn't succeed because you were able to push him away? Honest question. It's an interesting question. I don't know. I guess I've never really thought about that. So I guess it depends. Like, he's incredibly forceful and knows she doesn't want it, and then she keeps saying no, 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 because he thinks that, like, like, if he's forcing her down, like, and she's like, I don't want to do this, and he keeps going, and then she keeps saying no, and then he's like, okay, fine, and then gives up. Like, yeah, I'd consider that's still, I mean, at the very least, attempted sexual assault, right? Okay.
About how it would remind me of, quote, the thing with group calls where I'd hop in just to spend time with you and I'd actually not be interested in socializing with other people. And just like unaddressed. I haven't been on
like, hang out with you, but I'll be honest, I haven't been one-on-one calls in a while, so I need to get used to not having multiple people talk. Something I need to work on. I'm sorry if I made you feel like I was ignoring you. Okay.
One-on-one calls in a while, so I need to get used to not having multiple people talk. And I'm just saying stuff like, I'm probably not that fun to talk one-on-one for long, but I'd at least just like a little time alone every now and then. I won't bother you too much about it. Normal girlfriend things to say. Yeah, I felt like a piece of meat because I was just useful for like gaming and having sex with in person. Me and Modest Cube were staying at Matt's place around his birthday time, and we're the first two people to know besides Matt and Ryan, I'm pretty sure. I ended up telling Dawn before Matt's lawyer even had a chance to tell Matt that he shouldn't tell his other employees. So he got a little upset with me and was like, just don't tell anybody else. And I didn't. Even around the time when Leighton was working there, because I had known him since he started working there, even I didn't tell him. And we had been friends since he started, like, immediately. But it never felt like things were the same after that. Part of why it's taken me a year and a half to even say anything is because, like, I had only just until recently had time to even process all of this. So apologies. Yeah, I stayed home in April to save up money for Creator Clash. So at this point, I'd made plans with multiple
and it still failed, am I right? Sad stuff. Sad stuff for Creator Clash.
Friends to get an Airbnb for outside Tampa. I, being in Nashville, am far enough that I could just drive. I had a few friends fly to Nashville because it was cheaper, and then we all drove down to Tampa. During all that planning, I made it a point to make sure that Dawn was going to stay with us, because that something feels wrong. Feeling never went away, and I was starting to put pieces together what it was, and it was getting too hard to like hold on and not talk about because I hadn't told anyone. It felt like a lie to me. I don't know why. It's funny. It's 10 years ago this year. I had actually called someone out before. I did it a bit over a year after it happened because I also didn't process it, but it was also with an ex-boyfriend. I was 17 and he was 21, and I also told him no the whole time and he still kept going. So it felt like I was like reliving something I'd gone through before. And when that happened, I was somebody posted art onto Facebook at the time, so that was like my online presence.
I mean, that makes sense to me. I feel like if somebody gets assaulted, one time, it would make sense that they might be susceptible to it again in different capacities. They might have like a mental barrier broken down. So I can understand that. Interesting. Okay.
And we had a lot of mutual friends, and so I was scared of him, and I mustered up the courage to like talk about what happened.
Yeah, there are a lot of little cuts in the video. I wonder why. She probably just felt like it's a very important video and she wanted to make sure she expresses herself really well. I'm not trying to like shit on her video, There are like a lot of little cuts, sure.
Because I had watched him for long enough that I was like, I don't think he's different. I don't think, because he apologized to me when it happened and all that, but nothing ever changed. I could just tell nothing was different. And after I had not been with him anymore, he was still like just very creepy with other people in the same way he was with me. This was 2013, I think. Yeah. I had friends I was friends with for years choose him over me. There was a few friends that I trusted that I told in private. They were like, oh, damn, that sucks. And then they would still hang out with him. And it made me feel unsafe, and I didn't know how to word that, but I was asking them. I would ask them, like, why. They just wouldn't know what to say and just would stop talking to me. Or, like, be like, I don't believe you. Like, it turns out they were being my friend and then didn't believe me or something. I had people quote retweeting, resharing, whatever it is on Facebook. That post that I made, since it was public, like, people I wasn't friends with but were friends with him, saying I'd never even gone to New York to see him when I had pictures of me there. And when I would, like, respond with him.
Is she referring to, like, the other case of this other person she had dated? I mean, I feel like maybe I'm like missing something and it's my fault. Is that who she's talking about? And is he like another creator? I'm only asking. I'm just a little confused because there's a lot of. I mean, I understand bringing it up in general, talking about how you have other like different traumas, and I might relate to this one, or maybe she's not talking about Don though, is she? Maybe she's talking about Don. Maybe I'm just like really confused. Because it feels like a little all over the place, but that's not like her fault, like or anything. Like she's not like a creator. There's no expectation for her to like make a perfect video. There is a lot of like extra details though.
Then they'd block me. There's just so many people that did not know me at all saying I was lying. And mind you, this was before talking about sexual assault was like a normal thing to do in media at all, or like the Me Too thing or anything. I don't know if it would have even helped. Not that it would have, but it just I found out years later that the person that shared the post that said I didn't even go there also got groomed by them because they were like 16.
Interesting.
All that context just because all that happened. What I did know what was wrong was that I didn't feel good, and I was pretty sure I knew why. And the other thing I was sure was that I didn't want to go through that again. So when I was planning on having him come to the Airbnb, my thought process was if I could just talk to him in real life about this, there wouldn't be a need to do any of this. He lives in Germany. I live in the South at this point. You just have to go so out of the way to like bump into each other that way that there was no harm in me just like pulling him aside at some point and being like, hey, you remember this? It wasn't cool. Let's not talk anymore, or whatever, whatever line of dialogue. So it's not something that's screenshotable, something that other people can like speculate or be like, that's fake, or I didn't want people doing that to me again. I don't know. I'm a big boy or whatever, but the whole time leading up, it was pretty easy to detach from Don already to like process because he didn't call that much or didn't want to. So that was fine. We started to more, but I feel like at that point it was just kind of to keep tabs and like kind of confirm my reality of like, is this actually going on or not? Rather than it was to actually like spend time with him at this point. If you've ever been with like someone that has abused you, especially when you've been with someone for years, it's hard to just kind of be like, all right, bye. I didn't owe him anything, but I felt like maybe it was self-preservation, but I wanted to just it to be clean and just be like, all right, we're done. That's it. I've known for a while, but now you do, kind of thing. Because I had intended on it for a while, like cutting off contact with him.
I get it. It sounds like she wanted closure from the relationship, like even though he didn't seem to value her in some capacity. Like without the assault part. It's still, yeah, it's understandable, but okay.
because I realized it was like not good for me. But getting the idea and building intention, two different things. Building intention takes time. So it came with the B&B. I came with my friends, and then it was me, my friend, and Ethan. And after Creator Clash, it was also Rav. So I had plenty of people to like surround myself with between me and him for the time of the Airbnb until the last day, basically. I was just kind of feeling out the vibes when it happened, but like when we were there on when to tell him, but I ended up telling him like the day before he left. The Airbnb had lots of rooms, so I stayed away from him the whole time and just kept my distance. I didn't want anything to seem like anything's wrong because I didn't see the point in freaking Dawn out and have like 4 days of him left there and have nowhere to go. Like someone could be like, he doesn't deserve it or whatever, but I didn't want to do that. So I waited till the last day. Well, the day before Creator Clash is they had a gala. Everybody was congregated over there. And at one point, like during, it was the weigh-in, not the gala, it was the weigh-in. I don't exactly remember how or why, but I come out from the room of the weigh-in and Don has a giant nosebleed all over his shirt, all over his white shirt, and I just get the worst vibes ever. That was like when he started feeling like I didn't want to be around him because I was like, I would say that it was on purpose, but a lot of times it wasn't. There was just so many people that it was kind of hard to keep track of somebody.
Well, I mean, it makes sense that you get that vibe since you were trying to like break it off with him emotionally, so you probably acted and as such, which is not like you're not a bad person for that. But you know,
Wasn't like following you, so I genuinely didn't think he cared. So I got really freaked out when he started getting freaked out. Like I was like fucked up in the head, and all I cared about was like other people's comfort. I don't know. We visited a couple beaches and stuff. At the second beach we went to, everybody's hanging out at the beach all day. Like it was the longest day we had at the beach. And like on the way back before we go get a hotel room, Don's like talking to Ethan and like mentions that we're dating. And so
who's Ethan, by the way? Who the fuck is Ethan? Like Ethan Klein? Like who the hell is this?
So after that conversation,
that's not one of the two guys,
like,
right?
You guys are dating? And my like stomach sank because I was like, I gotta talk to you about this thing because it's not normal to like have someone have to tell you that. And then I don't know, I've never been in that situation before, you know. I didn't expect to tell anyone besides Dawn. I mean, what was I gonna do, lie? It wasn't even like an option in my head. I didn't know.
Well, at this point, like, I guess I kind of see why Don would be like, oh, we're dating, because you guys were probably hanging out in a dating capacity for the however many days you were there for. So I get that part of the equation. Okay.
What to say besides just say like, hey, this thing happened a few months ago, because at this point in May, it was only like, it was less.
Oh, she told him like what he did to her. Okay, gotcha.
And is about half a year. It was just like, this is one of the few moments where I actually have like photos of that exact moment, because around this time in my life I was just like, I've been traveling a lot more than I'd ever, and I've always traveled a lot, so I just would take photos of stuff like mundanely with no intention of posting them. Most of my photos I don't. Anyway, here's like right as that conversation, I talked to him for a little bit. I'll show you a picture of the beach because it was pretty. I only care so much about those pictures because this place got destroyed in Hurricane Ian. So yeah, after I told Ethan, it was too far to drive back to Tampa that night, and it was too late at that point. So we got a nearby hotel, and rooming arrangements were very hectic, and nobody knew who they were staying with, and I was really freaked out from having had that conversation. The like realness of everything set in after I had told someone else. I sat in the car for a long time scared because I was like thinking that, well, I don't want to go in that room with Dawn because there was like 3 or 4 separate rooms between everybody that was in the car. And that's actually Dawn's last messages to me on Twitter. Is this? That was a bad night. I was just kind of hiding in the.
What was it?
Dawn's last messages to me on Twitter. Is this?
Lex, if you see me, then my phone died. Just knock on the room when you get up. Good night. Oh, okay. Lex, if you see this, then my phone died. Just knock on the room. Okay, cool.
That was a bad night. I was just kind of hiding in the parking lot, hoping everyone would go to sleep and not find me. I'd had like a script in my head written for the whole trip, and then once I got broken, everything got way too real, I guess. I thought that how I was doing things was like the best way to do it, but I don't know. It didn't like foil my plans or anything. I still got to tell him. It was just, it added a lot of anxiety that I didn't have because I hadn't gotten to process it. If you've ever been abused physically, sexually, telling someone else, like verbally, it makes it feel so much more real that it can make you feel completely different than how you did before, and it's very jarring. So I was dealing with that. I felt like I had like shell shock or something, and I couldn't get.
The only thing that I find interesting, and this isn't meant to say like, oh, that anything she's saying is like invalid or anything, is that before she was like defining aspects of trauma based on like articles on the internet, and I was just like, I wonder if some of her experiences are almost self. I'm not saying it didn't happen to her. I wonder if some of her perspectives is almost like she read up on it and then she identified with it, even if I don't know. It's just it was bizarre when she started doing that to me. But I guess it makes sense if she does have something going on. But there's a lot of, I guess, diagnosing her own behavior, which is what I'm talking about. It doesn't mean that anything is invalid. It's just something that I've noticed. But okay.
From the person that I had this realization that I was like really messed up by, but I don't think we stayed much longer after that. I stayed with Ethan that night, and the next morning, I have a picture of that. It was me with my stuff, about to go drive back to Tampa.
Okay.
So there was only one more day after this trip, and that day Ryan was still healing from his fight in Creator Clash, and I kind of skipped over them from Creator Clash. I picked Matt and Ryan up from the airport. Like I planned a lot of my trip around like making sure I could help them, just because I wanted to. Makes me feel silly. But we didn't really get to hang out with him that much after Creator Clash. And since he was healing and like healed enough to be okay, we invited him over and we smoked and hung out at the Airbnb on the last day. And I cooked everybody steak. And then by the time all this was over, everybody was pretty tired, so everybody went home or went to sleep pretty quickly. And it was after that I told Don. I pulled him aside. We went on a walk around the neighborhood the Airbnb was in. The way I told him was basically, I was basically like, hey, do you remember November when we first hung out?
Okay.
And he was like, yeah. I basically asked him questions that necessitated him saying yes or no to, because I wanted it to be easy for me, and I wanted it to be easy for him because I didn't want it to take too long.
Okay, all right. Just the first 5 minutes. Now we're at the 30-minute mark. Now she's doing her like breakup with this guy, Don, and it seems like she's gonna confront him about sexually assaulting her, or I guess allegedly sexually assaulting her.
I didn't think it needed to for me to tell him the way I was going to tell him. So I said, you remember the first night when you were like pushing my head down and I was telling you no? Yes, he says, basically. He like didn't dispute anything that I said. He was just saying yes. And I was like, you know that's sexual assault, right? Like, you can't do that to people. Like, that wasn't cool that you did that to me. I've been like really like messed up that you did that. I like have to like get better from this. This is something that I'm like having to recover from because it's making me not well. Like, it basically explained to him all but like a baby that sexual assault is bad and that what he did was that and that you can't do it. Because all it would have taken is for me to have been like, no, I don't want to, and for him to stop, but he didn't. Nonetheless, so I say all this, and he says, was that and that you can't do it? Because all it would have taken is for me to have been like, no, I don't want to, and for him to stop, but he didn't. Nonetheless,
gotcha, okay.
So
Sorry, I just misheard what she said.
I say all this, and he says, so does that mean you're breaking up with me? And I was like, what?
Jesus Christ. Okay.
Yeah, to me it was like, yeah, no. And that, out of everything I said, was both the shortest response I had to say, or like the shortest thing I had to say to him, and the most devastating. We're on the sidewalk, like we're walking, and I'm like, yeah, no, I don't want to be with you. And he stops directly under the streetlight and does this for like a minute in front of me. I don't know. It felt so performative. What? And maybe he was actually sad. I'm sure he was bummed out at least, but I don't know. It was so surreal. I like considered taking a picture of him, but I was like, that's not morally right to do. I'm just making very light of like a shitty conversation, honestly. The next day, the Airbnb was up for me, so I got to drive back home. Don went to stay with his artist friends that live.
The way she's in the story, it sounds like Don does not understand that he sexually assaulted her. Again, I know these are allegations, but if that's true, I mean, it's believable. Like, he kept forcing her down, and she said no, and he finally stopped, was what happened, and he's like, oh, that's normal, you know? I'm not saying he's an okay guy or that he's good in any capacity. Sounds like Don's a fucking moron. And, I mean, it's dangerous if you are engaging in behaviors that are sexual assault and you don't even realize it. Think about how dangerous that is. Like, you just don't realize, I didn't know. Like, how it sounds like he possibly didn't know. Like, that's insane to me. But, okay, you know? I mean, forcing a person down while they're saying no is. I mean, how do you not know that that's sexual? Like, you know, like how the fuck do you just not know that? Like, I understand situations where guys will like hang out with a girl and, you know, push boundaries, right? Like, the girl's like, I'll put a condom on. They put it on. They're like, oh, but it feels so bad. Are you sure I got to wear this condom? I don't know. And eventually she's like, okay, fine, take the condom off, right? Like, that's shitty and pushing of boundaries. But to like no, I don't want this, you know, if that's true, I mean, that's, how do you not know that? How do you not know?
nearby. And so my impression was that Creator Clash is over. Don's gonna go back to Germany soon after he's done hanging out with his Florida friends. And then, even though the conversation was weird, I won't have to see him again now. And I can, like, actually process stuff, or at least have a chance to. And, you know, time after I get home is rough. The time right before Creator Clash, I found out my dog, Teddy, he had a mouth tumor, and it was getting pretty bad pretty quickly. And the whole time I was at Creator Clash was like while that was ongoing, because my mom didn't want to put him down without me there. We weren't sure if he was going to make it. And after I got back from Creator Clash, he had more vet appointments where we found out that he wasn't going to make it. And I don't know, because of everything going on, I never really had time to grieve it. For the night of Creator Clash, a party happens at
that's it. So I'm gonna watch the full thing. Is there any, does the dog have relevance to her story, or what's up dog, you know? Oh, that's why her name is What's Up Dog. Okay, no, that makes sense. Makes perfect sense.
Lounge, like G Fuel Lounge, and that night was when I met Rav. I met him while babysitting Matt, basically. Here's a picture with them. I posted a cute picture of us, but this is like how like half the pictures are. But like,
okay, did Rav do something to her too, or?
There was a girl there who he was like going around to people and being like, "You see her? She's a porn star. She got famous because she looks like me." And like me and Rav essentially become his like babysitters, because he's like the drunkest guy there the whole night. Every time we go up to him and we're like, "Hey, you should stop," he looks at us dead in the eye and takes another drink. And it's like funny the first couple times, but then when he does it like 5 times in the same night, it's like freaky and you get worried for people's health. But we're like literally just trying to like keep him from like doing creep shit to people, because we didn't know what the fuck he was gonna do. So
drunkenly grabbing.
But we're like literally just trying to like keep him from like doing creep shit.
He kept drunkenly grabbing people he didn't even know and like picking them up and smothering them
to people, because we didn't know what the fuck he was gonna do. So me and Rav bonded.
Why is the window not? What the fuck is happening here? Okay, weird.
Quite a bit very quickly over being nanny. He didn't have anywhere to go. He just ended his tour like that day before he got there. So I was like, "You should come stay with us. We have extra room." So while he was staying there, we were talking about our life situation, and it struck a chord with him, and he wanted to help me and said that he's moving to LA, and that I should go with him. I think it was before I left Tampa. I had already had a ticket to go stay with Ethan in NorCal. So when I got home after Creator Clash, I already had 2 different places to be. So when I got home and found out that my dog is gonna die, or like isn't gonna make it, I end up having to leave, I think a day or 2 before the vet had scheduling to cremate him, or to like to euthanize him and cremate him. So I missed...
The name of this video is my experience with
the death of my dog by about 2 days, 2 or 3 days. So when I get to Modesto, because like, you know, I'm like getting support, things seem kind of up, because at this point I'm thinking, not gonna see Dawn again, moving out of my bad home situation. Obviously Ted's the bad thing, right? That's like, at that point, that is the bad thing happening to me.
Yeah. Okay.
If you've ever lost a pet, or you have a pet and haven't lost it, you can imagine what I was going through. I was just like bedridden for a while. So there was a chunk of time, I want to say around a week after I got there.
Bedridden? I mean, I lost a dog and it made me really sad, but I don't know if I was bedridden. It's interesting. Okay.
That I just didn't do that much. That and like mentally recovering from Creator Clash. And as that span of time occurred, every time I'd look on my phone, I'd notice things were going on in LA. Like, why is Dawn in LA? I thought he was going back to Germany. Turns out Matt invited Dawn to stay with him after Creator Clash, after he was done staying in Florida and I think maybe somewhere else. It occurs to me that I'm gonna need to talk to more people about the Dawn thing, what happened with him, to give context to why I don't want to see him. Why would I ask my friend to make sure I don't see someone? It genuinely would have to be a good reason, and I thought it was, so that's why I just told them. I didn't feel comfortable, so I called Leighton first. I didn't know.
I mean, that makes sense. I understand where she's coming from. So they were working with Dawn, and she wanted them to know that she was that he had assaulted her. Obviously for us, allegedly, but that's what. Okay, I get that. Sure.
Nearly as long at all, but I feel like he had gone through, or has gone through enough that I've like him and I both like talked about, that I know he would relate when I told him, or like understand and like believe me when I told him, like without a doubt. So it was like the least emotional burden for me to call him first, I guess. I did it to tell him too, because you know, he's a friend of me, but I wanted to ask mainly about, how do you think Matt and Ryan's gonna take it, basically? And no, I mean, he assured me that they're gonna take this. He was like, for 100%, they're gonna take this seriously. Like, definitely. Like, there's no reason why they wouldn't. There's no way they would want to work with him after knowing that and all that kind of stuff. And so I was like, all right, I felt normal. You know what I mean? I felt like validated, I guess. So I called Ryan because I don't know. Maybe I was scared to call Matt. I messaged Ryan and I said, hey, are you free for a call right now? At like 10:30. I said, it's pretty late, so if not, it's fine. He said, sure, call if you want. Calling with Ryan made me feel even better because he immediately,
Okay.
if not, it's fine. He said, sure, call.
Happy birthday, Ryan. Okay, so I guess that's a different time. Okay.
If you want. Calling with Ryan made me feel even better because he immediately apologized and was like, I'm so sorry that happened. So I hadn't gotten many reactions at all so far, so this was at this point a good one. He went into detail just saying, like, you know, what he did was wrong and he deserves, you know, to be held accountable for what he did. Stuff that you generally would want to hear, I think. I felt a lot better after I talked to him. I don't know why or how, but somehow I had no dialogue with Matt for 2 days after my call with Ryan, my call that made me feel a lot better. And my call with Matt was probably the worst thing I could have imagined. That's how the conversation went. You know, he's apologizing about Teddy. I booked my flight, so I told him when. This is what he says after. Very nice words, right? I personally think him and Ryan did lots of talking before he decided to call me back, because his phone's with him all the time. He could have called me back at any point. I think.
Well, yeah, I mean, it makes sense if they're working on a show together and they're friends. She expressed this to Ryan, right? And then Ryan was very apologetic, and then Matt wasn't super. Well, that's the one we're talking about now, right?
I think by the time I got off the phone with Ryan, it was probably already too late for me to like tell things how I wanted to, because it wasn't my choice anymore. I was getting asked about like how things happened and stuff, like very inquisitively when I was on the phone with Ryan, and that was the one thing that I thought was weird, because if I believed someone, I wouldn't be asking that many questions. I'd just be like, you know, I don't need graphic detail. It was it's not I really well, I guess. So I called Ryan because I don't know. Maybe I was scared to call Matt. I missed.
Okay, so yeah. So Ryan's the one she talked to first.
Dialogue with Matt for 2 days. I think phone's with him all the time. He could have me to like tell things how I wanted to, because it wasn't my choice anymore. I was getting asked about like how things happened and stuff, like very inquisitively when I was on the phone with Ryan, and that was the one thing that I thought was weird, because if I believed someone, I wouldn't be asking that many questions. I'd just be like, you know, I don't need graphic detail. It was.
Well, listen, this is the thing, because I tend to believe her, you know, but that doesn't, you know, that doesn't necessarily mean anything, right? I tend to believe her. I could understand why, and it's a shitty position for her to get put into, but I could understand why they would ask details like, oh, like what happened, because like they're both friends, and they just want to ask like, oh, what happened here? It sounded like she had a positive interaction with Ryan, which is the one she talked to first, right? But he was asking a couple questions, which would communicate skepticism, of course, and that's understandable for her because it makes her feel unvalidated or invalidated. But at the same time, like, you know, you have to ask questions to know specifically what's going on. It's just an unfortunate situation, right? You have to see what like both sides of it are. That doesn't mean that it's not shitty for her, but I get them asking that.
A little weird. He lets me tell him what happened, as I told you. You know,
okay.
For me, my perspective is this guy stayed at your house. I'm coming to LA to stay at your office. He did this to me at your house. You deserve to know what he did. The guy staying at your place did to me at your house. Like, it just made sense to tell him more than anyone. So then when Matt calls me 2 days later, 2 nights later, I tell him what happened, and he tells me, oh man, this is a bummer, like this sucks, like right after the Jackson thing, this year is just so crazy already, like there's so much going on,
that's
and now
this,
what the fuck? Let's not mince words here. I told him what happened, said what I said to you just now about how I think he deserved to know because it happened in his house, and I told him that I didn't want to see him because he's at his house. So I knew that if there's going to be anybody with the power to keep me from seeing Dawn in person again, it was him. So of course I'd tell him. I'm asking to like make sure this guy is physically removed from me when we hang out. And Matt, his response is immediately business with the Jackson mention. And then he says something insane that he would go on to repeat all summer to multiple people. He said to me after I told him about his friend that sexually assaulted me, his friend and employee, he said, SuperMega's my magnum opus, and I would hate for something to mess it up. He said that multiple times. I remember I was sitting on like the curb of the parking lot of where I was staying at the.
I mean, that's we're gonna see his response. So, you know, it's possible he didn't say that, but we'll find out. But if this situation happened with Don, and they believed her, and they were like, let's suppress it, that is very problematic. You know, if they listened to her story and they said like, wow, this is a lot, but, you know, because there's no proof, you know, we're not going to fire him or something in that capacity, that's harsh and that sucks, but I can understand that. Hearing like, okay, that's really shitty, but like I can't fire him because like we would need like evidence, right? That would suck for her, of course. But I would get that because in their mind they're like, okay, we don't know if this actually happened. But if in their minds they're like, this happened, if they actually think it's happened, they believe her, and then they're like, oh no, let's suppress it because, you know, such and such. That's pretty fucked up. I mean, that's really fucked up. I mean, that's, I don't know if I go as far as say they're complicit, but in some capacity, almost. You know, if you believe them, you should fire this guy. Like, just do the right thing, right? I mean, that's if that's what they said, which, you know, I wouldn't doubt it. Okay.
The time I'm outside just like staring because
What are there receipts after or something? You said you have to watch their videos after because of receipts. What's in their videos after? Of what's happened.
Never in a million years would have expected my friend Matt, to say something like that to me. It's like a switch flipped in him or something. Like, he just immediately became different. And I purposely told both of them, I'm calling you because I don't want this in a text. I don't want this.
What's in their videos? What do they say that like that they say something that dismisses what she said? Is that what you're telling me? Is that what you're claiming here? Oh, Jesus Christ. What is it that they say?
Screenshotable. I don't want this to be a big thing. I at least want the choice to have that, and I get the choice if it's not drama. I didn't want that, and I told them that, I made that clear, and I feel like they took advantage of that fully. They took advantage of how much they knew me to that point. Matt told me after the magnum opus thing, well, we'll make sure that you don't not get invited places because he's in town. Like, if we're like all doing something and he's in town, like, you'll definitely still get invited. Like, we'll still definitely invite you. And to all these things he said, I just didn't say much, and he just kept saying things. He was like, would it still bother you if we like still worked with him? And I started like being like, I don't know, that's not really my decision. I can't really tell you that because that's not what I was calling for it. He's an online Twitter artist. I would see him regardless. It's not about that. It's about me not seeing him in person so I can like relax and like process stuff. You know, I wasn't asking him to like kick him out and make him homeless. I just wanted him to like stay at Matt's. Or like, don't bring him to the office if you know I'm there. Basically, it wasn't like the hardest ask ever. But
so it sounds like what she was actually asking was just to have to stay away from this guy because he assaulted her, which is a fair boundary. Though, I mean, if he believes her, like, I would fire him immediately. Like, what's the debate? You know, like what does the debate need to be about? If you believe that happened, then let him go. You know?
He acted like I was trying to make him go bankrupt because his like weird creepy employee that I dated like did crazy shit to me and tried forcing me to do stuff. And it just seemed like any possible way they could have made it to undermine that story, to downplay it, to make it not as big of a deal, they did. And it only got worse once I got there. Before I got there, what made me decide that I needed to not stay in Modesto and I needed to like immediately go to LA was this. Hey, you free on May 30th from Matt? I said, yeah, I just saw this. Call me if you wanna. Hey, sorry, I'll call tomorrow. We had a big talk with Dawn today, though. Just wanted to tell you about it. I said, I figured that might have been what was up. Get some rest and we can call tomorrow. Okay. It was a good talk.
Oh, we had a talk with Dawn today. We just wanted to talk about it. I figured it would be okay. It was a good talk. Okay. Jesus Christ. What the fuck? Okay.
It was weird because he gave me some of the same lines Ryan did about like give him a talk or something, but they both met up at Matt's house, and Dawn thought it was business related since no one's ever raised a clue at this point that anything's wrong, even after I told them. And Dawn immediately asked about a green card. Like, can I get a visa? Or like, can you guys help me get a green card? And they were like, no. But they tried to like big bro him about sexual assault basically, but he didn't understand. Like, they weren't clear enough to say like what exactly they were talking about to begin with. And so they walked away from that conversation as if they got anything done when
they tried to big bro him on sexual. Is this guy Don just like actually a fucking moron? Like, I don't understand. Because as weird as it sounds, it sounds like this guy doesn't know that he raped a girl. Like, this is a dangerous person that needs to be arrested. Like, it's arguably worse than somebody who knows that they're raping people because he can't even identify the behavior. I mean, they're both really bad. I mean, I understand that the intent there. He may not have intended to rape somebody, but how do you not know that that's not sexual assault? Someone's like, stop, and you're just like, no. That's how do you not? What the fuck is going on with this guy? Like, does he have a traumatic brain injury or something? Like,
and it didn't really do anything at all. Like, it seems like it just.
I mean, listen. I want to be very clear because just everything's an allegation, and we're gonna watch their stuff after. But I mean, it sounds like these guys are fucking pussies. That their friend sexually assaulted a girl, and you fire him. I don't know what to tell you. But at the very least, they couldn't explicitly be like, "Hey, you assaulted this girl." Like, what? That's not. I mean, like, what do you? I don't even understand. Like, if you believe that it happened, like, what if they believe that it happened, fire this. I don't get it. I don't get it. I'm just trying to like fucking. Are you gonna immediately say your friend is an abuser? Isn't it fair to we want to hear both sides? No, I mean I don't know if you're behind or something. I agree with that, but it sounds like they think that he did it. It sounds from what she's saying they actually believe her. So what's the debate? Fire him. Right? Like if you believe it, I don't get it.
Made Matt and Ryan feel better that they like did what they said they were going to do as far as like talking to him. But for all intents and purposes, like from them telling me and from Rav telling me, because he had been staying there ever since Creator Clash was over, we both had gathered that they basically wanted us to make up. They never told me this, but every action from them was masked as disciplinary, but it was more like scolding. Like you're just like, man, you can't do that. That's really a big no-no. I don't know. I felt them downplaying it in real time.
I gotta read that part.
That's really a big no-no. I don't know.
It was this again. LMAO, I can't even read that. Apparently, Don is telling people y'all were vague with him and didn't say why he got fired. Oh, they did fire him. Oh, so they fired him? Sai, he can just fade from view, to be honest. Be gone, foul beast. Also, the 2 months I wasted were there, my brother in Christ. Wait, so they fired this guy? Oh, so what's the issue? It sounds like they fired him. If that's what I'm reading this right. Apparently, Don is telling people y'all were vague with him and didn't say why he got fired. Okay, so Don was fired from the group.
Felt them downplaying it in real time.
Why is that downplaying it?
But
Don was downplaying it.
Asked as disciplinary, but it was more like scolding. Like you're just like, man, you can't do that. That's really a big no-no. I don't know. I felt them downplaying it in real time.
You don't have to answer if you don't want to talk about it, but is there a reason you don't have the job anymore? They just said they're not going to have me do thumbnails. They were very vague. Jesus, that sucks. What the fuck have you been with them for so long? That's some shit to be vague about. I'm done with YouTubers, done with everything. I can't get a rest because once I get time to myself, I start thinking about it and I get angry and sad and frustrated. Okay, it's just think about it. 2 months I've wasted there. Okay. They were still hanging out with him? Were they? Or were they still hanging? Oh, you're asking if they were. Yeah, I'm confused. So Don's downplaying it.
But I was across the state, like
and it says Matt never addressed this.
I don't know. I felt.
What's Matt to address? What does he need to do? They fired the guy, right? I'm confused with her issue. Well, we'll keep listening.
In real time, but I was across the state, like 5 hours away, and could do nothing about it. So that's when I decided I needed to be there. Matt had known since, or at least I told him, May 25th that I would be in town on the 14th. On the 13th at 9 p.m., he messages me this. Hey, can't wait to see ya. Just an update. Dawn is staying at the office with Rav right now.
Okay, now I understand the issue. Okay, Jesus Christ.
I did not know what the fuck to say, so all I could say is, what should I do? Oh, whatever you want. I was just updating you where Dawn was. My place is full at the moment, unfortunately. Texting me hours before I gotta be there that he just sent him to the place I'm staying at. He didn't have to do this. Found out he did this because he was tired of Dawn making a mess. Instead of sending him home and just having one difficult conversation with him, he decided to have Dawn stay at the office. So when I get in, I'm scared shitless.
So Don is a fucking idiot. I don't know what's going on with Don. Don is I don't know. So Don is taking it poorly, and they're hanging out with Don because they feel bad. I don't get it. Like, just let Don live on the streets or something. Who cares? I'm so confused.
I made sure Rav was there to pick me up at the Burbank airport so I could, like, get briefed, basically. I get there, and I don't think Don is there. And then I hear him. I hide in the bathroom, like after putting my shit up. Because I didn't think he was there. The place is kind of big. The office is a house. So it made sense. Like when I was offered to stay there, I was like, oh yeah, sure. Until I actually stayed there and realized every room was being used. But regardless, I had to hide in the bathroom when I realized Dawn was there. I hid in the bathroom at the Super Megaplex, and I stayed in there with the door locked, scared shitless, until Dawn came up to the bathroom to try and use it. And I was in there. I had the door locked, so he tried turning it a few times and he couldn't. And he knocked and he said hello, and I didn't answer. I was too scared to say anything. I didn't know what the fuck to say. I didn't even expect to see him ever again. I like hear him realize it's me. I'm sure he'd been told that I was gonna.
I'm a little confused. Why did she go in there if she knew Don was gonna be in there? The guy told. I mean, it's shitty that they even have him there, but why did she go in there when they said Don was in there? Did she just not believe them? I'm not understanding that either.
Be there, but he says something twice. He's like, hello. He's like, anybody in there? And then all of a sudden he stops trying, and I hear him like inhale or exhale or something, and then he goes to the other bathroom. And then afterwards he got arrangements to leave very quickly, and I hadn't seen him since. But after that, because Matt didn't ask him to leave, at that point, Don, I'm not trying to give him a pity story or anything, but this is just what happened. Don was too poor to fly back.
Oh, wow.
He had been financially floated from the time that he was there to the time that he got kicked out, without proper word or like a time. Basically, he had already been like not paid by them because their PayPal was messed up. He could have been like gone if you told him a date. You could have been like, go home by this date. He could have taken commissions or something, free will. Matt could have done all that with Don and not had me see him, but instead he was doing stuff like posting Jim's cat sitting on Dawn just a few days before I get there, 6 days before I get there. So Dawn's gone.
Yeah, I mean, they should have got rid of Don. They should have gave him his money, because you have to still do that. That becomes like a whole legal battle if not. So I understand that, but I'm this whole situation is so confusing to me sometimes.
At this point, vibes are fucked in the office. Don was staying on the couch, so I don't want to stay there because I know what Don smells like, and it smells like him. So Rav's already been staying in the game room. It's like this huge futon, so I just put all my shit in there with him. So from day one, it was fucking weird for multiple reasons. It was weird because I think people got the wrong idea from me staying in the game room. People were uncomfortable by me because of like the Dawn thing. Like people were thinking I was asking too much of them or something when I wasn't really asking for anything. I had already asked for something and it got turned into other stuff, and I think I was feeling like blamed for those things. That it's like, I don't know, it's you figure out what you want to do with your business, man. And that was still in my court. Day after I get there is the 14th, and that is Ryan's birthday. 14th. Happy birthday, Ryan. I'm in town with Rav. If you're not too busy, feel free to hit either of us up. We'll do. I'm thinking of hanging out with some people tonight, so I'll keep you updated. Tell me why I get to that party. There's happy birthday balloons, cute little party. Everyone in the Super Mega Circle up to this point is there, except for Leighton. Neither of us knew that like the word around the block was like, fuck Leighton. Like, he was our friend. We hung out with him all the time. He was a cool guy. I couldn't even like fathom not liking him. So when he texted us that night and asked us what we were doing, I said it was Rav, and he said something along the lines of like, we're at a party, or like we're at Matt's house for a get together or something. And Leighton was like, is it Ryan's birthday party? Because he knew it was his birthday. I mean, they worked together. As the rest of the party found out through text messages that Leighton found out about the party, especially Matt and Ryan, they were like, ugh, like they hate that guy. Like, it was so crazy. I have never found out about the party, especially Matt and Ryan. They were like, ugh, like they hate that guy. Like, it was so crazy. I have never seen such a insane scene. Folks at that party, after seeing their phones and getting visibly bummed out that Leighton is on the way and like spreading the word, people start taking down the balloons. They went to the store, because I didn't see a tank. They went to the store to pick up these happy birthday balloons, like in preparation, grabbed them, don't know, not really keeping track of who, it doesn't really matter because everybody was doing it, grabbed the birthday balloons, went across.
What does this Leighton story have to do with anything? I'm just curious. So Leighton's a nice guy, but everybody hates Leighton now. Okay.
Living room and stuffed them in the closet when they found out Leighton was on the way. Come to find out, I think I asked about it that night, they had started a rumor, I say this because they were all very drunk that night, that Leighton was going to like Game Grumps people and basically like saying numbers for their merch. Turns to find out that's not it at all. He was not doing that. They were being hard on him for something they could have talked to him about, but instead they were all like Ryan, Matt, Jim, and Justin all basically like went to each other to complain about Leighton instead of just talking to him, because you know, I don't know. Like from day one, Leighton has been on my side about the Dawn thing. He's
Okay.
never doubted me or never like asked me a weird question about it, like he didn't believe me or, you know, just stuff a friend does. But he was definitely the only one out of all of them that didn't have as many questions because he, like I said before, has had experience with abuse. So I think it made him less of a yes man, which was very inconvenient for them, especially with the bad behavior.
Oh, so was she trying to say that the reason that they didn't like this guy was because he believed her on a
they were committing at the time? Because like when someone says like, hey, your friend assaulted me, that friend happens to be a coworker, can I not see him? And you say, this job is my magnum opus multiple times. There's like, you just like don't care about people. You just like care about yourself. Like you just don't see people as like real things anymore. And that definitely is like how I felt to him. After the birthday party, Leighton always kind of knew that something was up that night. No one had told him in like formal words like, hey, they hid balloons from you, dude. Like they put the whole party away to make it look like there was like 10 people chilling there without prior plans. But little did I know that that would be like the peak of the iceberg onto how performative they would be. First of all, not get into any sort of like actual conflict with people, but to like be nice and manipulate people into doing an action that they've pre-approved. I don't know. Like as time went on, I realized what they saw me as through other people's eyes, through how they treated other people. I was like, oh, they treat me like that too, rather than realizing that I was being treated badly, because I was kind of at this point okay with being treated badly, or I was like used to it, or whatever you want to say about it, right? My birthday was a couple days after, and pretty much no one came to it. Nothing against anyone, really. It's when I started to realize that things were weird, more weird. Only Jim and Rav were there. Rav, I was living with. Jim was there after work, and I think he came along with us when we went out to dinner that night. And then someone else's birthday was like 2 days later, and everyone was there. But he's like somebody that gets like approval. He's not like Leighton, you know? I think that's when I started getting the inkling that I was falling out of favor with everyone. I just think that I didn't understand it. Not because it didn't make any sense. It had happened to me before. But they were still inviting me to stuff at this point. They were still hanging out with us. They were still being friendly, like making plans with us. It was weird. There was a night where we all went bowling in K-Town, and I got so freaked out from how weird everything.
All right, so it sounds like she's saying that after this whole Don thing, they're starting to get, well, I mean, weird with her. Like, obviously, they're starting to disconnect from her specifically because of this Don situation. Like, there's no other explanation for it.
Thing was that I had to like leave the bowling alley and like go cry by myself outside. I've never done that before, ever. I'm not a public crier, ever. I mean, I say that when I'm crying on this video, but I'm at home, right? But the closer to AX things got, the weirder things got. And I had been planning to hang out with everybody during AX. I was supposed to be in the SuperMega video last year at AX. I just didn't get any contact from them that day after like weeks of like Matt coming to me and being like, you should be in this video. And I was like, yeah, sure, that sounds fun. No contact that day. So I was at AXD doing my own thing, taking my own photos, because that's just what I do anyway. So it was fine. But on the...
Yeah, after the Magnum Opus comment, you'd be grossed out. Yeah, if that's real, I mean, you know, it's pretty fucked.
4th, I had a cookout for everyone at the Plex. Me and Rav bought a lot of stuff, like a pool and stuff for the party and all this, and I just spent the whole day cooking. Spent all day cooking, blah, blah, blah. Everybody gets kind of lit. Most people leave. And I'm in the kitchen, and Jim is there. Jim is an employee at SuperMega. I had considered us buddies for a while. We're both from Tennessee. I'd like, I guess, bonded with him over it or something. So I'd never seen him as like anything but like a friendly face. So he walks up to me after dinner and everything. It's probably gonna be like 10 or 11. And he's like, I noticed you've been feeling down lately. I've been like said something about how he's been like watching me or something. And I tried not to take it in a weird way, because I was like, well, I don't really know how else you'd say that, right? Like I don't know.
What would be weird about that question? It sounds like maybe he's just noticing. Well, maybe he does something fucked up, but that on its face isn't really weird. To be like, I noticed you've been feeling weird lately. It's not really weird. It's just like almost human to notice behavior like that.
So I like try not to overthink it because I was trying to listen to him. He invited me to talk about what happened with Don because he didn't know the full story.
Okay.
If at least according to him, if he did, somebody else had told him, and he wanted to know my version. I really don't know. We went from the kitchen outside the kitchen to the living room and sat on the couch Dawn was sleeping on. And okay, so my reference of Jim is that this is
I'm assuming he wasn't sleeping on it at that very moment. It was just that he happened to be sleeping on it. And she made a remark before about how she smells him, and like that smell probably upsets her, right? Doesn't mean he smells bad. It just means he smells like he raped her, right? Because that's apparently what he had done. And so, right, like allegedly, but you know, I mean, well, I guess we'll find out more specifics. But makes sense, you know, that would be triggering for her.
silly guy. So when he like sits down on the couch next to me and then lays down and stretches out, I'm like, he's just being silly.
Okay, I see where this is
So
going.
I tell him the whole story. I tell him everything that happened, you know, up until then. I'm pretty sure I even said about that Don was there at the office and all that, just because he came to me asking why I looked upset a lot. So of course that's all the reasons. When he heard my story, he was like, man, I'm so sorry. And then proceeded to like start flirting with me, like right after. And like, this is when I realized,
Jesus
because
Christ.
I was doing
What
most
the
of the
fuck?
talking, that after I was done with the story and he started talking, like
So you were assaulted? Well, I wouldn't do that to you. Is that like the riz he's laying on her? Okay.
started saying flirty things, and like he started putting me in a headlock that I was like, oh, he's drunk. And
Like a
pretty much
flirtatious
right after I
headlock.
realized that, he started kissing me. If you've ever seen a picture of Jim, he's a really tall guy.
Sure.
It was not even in my brain to be like, get this guy off of me, or like, not get this guy off of me. Yes, I didn't want to kiss him. Because to me, this guy I am not that close friends with. Like, we are just from the same place. And, like, I thought he wanted to, like, get to know me better. Listens to my sexual assault story and then makes out with me. Like, at this rate, I'm just kind of stun locked. I had no idea what he's doing. I don't know if there's even any other people in the place. I think there was 2 other people. I think Matt and Rav were still there. So he, like, gets up at some point after, like, putting me in a chokehold a few more times and kissing. He only kissed me a couple times, but he put me in a chokehold for a while, and it was very uncomfortable. He, like,
I'm assuming, because she's mentioned before that it was like a flirtatious chokehold. I know that sounds weird. I'm just saying I don't think that he was trying to assault her in that chokehold. It seems that the advancement wasn't wanted. I'm just like fucking a little flabbergasted.
like gets up and then goes to the office and he's like, come here. I don't even remember thinking anything. I was literally just like confused. And because when he said that, he was in the office, but he was in the closet. And when I came over to him, because I was like, why in my head I'm thinking, why is this guy just went to the office closet? Like
What?
the office where like everybody has their computers and there's like a coat closet and you just go in there and stand in the doorway and give me a kiss again. Like I didn't even have like a reaction. I just didn't know what the fuck that was. And then after that, I was like, do you like me or something? Because I genuinely just so like, it came out of nowhere. Like I said, I just told him about being assaulted and he does this. And his answer is, I think you're cute. It is so
This story is weird because this guy's obviously gross because he just heard her sexual assault story and then was trying to sleep with her. But my question is, like, why did she follow him to the room after the kissing and stuff if she didn't want... Like, I'm not saying she wanted it. I mean, I guess she wasn't in a state of fear, but she was... I'm just so confused. Like, what if a drunk person started kissing you? I don't know, I'd stop him? Because it doesn't sound like she stopped him. It doesn't make it right. It's still... Like, she froze... I mean, she didn't freeze and then walk into the thing. It sounds like she's like, oh, I was curious. It's just bizarre. I get freezing on the couch, but then, like, come here, okay, and then going into there. I mean, maybe she's afraid. Kind of just... Ew, what? What do you mean, ew, what? It seems bizarre to me. Like, why did she follow him into the office? That's the only thing that I'm confused about.
fucking weird. I still to this day can't like. The only thing I can do is be like, he was drunk, but why would you do that right after? Like, even if you like planned on doing that, why would you do that then? I don't know. Things have been getting so weird over the course of AX. Because I realized that I was losing contact with Matt and Ryan. At this point, Jim had been living with Matt for a few months now and was staying in, ironically, the room I got assaulted in, but the old room I used to stay in all the time. That night, I went with Matt and Jim back to Matt's place, and we all went to his living room. He has 3 couches, and we're all sitting on one.
I gotta start writing down names. Matt's the guy that got drunk and kissed her, right? No, that's not Matt. I'm fucking dumb as shit. What's that guy's name? I gotta start writing down names when I do these things, because I'm so bad with names, like even in the real world.
Each by ourselves. And Jim essentially immediately went to sleep. I have a picture of it.
Is it Jim?
Jim just immediately fell asleep as soon as we got there.
I assume Jim is the big guy, the
After
tall
Jim
guy?
fell asleep, it was just me and Matt. And this is like the first time we had gotten to talk one-on-one since the phone call that I made to him. So we
And
catch
Matt
up
was
a little
the
bit.
asshole
To my
in the
knowledge,
phone
I don't
call,
think we
right?
talked about Don at all. But one thing that did come up was Matt offered to pay for me to live somewhere, like down payment plus several months, which if you're in LA, if you know anything about the housing market in LA, is an exorbitant amount of money. Jim's asleep next to us, just me and him in his living room, and he says this. Most freaked out I think I've ever been by him, aside from the phone call, obviously. I immediately said no. At this point, I didn't fully distrust him. I just had a gut feeling that no one gives you that amount of money for no reason without something to gain from it. It felt like a bribe. That's at least like, I don't know, the way he was saying it, that's at least like 10K. And like, regardless of how much it means to him or not, I didn't want it. I felt like weirded out that he did that. He was saying this so I could live alone in LA, like specifically apartment money for me to live alone.
Well, I want to know what his motivations are because I'd question them too. But like, is she trying to suggest it was almost like, hey, don't talk about Don or something? Is that?
It was very weird. I turned him down, and
Okay.
you know, we ended whatever conversation we were having, and I went to sleep and went back to the office that next day and packed to go to Nashville. I went to Nashville on the 6th, I think. My mom's birthday is the 7th of July, and my mom is, not to out her, but she's like 60.
Jim has an apology video. What is that?
5 almost. So I don't get along with my mom the best, but I still wanted to go see her for her birthday. And plus, like, me and Rav at this point had been going to meet realtors every however many other days, but we didn't have like most of our stuff to actually move in, and 2, we were Ubering everywhere. So a lot of the money that could have went to actually securing a place to stay went to getting an Uber, to getting Ubers, like hundreds of dollars in Ubers, just living in LA, doing life and moving.
Does LA not have like a subway or something? Add Jim's video. Which one is Jim again? Just educate me. I'm so fucking bad with names.
Stuff. So we had a plan to go to Gatlinburg, the Smoky Mountains,
Will you send it to me on Instagram?
For my mom's birthday. Go there. We're in the middle of our trip, and I think about day 3 or 4, Rav's partner, we find out, had attempted to take her own life. And
Okay.
Rav's context, his backstory, is that he's from the UK. He had just moved and done tour and was just going to move to LA. He'd just gotten divorced, but they were still close. They weren't even like finalized. They had just started the paperwork. They were just separated basically. And when that happened, it broke Rav. Like, it went from him consoling me to what was wrong with me to me consoling him, because he was so destroyed from that we like had to take turns carrying each other's weight essentially, instead of sharing mine, which was kind of our overarching situation. Like, my situation was why his was the way it was, you know what I mean? There was only so much I could do besides distract him, and that was the most effective thing to do. There was nothing he could do physically. He wasn't in the UK to like go see her or, you know, do anything to help. So he's kind of just sitting here having to wait on the phone for a call to hear if she's okay, because she was in the hospital for a while after this.
Okay.
Like, she didn't come out just like, oh, you know, it didn't work out. It was like she had to recover physically. And it was like a rough process. So he gets that, like that event happens to him while we're out. And when we get back from the Smokies, I was trying to fuel positivity into the move because of all the negative things that were happening, which spawned the idea of getting a car, because we were spending so much money, all the extra money. It would have been so much better to just have the car instead of wait and pay extra every ride. It was making us late to appointments to go see places. It was making places off limits because they're too far of an Uber. So buying a car was the next step to just be like, oh yes, we have independence. We can like get out of the office faster, right? So when we get back to town, we get on our shit, we put a down payment on a car. I throw a lot of my stuff, my computer, pretty much all my work stuff in the car. And we took the next week or 2 driving back. After what happened to Rav and what had been happening to me, I thought it would have been a good idea to go the longer way, just because of all the things that were going on. The visual stimulation, we had been gaining so much from it already from having driven around in LA, that I thought that driving through the US, I've done it before, but never that way until then, that the both of us could get something out of it. And we did. It just took longer because that road is treacherous. So the other way in like Utah, for example, there's a stretch of road for about 230 miles that has no gas, just to go to show the difference in the kind of drive it is. And I wouldn't personally have taken it back for the world, because I don't know what I would have gained from having been there that much faster, considering what happened or how things went down. But towards the end, I was getting texts like, or when do you guys think you're going to be back? Which I found odd, because at this point, I'd only been there 2 weeks. Yeah, just barely over 2 weeks. And you know, I was going to get my stuff. One of the things was that I noticed when we were gone is that we stopped getting asked as many questions. It was mostly just about where we were so they could know when we would be gone.
So these two decided to take like a scenic tour, road trip, and then their friends were like, "Hey, where are you?" I mean, what's bizarre? I get what they're doing. They're going for a little road trip. Like, they're just chilling. I understand. My wife likes those. Like, I get it. My question is, why are they? It seems like she's almost like confused about why they would ask that. Why would you ask about it? Like, why wouldn't they ask about that? You know what I mean? Like, they're just like, where the fuck are you? You know?
Or
Yeah,
when
I'm a little lost too. It seems like there's a lot of very irrelevant information in this entire thing, in general.
we'd be back to be gone fast, right? So, and when we were out, I would take pictures, and those pictures ended up surprisingly popping off and making me the money I was making last summer, because I couldn't at the Super Megaplex do regular work. Like, I can't set up a photo set station for myself and like take photos in clothes that I wouldn't feel comfortable wearing around the guys at the office, for example. So me getting like a desk or making a workspace just wasn't an option. And I didn't know that until after I got there. And like after I'd been there a bit, you know, the birthday stuff happened, AX is about to come up, and I start realizing, like, how am I going to get work done? I don't have a place to work. My brain's broken, so it's making it harder to think about shit, and just in general. Not that that's an excuse, it just is just the facts of, like, what is going on with me at that time. I'm, like, brainstorming all the time on, like, what to do, and the easiest thing I can think of is just to not be at the office. The office is dirty. I'm often cleaning up maggot-infested pizza boxes. I'm doing stuff that maids get paid to do on my free time that I'm not working. So I'm paying to do it, technically. It was not a place that you could work at. It was only a place you could sleep at. And every time I was gone...
I mean, it doesn't sound like a place you could sleep at either. There's fucking maggots everywhere. I find it a little hard to believe, but maybe it is true. Maggots? I mean, that goes off. I mean, my wife is more cleanly than I am, but I mean, fucking maggots. I mean... drawing the line there, so.
And made plans. It was strategic. It was like, all right, while we're here, we're going to do this, that, and this, and I'm going to take pictures here, this, and here. Everything was so meticulously planned except for the locations because I just stumbled upon them. So I would just wear a maid outfit all day, drive around, find a spot, and that would be how I'd make money, is take a picture of wherever I would end up traveling to.
Okay, I'm a little lost. So, is she referring to her not safe for work Patreon? Like, is she saying she was selling porn? I mean, it doesn't matter what she was doing. It doesn't speak against her. But is that what she's saying? She would wear a maid outfit and then take pictures at places? Okay. God bless. All right. That's interesting. Cool.
And I was just getting lucky. But there was 3 times we were gone. 2 weeks for my mom's birthday. So that was, I think, a 4 or 5 day trip to Gatlinburg, plus the day before to travel there. And then the rest of the time was traveling back. So maybe like at most 7 days of travel during what was one of the hottest summers ever last year. Didn't even include in those figures buying the car. I think we spent 2 days on that, trying to find the car and then buying it, which I could have spent more time on it because I ended up getting a car that needed a $4,000.
I'm still like curious as to why he offered to put her up in a hotel or in an apartment. It sounded like, you know, I don't know, the way she made it, I don't know. I mean, maybe he was trying to be nice. I don't really know.
Prepare when I got back to LA. So I suffered because of having to rush from...
I don't know what her profession is. She mentioned that she did like a not safe for work Patreon, I believe, earlier. So I'm assuming it has to do with that.
Knowing I was going to be asked, instead of them just either giving me a date to leave by or asking me like, do you know when you can be there when I got back to LA? So I suffered because of having to rush. The car. I think we spent 2 days on that, trying to ever last year. Didn't even include in those figures buying the car. I think we spent 2 days on that, trying to find the car and then buying it, which I could have spent more time on it because I ended up getting a car that needed a $4,000 repair when I got back to LA. So I suffered because of having to rush from knowing I was going to be asked, instead of them just either giving me a date to leave by or asking me like, do you know when you can be gone by? Instead, they would just say, you guys on a vacation again? Insinuating that we're doing it only for fun. It was...
Well... the timeline is very confusing, but they did just go on a whole entire scenic run. So it makes sense for them to say stuff like that. I get that. But okay.
It's never like, maybe they don't...
She said she does art as well. Oh, maybe that... I mean, when she said I put a maid outfit on and took a picture here, you know, it sounds like it might be sexual. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying.
Want to be around us or something.
What happened to her car? I don't know. Maybe she drove it across America, so it fucking shit itself because, you know, it's a lot of stress on a car.
Thing. It was always an us problem, and I think that's why I still gaslight myself about everything. After we get back...
wait, what?
Something. It was that we're doing it only for fun. It was never like, maybe they don't want to be around us or something. It was always an us problem, and I think that's why I still gaslight myself about everything.
Is that what you're saying? You didn't want to be around them? I'm very confused about what the point is that she's trying to make here. I don't get it. It sounds like she would go on regular road trips, and they were like, well, what's up?
After we get back from the Smokies, I think we were back for a week or two. I want to say a week and a half. And then it gets to the point where Rav, I'm so scared for his depression because he's still so broken about his ex attempting to take her life that I like wake up and go to sleep worried that he's not gonna be there. He's not like he's just gonna like walk off somewhere and I'm not gonna see him, because that's the kind of stuff he was like talking about, because he felt so awful. And when someone's that suicidal, it's scary, and like it's hard to think about other stuff. Like we got back and he told the boys, and they all were like, "I'm so sorry, man." And after that, anytime it was brought up, it was like it just kind of felt like he was being dramatic. It just kind of felt like this again. It was hard not to.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I'm getting a little. I'm not skeptical of her original story, but I'm skeptical of like her framing on some things. But here's the reality: is this guy? It sounds like there's like a horrible thing that happened. I believe his like ex or something, and very complicated. And that's sad. The thing is, though, like I understand. Listen, man, and it's a harsh thing to say, but your mental health problems aren't everybody else's like concern. You know. And so, like, if you're a friend, you're like, hey, man, like, I'm feeling really bad because my ex did, oh, that's really sucks. And then you keep bringing it up. Like, I get it. You know, you need to talk it out. But sometimes, like, people can't be available for those really heavy conversations, especially with that kind of thing. Like, that can be triggering for them in some capacity. That could just be a lot. You know, like, sometimes I get why they wouldn't want to keep engaging with it. It could be upsetting to them, too. Like, that's unfortunate. You know, it's a friend who will continuously have those conversations about that stuff are like really good friends, but I wouldn't necessarily put that on everybody to have to constantly engage with like your really, you know, depressive, destructive thoughts. So for them to be like, yeah, man, this is if they did give the idea that like this is a lot, like, yeah, that's a lot to talk about. Somebody, like, what if they didn't want to talk about it because they didn't want to say the wrong thing? You know, it's. You know, it's upsetting, but there's no bad guy in that situation. The friends aren't bad people if they don't necessarily want to engage with that. That's a lot to engage with, man. You know, like, I get it. You don't want to say the wrong thing sometimes. You know, you don't want to be a contributor to the potentially them harming themselves. I get that.
Stay out of the office after realizing that our lives were becoming increasingly more difficult, and every time anyone at the office found out, they pulled further away. It made us feel like it was our faults and that we had something to fix, and we were trying to fix.
I mean, it sounds like you guys went on regular road trips and you guys were being like professional, and like you had a lot going on, and like that's not everybody has the ability to deal with that kind of shit. It's a lot. So I mean, it sounded like she was trying to make the argument that they disconnected from her because of the Don thing. It sounds like they just kind of stopped vibing, man. I don't know what to say.
To the best of our ability, because we didn't want to be there. No one wants to stay in their car all the time. No one wants to be willingly living in their car all the time if they don't have to do that.
Yeah, sure.
Not when I already have half my stuff at a house and have brought over more from the other half of the United States. Like, that shows an intention, right? But it just feels like the whole time, anytime I was gone out of town too long, it was just a statement towards me being lazy. Me and Rav being lazy. Instead of it being like, I don't know, just literally anything. Asking a question and talking to people like friends. That didn't happen. So, you know, I get this car and I get back to town and I'm still getting ignored. So that doesn't help Rav either. So I came up with the idea about a week and a half after the Smokies that we should go to some mountains in NorCal about 5 hours north. It was, I think, a 3-day trip.
This is interesting. So you guys are constantly gone and you're the ones disconnecting from your friends, and then you're getting mad at them for disconnecting from you, I guess. And now you're going to go disconnect from your friends more. Like, it doesn't really make sense to me. I don't know. Like, it makes sense. People move on and change and stuff. But it sounds like she's trying to put the blame on them when it seems like there's blame all around.
We had already like taken a blow to our finances at this point, and it was just to get out, to get fresh air, to see a mountain, to drive around, to get out the Plex as usual, but also to distract ourselves from what was going on, and for Rav to distract himself for what was going on for him back at home. So I don't feel bad for doing that. I didn't have to worry about Rav wanting to die. I think that's worth anything for anyone, but it was still always just that we're lazy. It was never like, is he okay?
Well, what is the laziness part? Like, why would they say that it's lazy? I don't understand her framing. Like, she has a very negative framing on something that seems completely understandable on both sides. They're just not congruent. And that happens all the time. There are people who just, like, aren't congruent. It just doesn't mean either of them are bad. Like, from their perspective, like, I don't know what their perspective is, and I don't know if she can accurately give it. Like, were they concerned because they wanted to get more work done and they were constantly leaving and they felt like that was kind of lazy? Like, were they concerned? They just felt like, oh, these guys are constantly going on vacation. Like, that's a very entitled thing to do. Like, you know, where does the laziness element come into it? well, what's that assignment about? Right? I mean, it sounds like you guys are trying to disconnect, which is cool. I get it. And then like your friends are trying to get work done, and that's cool, and I get that too. And you guys just aren't striking a vibe. Right?
Are you guys okay? Even if they were like disappointed in us, they still could have always came up to us and had like a heart-to-heart conversation and just had every chance to and never did and refused to, if anything.
So why didn't you do it to them? Like, seriously, because listen, it sounds like not everything went perfectly with Don, but it sounds like they fired him, and then they fired him, and it sounds like they kept him living there because they literally legally owed him money and didn't know what to do. So I get that, right? Like, it's still not perfect, but they fired him. Like, they said, hey, this guy assaulted us, and they fired him. There was this idea that maybe they didn't want her to come forward and talk about it because they didn't want to ruin their brand, but I'm not even necessarily getting that vibe. I don't know if that's necessarily true. I don't know. Not most people don't necessarily want to, like, I don't think it would hurt their brand for them to fire somebody who is a rapist. I'm just like I'm not understand. Like, I don't get the rest of this. Like, why is there blame on the? Maybe I have to keep listening. Thank you so much, Trey, for the 5-month membership. Love the videos. They make my workday go by. Thank you. I appreciate that, brother.
We were where they worked every day, and they still didn't decide to walk across the house to talk to us about anything important, and just...
Well, why didn't you talk to them? Like, it sounds like maybe you guys were just like, listen, it sounds like two people with a lot of trauma that are struggling to connect with people that don't have trauma. And I get that. You know what I mean? It's hard. Like, it's, that trauma changes you, man. It sounds like she has multiple assault traumas. They seem real and valid, and this other guy has something going on if he's, when he's struggling with his life. But I'm not understanding. It just sounds like they're disconnecting, and they just people just aren't really. They're just not connecting anymore. It doesn't sound like anybody's doing anything wrong.
Left it up to Leighton and Jim. Mostly Jim, because Jim wasn't friends enough with us to take our sides on anything. Leighton would have and had said things in our favor against theirs, and I think that upset them. And it was around this same time, aside from the Creator Clash thing, that they really started to ice them. Around the same time they started to ice us. We get back from the mountains and no one talks to us. We are basically statues in the backgrounds of the house. And not that
something else is going on for them not to talk. I just feel like there's more going on. Not even something that makes them guilty of something, but something that justifies or makes sense as to why nobody's really talking to them. Like, there has to be something else going on.
I expect people to like come chat us up all the time, but it's obvious when you're getting ignored. Anyone knows what that looks like. So we become painfully aware that we're being ignored and just still trying to do our normal thing. I'm doing work around town, like just driving around. We're only in town for about another 2 weeks before we get a message from Rav's, what do you want to call him? Co-rapper, that he's going to be in Seattle, and that he wanted to work with him because they had music to put out and music to like make together. So since Rav had been going with me all these places to do my work, I was like, yeah, I'll drive. Let's go. It's not that far. And it's like work. Like, Matt and Ryan know the guy that we were going to meet. Matt's gone on tour with him before. They found out about our plans to go to Seattle for work and put Jim in a group chat with us to get Jim to ask us, quote, like, going on another vacation? When are you guys going to be back? At this point, this is they start...
Seems reasonable. Like, it sounds like you're all in some kind of a work engagement. So maybe that's why they're asking?
Calling them vacations.
Right? Or...
I felt as if, like, the things that I knew they saw in my...
Well, they are No, are they not vacations? Like, am I a silly goose right now? They're not vacations? I don't get it. I don't really understand. It seems like they're vacations. They're going to vacation spots to hang out. Maybe they're making content at vacation spots, but like when I go to like, Disney and stuff, just because I make work out of it by doing vlog content doesn't mean it's not a vacation. But
my timeline were clearly just being ignored because, like, I was obviously doing work. Even if you can't see Rav's music that he's making because it hasn't been released yet, I've been doing stuff. Every day on my timeline last year, you see me and I'm posting in a different state, getting like tens of thousands of likes, hundreds of thousands of likes. I'm not even trying to gloat. It was like amazing. That was the only thing at that time that I was excited about, because everything else in my life was going to shit. And when I was sad, I couldn't even like post why I couldn't work when people asked me, because at this point, everyone had involved themselves so much that how would I say something without sounding like I'm trying to call them out now? I refuse at that time to believe that now those stories are just intrinsically linked. I know that now, but it took me at least half a year to digest the fact that if I wanted to ever talk about it, I'd have to talk about both of them now, because they both refused to talk to me when I was staying at their workplace that they visited all the time, or even just text or like call and meet up. I think it took me a long time to realize it wasn't working, because
I don't understand the criticism here. Like, why are they bad people? I don't listen. I don't know if they're working with them or not, or what, or I don't understand. Like, I don't understand the criticism on them. Like, what did these SuperMega guys do that was so bad? I just don't understand her issue with them, because you're going on a lot of vacations, and like, it's cool that you're posting Instagram stuff and you're making money, and or that doesn't mean you're not going on vacation. It sounds like you're disconnecting from your own friends and like, what the fuck's going on? And maybe they're not the most emotionally intelligent. I just don't see what's going on, like how they're super bad people. Like, this is lost on me. I don't get it.
Couldn't understand the concept of being so disrespected by someone that you're friends with. Like, all of a sudden, to this person, we're like people that aren't even worth talking to. Like, it's just too much. It's too much now.
You're the one disappearing. Okay,
like,
whatever.
I know they can't handle confrontation, but I guess I always expected them to at least just talk to me as a friend. But that's when I had to realize they stopped being my friend, when I told them what happened. When Matt told me that SuperMega was his magnum opus after.
I don't think that she can make that claim. That doesn't sound at all to me like what's going on at all. That's like a ridiculous nonsense claim. I understand she feels like that, and I'm sure she does feel like that, but it's just not the correct feeling. That based on what she said, that's not at all what's happening. She's trying to make it seem like once she started talking about her sexual assault, that they didn't want to be friends with her anymore. That doesn't sound at all like what happened. It sounded like they fired the guy who assaulted her, allegedly, but it seems like everybody agrees that it happened. And then you guys were, you and another person that were like trauma bonded, and that's fine. Like, started like hanging out and going on like a lot of vacations, and they just didn't know how to relate to you anymore, and you guys grew apart. I'm confused. I don't understand the issue here. It doesn't seem like anybody at SuperMega really did anything wrong. I don't get it.
After I told him I got assaulted, and how technically Don's not an employee, so we don't have to do anything. I'm not completely.
They fired. What are you talking about? You showed us a message that said that they fired the guy. I don't understand what you're saying.
Happy with.
What are they gonna do? Kill him? Like,
how I handled myself last summer.
I'm so confused.
Matt told me that SuperMega was his magnum opus after I told him I got assaulted, and how technically Don's not an employee, so we don't have to do anything.
They fired. Did they? I swear to God, we read a fucking message that said that they fired this guy, and he didn't understand why he was fired. And then they had him back at the house for a day because they apparently hadn't paid him. I'm not saying it's appropriate behavior. They shouldn't have given a shit. But it doesn't. I don't. She was also staying in their office and was wondering when she would find a place while going on these Oh, is that what it was? If that is what's happening, I don't really know. But if they just wanted to get the fuck out of the office and not live there, like, that's also fine too. Like, is that why they're like, yo, can you get the fuck out of here? Like, we don't want you to live here. It seems like this is just a bizarre story. I don't see, like, these guys don't seem like horrible people. I mean, I'm fucking confused.
I'm not completely happy with how I handled myself last summer, because I was out of it. And honestly, I think I needed someone to talk to me and be like, hey, you good? It doesn't seem like you're doing well. Outside of like saying that, then making out with me. Well, when Jim put himself in a group chat with me and Rav and asked that, we basically just saw ourselves out, because we were so beaten down, and like we really both thought that them knowing what we were going to Seattle for, since they knew who, they knew why, they knew what, it was for work, couldn't be any more work than it possibly was. And this was the straw that broke the camel's back, like the most work trip visit we've taken so far. It was just defeating to get a message like that, I think. So we just offered our...
What's the message? Like, what? I don't understand. Yeah, it's okay. So she was apparently living there. That sounds like if she's living there for months rent free, like, they're probably just like, yo, you got to get the fuck out. Like, I mean, Like, that makes sense to me. But you're constantly going on vacations. You're making all this money. So what's the holdup? You know, it makes sense. How are they bad people? I don't understand. How are people saying they're horrible? Like, they could have acted better in some ways, but overall, they seem to be just fine. Holy shit.
Ourselves to just leave. Because we had a feeling that it was going to happen anyway. I can only speak for myself, but the fear of being kicked out without a date was freaking me out because there's no date. No one was saying a date. No one was like, you got to be here by, or you got to be out here by then. I remember.
Oh, bro, stop. What? This woman is fucking crazy. Fuck. Like, how? Listen, what at this point, what the fuck is she on about? I was afraid because we didn't know what date we were going to get kicked out. How are you blaming them for being nice to you? Yeah, they didn't give us a specific date to move out. They just wanted us to move out whenever we could. How are you framing that like they're fucking bad people? This woman is fucking... She's kind of a shitty person. And what happened to her, it's not, like, that doesn't mean, like, that's nothing to do with what happened to her. But outside of that, like, these people were your friends, and you were taking advantage of them. And they were getting annoyed because you kept leaving the state instead of, like, getting out of the fucking house. Like, it makes perfect sense. What is happening here? What the fuck is she on about? There's no way. This is so dishonestly framed. Like, she's trying to cancel these guys. For what?
Remember, there was a time frame of like the middle of August, but we had plans to be back by then. So if things had gone correctly, we get back from Seattle, grab our stuff, and we can peacefully fuck off because we...
Did they know of these plans, or did you just make them with your friend without saying anything?
Would have had time to plan it. Oh, sorry. Sorry to mention. It was Jim and I in the group chat, Rav, and Matt. Matt said nothing, just was supervising. Just didn't say anything.
Okay.
Yo, just heard y'all were taking another vacation. Wonder if there are any updates on the expected move-out date? Hope the search has been going good.
It sounds like they're being really nice about you getting the fuck out of their house. What the fuck?
This whole time, Jim had been...
Bro, she's taking advantage of her friends. They kicked me out. They didn't want to be my friend because I was sexually assaulted by their friend that they fired. No, they don't want to be your friend because you were taking advantage of them by not moving out of the house after that was one of the plans for you to eventually move out of the house. It's not really a hot take. Okay.
Showing us places and being like, this is cool, you should sign up for here. And then when...
Wait, what?
Jim had been showing us places and being like, this is cool, you should sign up for here. And then when we didn't manage to land a place, because if you've been in LA and tried to move into a place with someone else, it's very expensive and very hard. And
that's not the issue, though. This is the problem. It's like, this is the thing. There's no charity here of like, well, it's really hard to move. You guys have been constantly going on fucking vacation. It doesn't matter if it's a work trip. You know that you're not supposed to be there. And even if you're not there, your stuff being there is you moved in. That means that you are there. Legally, okay? What are you talking about? You were constantly gone. It's not like, oh, we've tried 4 different places, or hey, we've been really trying. If I almost can guarantee, based on this situation, if they didn't go on all these different work trips, like vacations, which is what they were, and they had like mobile jobs that made them a lot of money, so they could justify going on the vacation, right? If they were like constantly looking and couldn't find anything, they probably wouldn't have had this problem. It probably would have been like, oh yeah, I know you've been looking. But instead, they are not doing that. So that's where this issue's coming up.
There's just LA realtors aren't good. We had a lot of problems. They weren't showing up. They would say they had a meeting time of like this to this, and you'd go there and no one was there.
Okay.
They'd be late
Okay.
because they already got sold and you didn't know until you get there. That was most of those. Is just like finding out that the place was already like taken or
So move somewhere else. I mean, I don't know. It sounds like you don't need to live in anywhere static.
It's just not what the pictures said at all, and like we were trying to get scammed basically, but none of that was like conversations to be had, right? It was just about
no, because you were constantly on fucking vacation. What conversation are they supposed to have with people who are not taking it seriously, that they've been taking advantage of their friends? Oh my god.
Make sure you guys get out soon. They only wanted really updates of when we'd leave so they'd feel better. But no words were said to us by Matt and Ryan. I must reiterate this. Matt and Ryan were avoiding us ever since we got back.
I would too. I would avoid the fuck out of you. What do you mean? Why are they bad for that? You're taking advantage of them. What the fuck are you talking about? Of course they're avoiding you.
From the Smokies, they had purposely not hung out with us. The only time
Okay.
they really did is if they wanted to smoke weed, because they knew that since we hung out in the garage all the time, like delinquents, to stay out of their way, and we're out there smoking weed and getting bit by mosquitoes all the time, we would probably have weed with us, so we were useful for that. Sorry, I'm crazy. It also has Ryan in it. I didn't even notice. It's been so long, I memory
Okay, who cares?
that. Sorry, I'm crazy. It also has Ryan
You just heard y'all were talking another vacation. Okay, who cares?
in it. I didn't even notice. It's been so
Whatever.
long, I memory hold it. Oh yeah, this is after the whole saga where
Hold on, she what?
I didn't even notice. It's been so long, I memory hold it.
What the hell's memory holded? What does that mean? Is this another like self-diagnosed term?
Oh yeah, this is after the whole saga where our car breaks down after we got back in town. Had to
Okay,
stay
so
in
you
Orange
probably-
County at a friend's house until it got
Okay.
fixed. People didn't know how to fix it, so the labor costs kept going up. Cost about $4K
Go to a fucking mechanic.
to get it fixed. Drive it back to the Plex, but before we drive it back to the Plex, since we didn't have
So
a
you went on another vacation road trip with a car that wasn't able to handle it, and then your car got fucked, and you want to blame everybody else for your I don't know. I don't know, man. I just guess I grew up in the real world, and it's like you're what? What the fuck is happening here? I don't understand.
car, we were Ubering again, and Rav's phone fell out while he was getting out of an Uber. Noticed it right after
sad.
the Uber left. Tried calling, never got an answer back from it. So he lost his phone that day. So when they
Okay.
message us, this is
Did you also?
the day before we got robbed. It's August 9th. Rav has no phone, and they're asking
Okay.
us about a move-out date. So
Okay.
I say, Rav can't see this, blah, blah, blah. Anyway.
Weren't you with Rav? He can can he see your phone?
Here's Rav's response. Yeah, like poking fun at the fucking vacation comment.
I guess I'll read your comment from Rav.
Blah, blah, blah.
Oh man, I meant to test, hoping Rav would see it. I don't know how to do that. Yo, vacation LMAO. Who said anything about vacation? On the home front, unfortunately, ran some setbacks last week. Yes, you may already know. I lost my debit card and my phone the same day. Left it in the car, Orange County, a few days to get repaired. Emergency thing. Sucks. It had to happen a couple of towns away. LMAO, which was dead ass the worst. I mean, like, it's one of those things where all these series of events could be happening and they could be the victim of them all, but like there's just so many events that are so out of their control as to why they can't move out of the fucking house that they're living in rent free. I just why wouldn't they tune out? Like I don't understand.
Anyway, here's Rav's
Okay.
response. Yeah, like poking fun at the fucking vacation comment. Oh yeah, he
Okay.
lost his debit card
Okay.
and his phone. Forgot about that. Yeah, when this
Wow,
happened,
so
we
sad.
just weren't
You forgot about it? You just
able to
you
house
just
hunt
mentioned it.
because we were set back so far. Prior to that, we checked a bunch of places. Just haven't come across anything that ticks all the boxes. Once we're coming back from my short business trip.
Okay, who cares? Hey, we're looking to move out. It's been however many months. We just haven't found the perfect fit. Not about the perfect fit. It's time to grow up. You don't get to move exactly where you want to go. I live in that house that is poorly insulated. Okay, they get hornets every year. There's fucking cockroaches, like these weird German cockroaches, or crickets they're called, that kind of just hang out sometimes. It's not like there's sometimes like some fucking spiders and ants get in because it's not insulated. I mean, like, okay, but it's a house and I pay for it and I'm happy to have a space. It sounds like it wasn't the perfect place. What's really being said is like, you guys, you guys have been too nice to us, so we haven't really felt the fire under our ass in any real capacity. Because you're not really telling us to, like, you're annoying us, but that's all it is. You're just a nuisance. And since we're brats that don't know how to be responsible, since all you're going to do is keep harassing us or keep bothering about us about it, justifiably, I might add, but you're not actually going to do anything. We're not going to do anything either. We're not respectful of your space, so we're just going to take as long as we want to find the perfect apartment. It's got to be 5 minutes from the fucking local Starbucks. It's got to have 2 bedrooms and 1.5 baths. It's got to have a pool in it. It's got to have... Bro, get a fucking apartment and move out. Find something clean. You're driving fucking... You're driving across the country every other fucking day. Move an hour away. Clearly you love driving.
Visiting places. We're hoping to lock something in before the trip, but the car in my shitty pants pockets because they had other plans. This reminded me the 4th when I went to Matt's with Jim and Matt, Jim was offering me to stay at the place that they're gonna rent, and instead of it being me, I think they got tired of me.
I would
because
too.
That's the only time I ever mentioned it the night before.
I would have too.
That I also got offered a place to stay by myself. Jim just got like 2 other SuperMega people to stay with him. One of which was a girl that Matt cheated on his girlfriend with.
I don't care.
His ex-girlfriend looked like whenever he would go see her was just him hanging out with Jim. Matt's ex that knew Jim first.
This comes off like she's trying to cancel these guys, and they didn't do anything wrong. What did they do wrong? They fired the guy that assaulted her, and was the right thing to do. And then they let her stay there rent free for a long time. She kept going on vacations and taking advantage of them. How are they the bad guys? How does anybody think that they're the bad guys? I don't understand.
First got betrayed by Jim, and everybody pretty much knew except for her what was going on. So at this point in the story, it's August. The day after this conversation takes place, we get robbed. I have no photos of that because as soon as I woke up and saw the car was empty of stuff.
Why the fuck would you have photos of you getting robbed? What does that even mean? Why would you even make that point? What the fuck are you talking about? Okay, whatever. I don't know why I'm like questioning the story.
I just screamed as loud as possible, called the cops, no reason, they could not help, and then just cried a bunch, and then made a post about it, which apparently was laughed at.
I don't know, dude. I don't know if I even believe that these things happen to her, to be honest with you. There's too many convenient stories about how she's losing her phones and her credit cards, and her car keeps breaking down, and then she got robbed, and I don't even believe those things happened. I believe she was assaulted. I want to be very clear. We're separating this situation from the assault. But she just has an excuse for every bit of her bad behavior. She's a child. She's engaging in bad behavior, and she's just justifying it. Like, there's not really much going on here.
By the guys at the office. That day that I got robbed and I posted about it, no one that I knew in LA messaged me. No one. Actually, I think Matt's ex messaged me. If anyone messaged me, it was her. The only person out of the SuperMega people that messaged Rav was Jim, and he just sent him a slanty face. He sent him this.
Yeah, I would too. I would be massively skeptical as to if anything what you were saying was even as honest at this point. Like, it might have happened, but it is surprising to me how unlucky you are. So I'd struggle to believe anything that you guys say, because you always have an excuse for why you don't have to do the right thing and stop taking advantage of your friends.
As like a reply to his Instagram story saying we got robbed. I literally never would expect money, shelter, anything, but at least
well, you did, because you still living at their house rent free. So
to like reach out as a friend and be like, "You good?" I literally was there when he found out Jackson stole a shit ton of money from him, and I was constantly asking him, "What's wrong? Are you good? You okay?" Only like once or twice I think did he actually say like, "Yeah, this is upsetting me." But it was like hard fought. It was like I got weirded out that he couldn't be serious. I guess I shouldn't have expected him to
so now he's an asshole because he wouldn't open up about getting robbed of money. Like, what? This guy can't do anything right. These guys like, oh, you got robbed? Why won't you open up to me and tell me everything? Oh, I'm just don't want to talk about it because I guess my friend robbed me and it makes me sad. Oh, but he wouldn't open up, and it was so weird that he wouldn't. It's like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with this person? What the hell is wrong with this person?
Happened with me if he couldn't do it about himself, and that was so after we go to Seattle, get robbed in Portland. On the way up, the stuff we get robbed of: laptop, iPad, work clothes, makeup, toiletries. I'm a model and an artist. Those are all the things that I need to make money in the world. So at that point, priority number 1 was no longer finding a place to live, but rebuying those things so I could make the money to get a place to live.
We're at a point now where even if these things are true, I wouldn't have any tolerance for the excuses. This is the problem. This is a problem that people engage in. This is a basically like almost not even like this is basically a boy who cried wolf scenario. She was fucking around too much trying to find a house when she was supposed to get somewhere else, and she didn't do it, and now something actually bad happened to her, and they have no patience for it. Okay. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't either. Okay.
I don't know. Not my proudest moment. Not anything anyone should ever have to go through. And it just is what it is, but the reaction to it didn't need to be the way it was, unfortunately. If anything, it made me realize, like, oh, this is real. Like, they're not fucking around. They don't care. Okay. And it was, funny enough, easier to reprioritize my plans after having something that bad happen. Some say you need to fall to rock bottom. When we get back in town, there's a group chat where essentially me, Rav, Matt, and Ryan are all going back and forth, and it's basically Matt and Ryan telling us all the things we did wrong that made them not want us there anymore. After both we got kind of kicked out, like nicely kicked out, and
Dad, surprise! That wouldn't have been nice if it was me. That's all I'll say. I don't know.
And not contacted by them after. Their next correspondence is like telling us we were dirty. We were dirty.
Probably.
The people that would spend hours cleaning up the office from when guys would order every single day often don't throw it away. They have a person come by, but it's only once a month, so you can imagine the mess that gets made.
Yeah, I guess they stole the maid outfit too, yeah.
Between the time. And it was getting blamed on us. At this point, we just had drove back into town, and we had.
I mean, it's not hard to believe. You just typecasted yourself as the stoners that always had weed. You probably were fucking filthy. Like, I mean, I don't know. Like, probably were. Maybe, oh, as a stereotype. Yep, okay. I live with somebody who smoked weed. They were fucking filthy. I don't know what to tell you. Like, is what it, okay.
Where to stay. Trying to save all of our money to rebuy our stuff ASAP. So, since I haven't...
You should have been moved out already. You should have been out of the house already. Okay?
Jeep, we just sleep in the car. I go to Santa Monica, Malibu area in between there, and just go park by the ocean because it's free. The first place we stayed outside of the Plex was like some rinky-dink hotel in Pasadena. It was like obviously like used for sex trafficking. Like it was a giant master bedroom with a hot tub, and it had
sex trafficking, giant master bedroom, hot. Okay, sex traffic. I mean, maybe, or maybe people just had casual sex there.
A corded phone with the cable cut. So we were there for like a week or two, paying like extending it day by day because we weren't finding places.
You didn't have the money to live somewhere, but you had the money to fucking live in a hotel. You know how much more expensive it is to live in a fucking hotel? What are you, shitting my balls?
I think it had been a bit, and then we get no message, so we had to kind of decide to reach out. After everything, we had to reach out to them. Rav said, boys, we are back in LA, or we came back to LA yesterday, and are staying in Pasadena for the time being. We'd love to talk with the two of you soon. Things have felt real weird between us lately from my POV, so I just want to make sure we were all good. We could drive up to y'all even today if y'all wanted to be able to make time for a conversation. Hope y'all are well. Oh, and congrats on managing to reach a settlement with Jackson. Hopefully that'll be a huge load off y'all's shoulders. This is at August 23rd, 3:14 p.m. August 24th at almost 1 p.m. Rav responds again. Boys? Matt Watson. Hey dude, sorry, we were out with Alex Ernst yesterday and have been busy filming. Things have been totally cool on our end. It's all good, man. After everything that I just told you all summer, a year, it's all good, man. So this is the kind of...
Yeah, they don't like you. And I wonder why. The fucking freeloaders. I wonder why they don't like the fucking freeloaders living at their house. Oh shit. They don't want to be your friend. Because you guys are shitty friends, man. Like honestly, separate the thing that happened at the beginning of the video. You guys are assholes. Like you guys suck. Like you guys are taking advantage of your friends, treating them like shit, and you're like, oh, they won't be our friend. Like you're entitled. You're a kid. You're an entitled baby. Like what a shame the way that you treated your friends. Like I mean, I don't even know what else to say. You're not nice. You're not a nice person.
Of things I'm saying when I say that these are the kind of people that will placate you. This is the kind of manipulation that they do.
I honestly don't even want to finish this video. She's not an honest person, and her brain is completely warped. She said, like, she's trying to make it seem like they are manipulative people for short answering them. They're not manipulative people for short answering you. They just don't like you. They just don't like you. Because you're shitty. You're a bad friend. It's not that deep. It's not this big, super fucking complicated thing. They're not manipulative. They're trying to give you the hint. But they're not trying to be too rude.
It's not, you know, I'm going to force you to do this thing. It's that I'm going to be nice and steer you in this direction of responding in this way. It's still manipulation. You're still...
They don't want to talk. They're not manipulating. You're just such a baby.
Pulling the strings. You're just trying to get me to have a certain kind of conversation with you that isn't warranted. Like, we need to talk. And you're saying...
Why? What do they need to talk about? What do they need to talk about? What is the necessity of the conversation? We need, or do you want to talk? What do you need to talk about? What is the need to talk from? We need to talk. No, I wouldn't have been your friend either, man. Like, you guys suck.
Some shit you were filming with some guy. Sorry if somebody's a fan of Alex Ernst. I don't know who that is. Cool. So you've been doing your job. So you're telling me you were too busy doing your job that I guess you don't do enough, that it's like a big deal, an excuse enough to like not say you want to meet up at a later date.
They don't want to hang out with you. What the fuck is wrong with you? You're entitled.
Because that's all we were asking, is to say, hey, can we meet up? Like,
and they were saying no.
We could even today, as like in case you've got like some time, because we want to get this done. But instead it's like, no, I got to make it a block to think about this and even get on my phone to respond to it, is basically the kind of response he gave. Nice, no worries, you're busy people. Glad to hear that you feel like everything's cool, but we have heard / seen things that at times have made us feel otherwise. I feel like a conversation would be good to have to help address any misunderstandings and or grievances that might potentially exist, regardless of how small, you know? Besides, we haven't talked in forever. Matt says, I'm not sure what you would have heard or seen otherwise. I'm sorry if anything has come across that way. We have no grievances on our end. At the time, I was mad at Rav for responding this, but now that I look back, it was just because I was scared of making them mad and scaring them off like little birds or something. But Rav was just being playful because he was trying to point out the fact that, well, Ryan hadn't even responded at this point, but Matt was totally avoiding the point of us messaging them, which is the fact that we were like, hey, can we meet up? And Matt's like, I'm doing YouTube. We're all good, man. It's all totally cool. And it's like, that's not an answer.
Yes, it is. For people that are emotionally intelligent, the answer is we don't want to talk to you or we don't like you anymore. It's like dealing with kids. And
Holy so shit. I get why Rav felt like that was his only option, because when you're around people like this all the time, you get brain broken into trying to be nice all the time. So
what are you talking about? What's the fucking brain? You get brain broken? Your brain... You're like victims of the everyday interactions this person is. Everyday interactions are just too oppressive to you. Like, what's happening?
I think this was his way of trying to be like playful and nice and bringing up a serious topic, because they're so avoidant that when you do stuff like saying, hey, can we have a conversation? They don't respond. And then when they do, it's a throwaway response that, you know, they're doing stuff they would be doing even if you hadn't messaged them. I'm doing work, guys. Congrats. Okay. So Ryan,
I'm sorry, from the people who are constantly going on work trips. We're going on work trips. You're telling them, like, what are you talking about? You always make an excuse that you're too busy to look for a fucking apartment, that you're going on work trips. Now you're gonna tell them that they're not busy. I'm not understanding. You make bullshit excuses. You go on fucking vacation and you do like fucking OnlyFans basically, which is fine. And then you're like, well, this is a work trip because I went to the Liberty Bell and I fucking put a maid outfit on there, so that makes it work. I mean, that's literally like fucking people who go to Disney and like record a video for Instagram like, I'm working today. No, you're not. You went to a place and you took pictures to make money. I've gone on vacation too and worked too. I wasn't going to work just because I can work while I was going there. This is so manipulative to me. She's such a bad person, bro. Fuck her. Oh my god.
He gets really real with it. The next day at 5 p.m. just about, they had to spend a day and a half chewing on this. The way these guys like do group chats is they all go in the office together and like play football and like make a plan and like who's doing good cop bad cop ass shit.
Okay.
Very manipulative.
Okay.
So how else do you think they would have had Jim message me with Matt in there? They all work together. Why does Matt need to be in there except for a power dynamic? Like, they know what they're doing.
Dude, she's gonna morally load the fuck out of this now. Oh, but there's a power except there's a power dynamic, and it's just gonna be buzzwords. Like, that's all it's gonna be. It's just buzzword central at this point. She's just gonna use words that, like, as power dynamics exist, what is the relevant? What power dynamic? What are you talking about?
Ryan says the next day, I don't think it's about that. It's just we're trying to get our lives together, and we've been nothing but generous to y'all during this time. I think the idea that there are grievances time and time again with our friendship when we've been helping you whenever we can is confusing.
Yes!
It's not a good feeling and overwhelming.
They're right!
Especially since this year has been nothing but drama since the jump. Literally nothing to do with me at all.
No, it's everything to do with you. I mean, like, again, separate the assault part from it. Everything else, like, yeah, you guys are drama as fuck. You guys are always like, you guys are just going on constant vacations. Like, you are the problem, just so you know. You know, somebody broke into my house as a kid. That doesn't mean that every bad decision I make moving forward means that I can't be a victim of it. You know what I mean?
Or Rav, I don't care. No one's saying that to me. No one's saying I know you've dealt with a lot. Like they're saying they're only bringing it up as like we've dealt with you. Like,
because you're horrible. You're not a nice person. You're a bad friend. I would never want to be your friend. Sad, but true. I don't know what to tell you. You take advantage of them.
Rav just was like, congrats about the bad thing that is good now. And when it gets brought up for us, it's about like, we've been helping you time and time again.
Yes, they have been.
There's still grievances time and time again. It's only been one grievance.
No, there's not. Which is that?
It was always the same grievance.
What's grievance?
It was the same thing that no one listened to me for. And when I tried to talk about it, no one wanted to talk about it.
The person that you that assaulted you and they fired. What do you talk? Like, listen, what do you want them to do? Fucking kill it? I don't. What's like? Listen, could they have handled it better? Sure, absolutely. Apparently, they didn't pay the guy, so they couldn't get him to go back to his country. That's shitty, absolutely. But when you told them, they fired the guy. And now from that point on, in her head, she can't do anything wrong. You stayed there. You taking advantage of their friendship has nothing to do with the horrible thing that happened to you. It's just insane.
And now it's a problem, and I'm homeless, sitting in this creepy, weird sex trafficking room, getting told that like we're annoying, basically.
See, like them being in a seedy motel it's their fault. Because like them letting them stay there for whatever disclosed amount of time, that wasn't good enough. It's not good enough. Like there's nothing that they could have ever done to be good enough friends, except for just to continuously let them stay there for free. Like didn't she even like offer you money to like so you could live somewhere else? Like
that like we have.
You didn't take it. Like
I got assaulted, man. Did you guys just like care? Like. Why'd you switch up? What happened to keeping them accountable?
She's
Ryan?
a shitty person.
Like, this year's been nothing but drama since the jump. For you, I don't think they relate to anything bad that we've been through. And the one thing they could, which was Rav's partner attempting to, like, take themselves, was Daniel, their friend Daniel. Matt's, like, at least twice in front of me, separate times while hanging out with him, has called Daniel a coward. So, no, they don't care about suicide. They don't give a shit about
I don't know the context,
suicide.
and I don't know the context, but I also don't believe anything that she says anymore. Like, her framing, her framing on everything is so dishonest and so, like, victim-y that, like, she's never going to be able to be honest about anything that's happened to her. She's just everything is gonna be through a filter of like they're the worst person. She literally called them manipulative for not wanting to talk to her. Like everything's been cool, and then, they're so manipulative. Like, no, you're not a good. You seem like a really horrible friend.
They only give a shit about themselves and who they can make jokes of.
You're right. That's why they let you stay with them for fucking free for however long. They're such a shitty people. Holy fuck. Are you kidding me? My own mother wouldn't let me stay here with her for free. Okay, I'd have to pay rent. What the fuck are you talking about? How are they shitty friends? This is insane, dude. She's no appreciation for anything. Holy shit. This is crazy.
That are under them that they can get away with. We know that your intentions are mainly to air grievances with us, so it feels odd to throw in the secondary objective of hanging out when the whole purpose of you even texting us was to set a time to air those grievances. If it hasn't been obvious, we love y'all and want to support y'all when we can. And I'm not sure there's much else we can do or say. Him saying we love y'all, the only other time they said that to me was when I called them and told them about the assault. That was the only other time they've ever said that to me. And I've always seen them as brothers. Never ever had.
Oh, I guess that's why you take advantage of them. But okay. I mean, okay. I don't know what to say. Like, you didn't you talk about coming from like a broken home? I mean, that makes sense to me. Like, you never really were in an environment that like bred respect for people around you, and you take advantage of those people, and it's a horrible thing, and it's unfortunately you're a victim of those circumstances. But like, that's what you did, and you know. Yeah, and now I guess people on the internet are just babying her, making it seem like she was like this perpetual victim of everything that ever happens. Anytime she feels slighted, she's in the wrong or she's in the right, and like everyone else is the bad guy. But that's it's the internet for you. That is the internet for you.
One like weird thought about them. That's why I felt safe to even like go hang out with them by myself. It goes to show how much I trusted them. I don't know. I did want to hang out with them. And he's just like trying to call us out. Like Ryan just tried calling us out, acting like we're like trying to do gotcha or something.
That's not at all what's communicated there. You don't even know how to. What they're saying is that you're saying that the reason that you want to hang out is to air grievances, but like we can air them without hanging out. They don't want to hang out with you. They might actually really like them still, but they just can't deal with you right now. I wouldn't either. Like after you took advantage of them.
About me being upset. The event that happened that made them even aware that we were upset still was that we had talked to Leighton, and Leighton, he did not do this on purpose. He made the mistake of passing the word along, and I think he was trying to help because
it's interesting because if they did that same thing, you'd be like, oh, they were passive. They were trying to be manipulative. They told it to another person so that person would say it's us. They're so manipulative. You would have said that about, like, you would have characterized it like that, the way that you're characterizing their behavior. It's interesting that all of a sudden, like, oh, it wasn't on purpose. We just said it to a friend, like a close friend of theirs. and they happened to pass it along. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm sure that you didn't have like any intentionality there.
I think it's what he wanted too.
Okay.
Because he would never try and like get me in trouble over this after he has been like my rock the whole time outside of this whole situation. When he told them that I was still upset, I don't think they got to hear why, because all I wanted was them to make a statement, at least just to say that Dawn doesn't work with them anymore, or they've split ways, or however you want to word that.
Why? You wanted, like, listen. This is a very complicated situation. What?
That's such a loose-ended statement. You could be.
I love how it's an hour and a half, and then she's like, did I just miss her make this claim before that she wanted them to like explicitly tell why they're not working with the guy on whatever anymore? Because I don't remember her even hearing that. But either way, here's the reality. It seems, allegedly, but it seems like he did this horrible thing to her, and then they fired him, and she wanted a public statement. I don't think that they have to make a public statement that says we fired him because he's a rapist. And this is the first time that like we've heard about it. So like, did she even say that to them, or did she just like make this new thing up? I just feel like, and I don't think that they have to do that. I think that it's a very complicated situation, and it seems like they believe her because they fired him, but it's also possible that this gets into like a whole potential legal battle, and like they just didn't publicly announce it. I get it. Especially since even though they believe you, it's still an allegation. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that this is something that she ever had a priority on until now. Because she's never said that. She's never said like that she wanted that until just now. I honestly think this is an aftermath thought, because she was a bad friend and now she needs a reason to be like the good guy. Like, oh, no. But, you know, I wanted them to do. There was never. I don't think that there would ever be enough that they could have done to ever make her not take advantage of them as friends. That's the energy that I get. So.
Be as vague as possible, or you could just straight up say, he assaulted someone. We're not working with him anymore. And then, like, imagine if they did that, I would have no burden of people believing me or not. Because if SuperMega said, hey, we're not working with...
Well, who wouldn't believe you? This wasn't a widespread story. I'm not understanding. Wait, okay, did we miss something? Did I miss something? Did she go on and publicly exclaim that this happened? Like, who... Was the public speculating that this even happened from the start? I thought that nobody knew about this except for the... I'm confused.
This guy anymore. He assaulted someone, whether or not they named me or not, getting to like say without being...
But like, who wouldn't have believed you? I mean, unless you were going around telling... And it's fine that you want to tell people. I'm just like, I don't understand where these extra things... Like, people would believe me. Like, who are... Like, I thought you really weren't telling people. I'm confused.
Scared that something bad is going to happen to me, that I got assaulted, and that like, hey, I got to take a break from work. I never got to do...
Listen, to whoever you are, I'm assuming you're new to the chat, and you're going to the beginning, like you're talking about the thing where she allegedly got assaulted. Understand something. Based on her story of him trying to force her to give her oral, her to give him oral, and her saying stop, and he didn't initially stop right when she said it and just kept pushing until he finally gave up, that's still like attempted sexual assault in some capacity. Right? I understand what you're saying. That's still like some kind of an attempted situation. So like, let's keep that in mind. All right. You know, we don't know the specifics of that situation, right? But like, based on the word, that's what it would be. So just keep in mind, like, instead of constantly saying, no, he's not, like, you're excusing his very bad behavior. Even if you don't think it's assault or something, it's not good behavior. It's really shitty behavior, and you need to condemn that behavior, right? So, like, you gotta stop going off about that and making it seem like the guy's innocent. And again, he might be. We don't know what happened, but the friends seem to have believed it. You know, I don't know the specifics, you know, but it seems pretty credible that it happened, and then he's a shitty person, and they fired the guy. Right? So... She said, I had to push him away to get him to stop, then went along with whatever he wanted because of reasons. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Like, yeah, she had to push him away to get him to stop doing that one behavior, and then he kept trying to wear down like her boundaries. But I don't understand like what your criticism. I don't really get. It's not. I don't think that you're somebody willing to engage in the conversation about sexual assault in any like meaningful way, other than like, no. I don't think that you really understand the conversation, and that's fine. But based on that story, and you could just simply say, I don't know if it's enough proof or you don't believe her, and that's perfectly fine. Like, you do you. But based on that story, that's believable. That, like, she wanted him to stop trying to rape her in the face, because that's what happened. Or allegedly. And he wouldn't stop doing that. And eventually he did, after she constantly pushed him off, and then afterwards she let him do whatever he wanted. You know, and maybe after that they engaged consensually sexually. That's two things can be possible. It's possible to engage with somebody and for them to try to sexually assault you, and then for you to like, you know, in a way that you don't want to have sex, and then you still have consensual sex with them after. Like, there's a lot of different possible things. Like, it's not just a very simple solution. You know, if you like a person a lot and you want to have sex with them, then they try to force you to do something you're not comfortable with, and you're like, no, don't do that. And then they stop. You still might want to be with them in some capacity. It doesn't mean that she wasn't assaulted. It was a very complicated conversation, but the way that you're talking about it, and you're so adamant that like everything was appropriate for him. You know, I would just try to listen more, you know, so.
Do that. I never got to take a break. All the breaks I took was because I was burnt out and I was suicidal. You know how many times I wanted to like kill myself? Because
you constantly took a break. You were constantly on vacation. You're lying.
All the shit going on. Like the Dawn thing by itself, I've been assaulted before, unfortunately. It's an experience I myself can handle. But when it has to do with other people and being able to tell how they think of you through their actions, it becomes unavoidable. Like, I don't have to see Don anymore. What he did to me, I don't have to think about. But when someone is treating me actively different all the time in front of me, my only friends in LA that my only plan of like staying somewhere, my only like safe place, didn't want to help me, said they did nothing.
They did help you. They let you live there for free.
But helped me. And then gaslit me about it and made me homeless. Because like, sure, maybe saying made me homeless was like, is like maybe extreme. But one, how else would you say that? Two,
you made yourself homeless. You decided not to get your shit together, and they eventually had to kick you out because you were a bad friend. That's how
we could have talked. Literally, all we had to do was do this. We tried.
Yeah, you're not somebody that can be talked with or reasoned with like that. Based on listening to like the way that you're talking about the situation, you're not somebody that can be talked to or reasoned with. That's why they didn't talk to you.
Even after, and they still didn't want to. So how do you get someone to talk to you when they refuse to? You just can't.
You don't.
And when that person or people are responsible of the like land that all your worldly possessions are in, that haven't been stolen, you kind of have to like work with them. And they were refusing to work with us. There was a point in time we get into town, we just don't have access to the Plex. There's at least over a week of time where we have no stuff.
Yeah, she just had lied about everything else but the Dawn story. We should believe her. This is the thing. She's not lying about anything. Nothing she's saying is a lie. This is one of the things that people understand. She hasn't, like, I mean, maybe she did. I haven't seen the new what their responses are. But so far, nothing that she says seems to be a lie. It's just that her spin on it is so malicious and dishonest. Or not even malicious. It's just so fucking warped. So it sounds like she's telling the truth, but she has a warped perspective on some things. Like, she's admitted, like, everything that she says about these guys is proven wrong, or the interpretation is proven wrong by what's going on around her. So she's not even, it doesn't even seem like she's withholding information. Right? It seems like that she's like telling us like, "Oh, I'm a horrible dog shit friend." I don't even know why I'm engaged. I'm getting summed up by you.
Computer.
You joined in like incredibly late, and you've just, I don't even know why I'm engaging with you.
Can't get my extra clothes that I have in California. Anything.
Why?
I just can't function, and because he's talking to Alex Ernst. He's making a video with Alex Ernst today. Sorry, you don't get your clothes. I haven't read back on this particular conversation since then. But it's so cruel. Like, we're homeless sitting in a hotel reading this.
Sucks
like,
to suck.
I think we have maybe like 3 changes of clothes. I'm wearing the same clothes all the time, and I'm using a hotel dryer to do my hair. You know, those rinky-dink, like circle-shaped hotel dryers that, like, if you put.
I have a hard time I don't know. There's something weird about the fact that like they're living in a hotel, which is very expensive to live in. So, but like, still, I don't know. It's like weird. They're living inside this. Like, it's, you know how expensive it is to live in like a hotel. But you don't have the money for a
too close to it, it like takes your hair out and burns it. It's one of those. I remember being so mad when Ryan messaged us because he was the most quiet out of all of them. And from my POV, I thought he just didn't have an opinion, not in the sense that he didn't care, but he just like he was indifferent. Like, it wasn't like something bothering him. So when he messages us when we're homeless and like is like bothered by us, it's so confusing because it's like, you've seen me. You could have talked to me 5 out of 7 days a week, and you talked to me 0 out of 7 days a week.
Behavior.
Rav responded, "Y'all have indeed been incredibly generous with us. Thank you for that." He's being so fucking nice, but what else?
Yeah, because he's right. He's right about it. He's right. They were generous to you. Fucking beyond generous.
Can you do other than suck ass? They have all this shit. Neither I nor Lex would argue against that. Our intentions are not to air.
This is the first time I heard that they have their shit. Like, is this... This is the, like, what? She's just saying this now, like, these first couple of moments. I didn't know that they had their shit. Like, they actually...
grievances with y'all, but to make sure we are indeed all cool after observing a number of awkward interactions between us over the course of the last month or two. I'm sorry to see you...
Bro, you're an obnoxious person. I'm gonna stop responding to you because you're a dumb fucking baby. We are watching this piece by piece, going through it as we're going through it. The fact that you know more than me, even though you're clearly a fucking moron on this topic, is irrelevant because this is where we are at here. We haven't gotten to the next situation. It's clear to me that you as a person are terminally online in a toxic fucking way. I've never seen you before. You never engaged with my content. You're so obsessed with this situation that you are going from content creator to content creator, absorbing what they're saying because you're too fucking stupid to actually understand what's happening, right? You're a complete fucking moron. So you're so fucking dumb, you're listening to like 7 different people say something and you hope that they agree with you, and then you're just running around trying to tell everybody what you think is happening. But you're a weirdo that's obsessed. You're a person. You just like when the hot topic is out, you watch every 17 different perspectives on it because you're fucking terminally online and obsessed because you have nothing else going on in your life. Like, it's cool. Listen to your content creator. That's it. Like, you're so fucking weird. Like, you're just going around like, oh, I can't wait to find the next... I've watched 5 people's perspective on this fucking topic. I've sat here and gone through 6 hours of content with them explaining it to me. Now I'm going to come into someone else and I'm going to be a fucking complete moron. Like, I'm going to act like a fucking child. Like, shut the fuck up. Like, if you disagree with things, go away. Who cares? You're a weird person. I don't want somebody that's obsessed like this with this situation like it's drama. I've said like 17 times these are allegations that can't be proven. And it's like, no, you're ruining a guy's life. I don't even know who the fuck this person is. Who am I ruining by saying, guys, at the beginning, you operate innocent until proven guilty and you can't prove that this guy actually did it. But like, it seems like people believe him. But like somehow your dumb little baby brain can't fucking comprehend anything. Oh, fuck, you're ruining this guy's life. How? What did I say that ruins his life? What did I say? That these are allegations. You're just a fucking annoying, dumb fucking child. Like, holy fuck.
Assume that our intentions are to mainly air grievances with y'all. This assumption from my POV is evidence that there may be indeed an expectation of some sort of antagonism, which, and I hope you can take my word for it, there is not, because we were just trying to fix our shit, man. They were mad. I was mad about my material conditions and like getting hungry at that point. Like, at that rate, I don't know if I can speak for Rav too, but a lot of days we were just sitting in the hotel room talking about the boys. Meanwhile, they were like,
why don't you go work? Like, aren't you? What, you're sitting in the hotel talking about them. Why don't you go get a job? I don't know. I don't know what to tell you, man. I don't know.
We didn't know this at the time, but we were just like, I wonder if it's going to work out. Because those were literally, up until that point, that was our social circle. That was everyone we knew in LA. I understand this year has been incredibly tough on y'all, and we wholeheartedly don't mean to add on to the stress and anxiety any more than we already have staying at the Plex for as long as we did. The fact that we felt, you can consider this co-wrote, since I was like, every time Rav would send a message in this particular group chat, he was like, this looked good. The fact that I get assaulted, tell them about it, and they essentially kick us out. That's
not at all what happened. She's such a lying person. She's a bad person.
But kick us out of their place.
They didn't do that.
And get suspicious at us being like, hey, we good? To the point where we have to console them about their year being hard. Insane. Like, what are these babies we're talking?
They don't want you to console them. They want you to fuck off, and you just can't take a hint because you're emotionally unintelligent.
Like, why do you have to, it's this last sentence, why do you have to console someone for a hard year? What are you, a kid? Like, they got stolen from, right? And we're having to tell this to them right after we got robbed. They're not saying sorry to us. They never said sorry to us, actually. They made fun of us. Strange. It's only okay for you guys to have a hard year. Never, the person who got assaulted, or the person who's like...
Or the person who mooched off their friend and lived somewhere for free and then turned down their friends trying to help them move out by giving them money for like a fucking place to stay, or the friends like that fired the person that like allegedly assaulted you, even though there's not like definitive proof. Which means that they are agreeing with you, but they didn't do what you wanted by explicitly going onto social media and outing the person because they just didn't know. Like, yeah, these they're such terrible people.
dealing with suicide attempts. I don't know. I know you guys don't give a shit about either of those things, obviously, but the one constant they can get.
How much are they supposed to care? You talked about how he would constantly bring it up. It's not their responsibility to deal with your friend's mental health issues, and it's a sad thing, but it's not their responsibility. Like, it's like there's only so much that you can emotionally take. Like, it's not you're not responsible for constantly dealing with like the horrible, like the constant conversations that your friend wants to have about like how they want to take their own life. Like, it's sad, but like that's a lot to put onto somebody over and over again. So for them to disengage, like maybe they didn't want to say the wrong thing, maybe they didn't want to like make it worse, maybe they just didn't know how to deal with it. Like, that's a horrible thing to talk about. It's horrible for the person experiencing it, but it's hard for somebody else to like sit there and engage with it. Like, it's not a normal responsibility of a friend to sit there and like constantly have conversations about this like very loaded topic. Like, get a therapist. You know what I mean? Like, I know everybody can, but like, I'm just saying, like, this isn't, you can't have an expectation for like the average person to like to be able to deal with these really heavy topics. It's a lot. What are you talking about?
Give a shit about is their fucking selves.
Yeah, I don't think that's true.
What the fuck was that? A lot has happened to both.
I love how she's editing it and she left that in to be quirky. Like, really appropriate timing for that. Good job.
Lex and I individually and mutually over the past few months too. We feel like amidst scrambling to deal with our shit, we sadly lost touch with y'all. I know that y'all have been busy with your life shit and work too, so I wonder if you'll share that sentiment. I opened up this group chat to take steps towards remedying that. All this peaceful talk Rav does is met with a text back from Ryan saying, "We were told that y'all are still upset with how we handled the Dawn situation. Is this not true? If the problems you're talking about aren't that and are just an off vibe, then yeah, we've caught it too. Whether it's standoffishness we're getting from y'all acting in a rude manner when invited to my birthday, or what seemed like directed negative sarcasm in a recent group chat. It's difficult to not expect there is antagonism behind some of these things. The fact that he can say, like, even bring up the Dawn situation, I had not talked about Dawn in typed words.
But that's all you've been talking about. You're literally telling us that you had an issue with the way they handled it here. And now you're like, I never even talked about that. That's what you're saying is the problem. So why are you pretending like that wasn't the problem all of a sudden? You're telling us that they didn't handle it the right way. And then when this guy guesses that you still have a problem with how it was handled, you're like, I didn't even talk about. Like, how do these things exist together? There's no way that you pieced this all together.
Words the whole time. So I remember when I wrote this, I was like, oh, so I could just show this to anyone now, right? Like, I could just show, he said it. It's real. Like, it's not.
What, the Dawn situation?
About Dawn in typed words.
What does that mean?
Now, right? Like, I could just show, he said it. It's real. Like, it's not just like some shit that I'm like saying in Insular and then there's no other proof of someone else. I remember feeling a weird amount of relief when he wrote that and sent it. I was like, you're so mad you like fucked yourself in case like you wanted to ever keep this like fully like locked down forever.
It doesn't seem like they were trying to keep it fully locked down. I'm questioning this magnum opus comment in general. I didn't even say that? Like, what are you on about? Like, how we were trying to keep it locked? I think that you assigned that to him to make him seem like a terrible person. You're fucking like, this is weird.
Not that you could, it's not even your situation to do that, but it seemed like that was the attempt.
It doesn't
the only time
seem like that at all.
Complaining to me about how I'm reacting, them not reacting. And in the way that it's brought up, y'all are still upset with how we handled it. Is that not true? That's just prompt to like start an argument. That's not, you don't actually care at that point.
That is true though, right? Like, that is what you have an issue with. And he's approaching it now, and now you're like, oh, well, you're just trying to talk. I have a problem with the way that you are dealing with the situation. Oh, do you have a problem with this? Oh, you're just trying to start a fight. What are you, a baby? Like,
bringing it up that way, we were told y'all are still upset. Like, first of all, we know by who you were told, and when I told that person, I told them we were going to talk to you. So I don't know if like, them finding out soon made them decide not to suddenly talk to us. That's a very immature reason to not. Yeah, we don't want to talk. You guys are seeming aggressive. Our year's been really hard. This grown man is saying it's difficult not to expect there's some antagonism behind some of these things. You try getting fucked on by a grown man, keeping it quiet, having people like treat you like you're a little worm after you tell them, and see if you're not a little antagonistic. And even then, I was keeping the fuck quiet. They weren't gonna find out.
They never told you to keep quiet. I don't even think that they ever told her to keep quiet. I think that she made this. She's got like this weird fucking complex. Like, I don't think, like, it's more likely that she just didn't want to talk about it for the longest time because it's a traumatic experience that people don't normally go around talking about. And now she's assigned like, oh, they didn't want me to talk about it. I just don't think that happened. Like I honestly, this person's like very disingenuous. It seems like she's like she has like some kind of a thing that happened in her life, and she's like weaponizing it to try to come off as the victim, like regardless of any situation. She took advantage of her friends. So,
unless someone else told them, and Leighton was just trying to help. He was just trying to help. They refused to talk to us. It's not like they would have ever found out through talking to us. They would have only found out if like Leighton or Jim said something. So they just had no intentions. It could not be any more clear that they just had no concern with trying to communicate after all of this happened. Their only concern has been framing it so it's our fault, and everything that we've done is our fault. And I'm not to say that we're not adults here. We have self-autonomy, but everything I say has an explanation. Every action has a context that comes before it. That had a bad thing that happened before it that made me react the way it did. What do they have besides Jackson? Like, it was in February. It was almost the end of summer, and they're telling us we've had such a hard year from something that happened in winter, and they just settled it.
Bro, she's not getting it. They're not saying it to shame you or anything. They're saying it because they didn't answer you because they didn't want to, and they're like, oh yeah, sorry, we've been busy. That's it. And you're like, oh, they're trying to shame us, but no, they're not. They just want you to shut the fuck up. They were trying to politely say they don't want to talk to you anymore because you're a bad friend. They don't like the way that you like took advantage of them, and like they were just trying to like tell you to kind of like, we're not really talking to you, bye, you know. And you're making it like seem like they were playing a pity party. They weren't. What are you talking about? Like a baby, this fucking woman. Holy shit.
So, if anything, they should have been happy at this time, but they're just being like, oh, we're so tired. It's not your thing to be tired about. You don't get to be tired about this. This didn't happen to you. Like, who do you think you are to say something like that to someone?
Look at this forced moral outrage that she has.
I've said, although I personally do think there are ways in which you could have handled the Dawn situation better, I also appreciate that everyone makes mistakes. This is, however, not at the heart of what we're trying to engage here. Admittedly, we did vent to Leighton about it, along with the actually relevant concerns recently in confidence. But in my opinion, it's the radio silence that has primarily been at the heart of our concerns.
Yeah,
in regards to the off vibes, I appreciate you sharing your take on things. My take is somewhat different, and I hope that it can provide some clarity. As for the standoffishness, TBH, we felt like y'all were being the ones who were getting more standoffish as the time went on. It felt like unless we said good morning to y'all first, y'all would seldom greet us, and y'all would leave the office all the time without saying anything, which kind of made us feel like furniture. At the time, I assumed this because y'all were growing increasingly frustrated with
because you were going on vacations.
How long we were staying at y'all's. In the same breath, it felt like y'all never took the time to talk to us about it, instead delegating correspondence to Jim.
Shut up. We had a feeling that like you didn't really like us because we were overstaying our welcome. But then, you know what? I'm going to give you a reason why I don't have to validate that reasonable claim, and I'm going to talk about how you did something wrong when we took advantage of staying with you for so long and just constantly going on vacation. So...
in retrospect, I should have said something about this then, and I'm not sure why I didn't. I'm sorry. I know why you didn't, because you expected them to be normal. As for the sarcasm in the chat, that's the one thing I feel like is not really justified reproaching considering how it went down. Not only did y'all choose to handle communication with us through corporate head-ass means instead of just approaching us as friends, but Jim was also upsettingly condescending. I won't tolerate being treated like a child.
So
this is a matter I aim to address with Jim separately, but I'd be lying if I said I wasn't hurt that y'all thought that would be an appropriate way of corresponding with us. He's talking about the way they basically make this out, where they babysat us with a group chat with Jim, me, Rev, and Matt in it to supervise. It's very weird. Ultimately,
it's because you guys act like babies. Of course they have to treat you like a fucking child. Like, wow, what a hot take, you know? Like, holy shit. But okay.
If everything was indeed hunky-dory, we wouldn't be reaching out to y'all to have a discussion. You wouldn't have been able to produce a list of grievances that you have here, and none of us would be having this conversation in the first place. There are no antagonistic intentions here. What would we accomplish by meeting up with y'all and then proceeding to antagonize y'all? We simply want to talk and hopefully bridge the existing gap of communication. Again, I personally don't think the text messaging is conducive to the best mode of communication when it comes to stuff like this, and if possible, I prefer to do this in person, or at the very least via a call. This feels a lot colder and more distant than what it needs to be. Big message, part of why I didn't say anything, or I didn't show anything yet. It's just a huge message. You can scroll for yourself if you are nosy and want to read it again. This is my only message. I really wanted to be able to talk to you guys about it normally and in person about everything that was on my mind. I hadn't had the opportunity to catch you guys at the office before we stopped staying there because y'all seem really busy and at the end of the day, I think I ended up missing y'all a lot to be able to catch you guys. It tears me up that you saw us as rude during your birthday. I was being avoidant because I was still both torn up about the Dawn situation more than I realized at the time. Yeah, because I just fucking saw him the day before, and fucking Ryan messages us like, how dare you be rude to me at my birthday party? Rav's getting divorced, and I saw the guy that assaulted me the day before. And Ryan's like, you need to be happy on my birthday. Why are you outside?
Yeah, but it was weird that you even went there. They told you that he was going to be there. And like I said, they could have dealt with that better, but like they hadn't paid him yet and couldn't get him out, so they kept him there. Not ideal. And they're like, hey, he's there. Sorry for the heads up. And then you're just like, oh, I'm still going to go. I don't know if he's really there. It was It was just bizarre. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know.
On the balcony smoking.
Am I gonna do another video?
Bear super chatted $1.99. Are you doing another video after this?
I have 2 other videos to go through with these things.
Didn't come and ask us.
Maybe 3.
We were just trying to be nice. They had invited us, and we wanted
we
to be
should
there.
agree to that.
I was excited to go to his birthday. I'm pretty sure how it ended up being slipped out to Leighton, and I was happy when he got there too. I was happier when he got there because he's one of the only few people I like talking to, and we all just sat outside on the balcony.
Cool.
And apparently that's rude. Not only is it something he noticed that you can just have left it at that, it's rude. Fuck your birthday, man. You're like 29, 30. Fuck your fucking birthday, dude. Grow up. Go to round 1. I'm very insulted.
I mean, not to be that guy, but like a 30th birthday is usually a pretty big birthday. If you're saying 29 or 30, 29 is nothing, but 30 is a pretty big deal. But okay.
Reading this again because I feel like I've just been taken as a sucker, which I haven't. They totally have been, but it just always becomes obvious when I reread these. It's been hard to do this because I just get mad that I've been thought of so stupid before. And maybe I was, but the way that they treated me to do me the way they did is just so like blatantly like wrong. Like, how am I in the wrong for being sad after I just saw the guy that assaulted me? No normal person gets angry about that. And if it's your birthday and you don't want to deal with it, you just leave it alone. Or you can come out and ask me what's up. We can have a good time together. Obviously, I'm open to it because I came to your party. And instead, I was holding back tears on the balcony because I was just basically having to pretend to be normal. Going from seeing Dawn to being happy that I'm around these people the same day after. That, like, having to, like, gaslight myself into these people that, like, give a shit about me. I was still torn up about the Dawn situation more than I realized at the time. I guess because...
She constantly complained about having no money to move out, yet bought copious amounts of weed, Uber Eats, and new cars. Yup, and went on vacation. Yeah, exactly.
Of how it ended up that we were both at the office was still fresh. Yeah, it was literally the day before. I'm having to sugarcoat things for, like, grown men that are, like, being like, my year's been hard. This is your problem. After they've, like, pretty much covered up my sexual assault and then made it my problem.
Nobody covered up your sexual assault. Bro, she's a toxic piece of shit. Nobody covered up her sexual assault. What is she talking about? Nobody covered it up. They fucking fired the guy, but she wanted them to make a fucking tweet about it. Why would they do that? The fuck are you? What is she talking about? She's such a shitty person. She's trying to make them seem like they're fucking the problem here.
Problem that I was upset about it. I was also a bit anxious for my birthday for other reasons. Yeah, because I didn't think anybody was gonna fucking come, and I was right. I didn't want to make any of this your problem though. I was worried that I'd end up crying, so I was on the balcony a lot, looking like I was just vibing out smoking as a guy to collect myself, so I wouldn't ruin your party crying, because that is the truth. In hindsight, maybe I shouldn't have come because I hate that it came off as rude. The reason why I came was because I want to show you that I cared about you by being there. But I understand now my execution was wrong. God, I'm such a fucking cuck, and it seemed really careless, and I'm sorry about that. Why am I being so gentle for people that have never been that gentle for me? I was telling Rav,
they let you live with you rent free while you spent your money going on fucking vacation. So
I wanted to see you even though I thought I wasn't feeling the best and how I was hoping you were feeling okay, etc. And none of this translated to you because I never said anything to you directly that showed that, and that's my fault. I do believe that because I was talking to him like I really didn't want to go because I was sad and I was like, I want to go and see Ryan. And we did, but apparently that wasn't good enough for him. I needed to be on smile mode way harder. A lot of anything I've talked about to anyone else, mostly just stuff I'm still getting over. Not really anything anyone can do about, I think, copium. And it honestly really hurts my feelings that it was brought up to you behind my back in that manner rather than us being able to just check in and talk. I don't recall ever talking to anyone about how I felt without stating the clear intention to talk to both you guys in the same breath, which is true. So having someone take that agency from me is really upsetting because that kind of stuff always comes off as malicious rather than something you do for what? It really hurts my feelings that it was brought up to you behind my back in that manner rather than us being able to just check in and talk. I don't recall ever talking to anyone about how I felt without stating the clear intention to talk to both you guys in the same breath, which is true. So having someone take that agency from me is really
take that agency from me. I just feel like she's like using very like loaded words intentionally. Okay.
Really upsetting because that kind of stuff always comes off as malicious rather than something you do for advice or out of anxiety or anticipation of having a harder conversation. I've also contributed to not being available though because I've tried to stay out of both your way as much as possible and keep my focus on work, which probably came across as fucking off and not wanting to talk to y'all, and I apologize for that. They have my number. I think I was probably trying to be less present because I was worried I was distracting you guys from work a lot of the time. I was perplexed by being in the way already with me and my stuff, and I didn't want to be any more of a burden than I already felt like, and I think it just made me seem more aloof than anything. I'm sorry we weren't able to talk about it until now. I hate to bring things up this way. I know y'all are busy, so I don't expect to be able to talk in person about anything soon. Parentheses, also, it's not very inviting if you think someone is saying antagonistic lol. I'm just like sucking their asshole right now so they'll give me my stuff at this point. I'm glad to be able to talk about
when did they go, like why didn't you say, hey, we just want to get our stuff? Like, I don't even think they're not like she's trying to make it seem like they're fucking stealing her shit. It's like, just say, hey, I just want my stuff. But they're making it seem like they're trying to withhold her shit, which does not seem to be the case in any capacity. So, like, what are you talking about? It doesn't seem like at all that they're trying to like hold on to her shit. She's just like, oh, we're just trying to get our stuff back because they're withholding it. Well, what point of the conversation did you say we just want our stuff back? I doubt that there's any stuff there, to be honest with you. This person's like a fucking incredible liar. But like, or she's very fucking like really manipulative in their words. But like, what are you talking about? She's just not honest. Just a shitty person.
About it now. I just hope that with the nature of texting seeming rather cold, what I'm trying to say is coming across as anything but trying to let you know I've not meant to cause any hurt, and I'm sorry if I did. Sad face. You can have all this text for digestion reasons. Screenshotted text, keep the text man away. Matt said, how long was this? A day later, I think? Yeah, they didn't respond for a whole day. My last response was on the 24th, and this is at August 26th, 3 p.m. Matt said, in terms of not saying hello or goodbye, it really isn't anything more than just spacing out and being wrapped up in our own worlds. That just doesn't mean anything. Like, talking about your coworker best friend versus the people you have staying at your office that is a house, two different things. What a stupid sentence. Ryan and I don't even say hey to each other half the time. To all of us, you guys seem incredibly closed off and quiet, which is totally okay. But when you're being distant and we don't know—
That makes sense. Yeah, like I said, they have a lot of shit going on.
Why? I'm not sure what you expect back from us. You don't know why. Either they're lying or they just have never listened to a word any of us have said. Rab multiple times has gotten the magnum opus line from Matt himself, including one time at around 1, outside of around 1, when we were all hanging out and he like pulled them aside. He said that to multiple people and he's gonna say, we don't know what you expect from us. Okay. As for how we handled this in a corporate head-ass way, you need to understand that this isn't just a friendship issue, but a work issue. You are staying in our place of work. So if you were a better manager and a boss, you would have had an end date for us. Like, that's why we left, because we weren't being told today and we were so scared of how unpredictable these people were without trying to communicate with us that we're just going to end up without, like, they're just going to say, hey, you guys got to go.
I like how she manages to be so manipulative. She's like, well, you guys were supposed to be the managers, and you never gave us an end date to leave the house. You didn't give us an end date on when we had to leave. And so that made us not even want to leave, because we just didn't know if we had. Like, what are you saying? You're giving them a complaint because they didn't tell you that you're out by the 10th? You're out by this date? They said they literally let you stay as long as you needed to. Sorry for the whistle. And you just decided that you were going to stay and go on constant vacations when they wanted to get you out of there over and over and over again. And then when they tried to be like, yo, what's going on? You blamed them for treating you differently because of the horrible thing that allegedly happened to you, that they fired the guy over. And you even continued to say like, oh no, you didn't do enough. You should have gone public and condemned him publicly. And like, but that's a really big issue to go with because they can't 100% confirm it, but they still fired the guy. Like, you can't expect them to do that. Like, they handled it pretty well. And you decided to stay there, spend your money on weed, spend your money on vacations. Just because you went there and did some work doesn't mean that it wasn't a vacation. I go on vacation and I still work. It doesn't mean that it's work. I worked on a vacation. It wasn't for work. Bought a car that you kept road tripping, taking detours, destroying the car because you were running it into the ground going on road trips, and you wonder why they are not your friend. But you blame it on the Don situation. Just because you may have been the victim of that guy doesn't mean that everything that happens moving forward it removes all accountability from you. Like, you're a bad friend, and a horrible thing may have happened to you. And it seems credible, you know, but that doesn't mean that you get to be a bad person forever. Somebody broke into my house when I was young. That doesn't mean that I get to forever be a bad person and a bad friend to everybody. Like, bad things happen, and you don't get to just use them as a constant, perpetual excuse. So,
how are we supposed to know? Yeah, it was corporate head ass. You're our friend. You don't need Jim to say that. He's not the boss.
Okay.
You're saying that as if Jim is the boss. Like Jim was hired to be able to communicate things for us. What is he, a fucking clairvoyant? We're your friends that are staying in the room you play games in, dumbass. Like, what do you mean? Jim had offered to talk to you guys for us since we'd already done it in the past. When? About what? Show me proof. Like, please. I would love to. It would make me feel better in my heart to know that you guys have tried to be a good friend once and be like, hey, are you guys good? Because if you think you said that, I don't think you did. I think you think you said that. I think you, in your head, said the equivalent of hey, you good, but it was probably like, hey, when you guys getting out, or when you guys come back, or something like that. Like I said, the only vague thing we had was like the middle of August, and we had gotten kicked out happily by then because we were like, we can have our stuff gone. They're like, sure, happy travels, just fine, cool, but like, don't bring up friendship issues if you're gonna do that. that. Don't bring up not being corporate head ass if you're gonna do that, because it's just like, I just got laid off of the fucking show or some shit. Like, viewers didn't like me. I'm getting voted off the island. Like, I have no warning of this. That like, what you expect when someone is like not happy with you staying somewhere? It's like someone to sit you down and be like, hey, is there like a time you plan on leaving? Not a fucking text message with a guy you don't know that well that made out with you and your friend who is not talking. What the fuck am I gonna do in that situation? I mean, Rap's a talkative guy, but most of these group chats I just don't have any words in, or maybe one message, because I have nothing to say to any of these people. The only people I wanted to talk to the whole time was Matt and Ryan, and the only reason why they found out that I'd said anything else besides to them was because Leighton was the only other guy I talked to. But everything's my fault though. You know, I'm fine with being so fucked up in the head that bad things happen, but I can't understand being so like uncared for that as a friend that no one has ever like checks in on you. Like, if someone had checked in on me, I think I could have like been like, oh, I should go home, you know, like anything, because I have a home in Nashville I could go to. But by the time,
well, then why didn't you just fucking go home? If your friends checked in on you, maybe you would have gone home. I haven't heard a more manipulative thing ever. That, like, I don't even know how to explain this, but that's like one of those things. This is like the most, people do shit like this all the time, and I can't even like perfectly articulate it, but I'm gonna like, I think you'll understand what I mean. It's like, hey, I really want you to do this thing. The person never does that thing, and then at the end, so you're like, okay, I don't want to be your friend anymore, and they go, wow, I was gonna do that thing, but you just weren't my friend. Like, that's what she just did. That's what she just did. Oh, I would have moved out of your house if you guys didn't insist that I move out of your house. Oh, you should have checked in. What the fuck does that mean? What does that even mean, dude? Okay.
it was obvious because they hadn't communicated to us. When it became obvious without communication that this was not going to work ever, I was too broke to go back home. I had to buy all my stuff back.
What do you mean you're too broke? I'm so confused. You could go on vacations to across the fucking United States, but you couldn't go home? You don't have the money? I don't understand. What are you talking about? What the fuck? That doesn't... You have enough money... Wait, hold on. So you have enough money to stay in a hotel that probably costs you like $100 plus a night. Even a seedy motel, let's say $80 a night. $80 a night. Easily. Even on a seedy-ass motel in California? Absolutely. I'm going to go with 80, and I think that's low. $80 a night on the average of like... So that's $2,400 a month that you're spending to stay in this fucking hotel on a 30-day month. And you don't have enough money to take the train home? Really? Really? I don't know about that. Lies and excuses. This is why they're not friends anymore. She's a very bad person. She's just a shitty victim.
It just wasn't an option anymore. And then even if I wanted to just leave town, all my stuff was still at the Plex, so I was trapped, homeless. The only option I would have had is if I had a friend that would have let me stay with them, which I did do for a few days. Granted, we did have less money at this point, so it was
okay.
It, like, compounded the issues, but more issues where it was like, it was a picture of a different place type thing, and you go there and it's not the right one, or seems very sketchy, just mostly shit like that. But also the days that we were there at our friends, we were mostly just kind of recovering because we were not having a good time. It was
recovering from what? Do you have a fucking surgery? I feel like this is the fourth time she's talked about how she had to mentally recover from like some random thing that happened to the point where she just couldn't leave her house. Like, I understand depression sucks, but like at this point, I think it's just weaponized depression.
Jim had offered to talk to you guys for us since he'd already done in the past. We were also in the group chat so we could talk too. If you were crashing on my couch at my house, obviously I would talk to you one-on-one. But we saw this as a work-related issue because you're in our office. I just don't think anyone wanted to deal with it alone, and no one wanted to.
I mean, that makes sense. You're in their office. Like, that's part of their job. And it all makes so much sense now. The reason why she had to like stay out of the way isn't because she felt like they didn't want to talk to her. It's because she was in their fucking place of employment. And like she needed to stay out of the way because she was in their place of employment. She was crashing there. Okay, makes sense.
To be the bad guy. We're trying to best run our business. I hope you're able to see where we're coming from. Is that why you guys don't work and make videos? Because you're trying to do what's best for your business? I definitely see how that's working. I understand that both of you have been through a ton this year, and I really feel for you. It's been a shitty year for everyone. Just had to add that in. Just about, when it's about you, you don't say anything about me, but when it's about me, you gotta say something about you. You just have to. We really do care about you as friends. If that hasn't been obvious with the support we've consistently...
Didn't you constantly talk about how they had $90,000 stolen from them? It sounds like a rough time for them, too. Like, it's not like they didn't have anything terrible go on. You allegedly had something terrible go on. But, like, you're acting like they don't have a reason to be potentially upset. Hey, somebody stole 90 grand from us. Oh, yeah? Well, you let us stay there for free. That was a real big trauma because you didn't tell us that we had to get out at a specific time. You know how hard it is when somebody doesn't tell you that you have to leave their house? We're lazy pieces of shit. You have to tell me to leave or I'm going to stay forever. I'm a victim of you coddling me.
Given you by letting us live somewhere that was full of trash and people and no room and making us feel uncomfortable about it. And then
now you're gonna complain that you got to live somewhere for free? Oh, you made us live in this horrible, dirty place. So why didn't you leave? Oh, well, we couldn't find the perfect place. Okay, so you can't find the perfect place somewhere else, but this horrible, dirty, maggot-infested place, that's acceptable. Oh, yeah. I mean, I believe that. I totally believe everything what you're talking about. I totally believe everything that you're saying right now. Makes perfect fucking sense to me. Okay, cool. Cool beans.
Making us feel uncomfortable about getting assaulted. They're not talking to us. Welcome to work every day.
Okay,
I'm sorry
that's
that
not what
miscommunications
happened,
have
but okay.
Ryan teamed in also. It's very obvious that these messages, you see the time Friday 3:18, and
Okay.
Ryan's message were coordinated because Matt's is so long. It seems like it's like half Ryan's words. 3:18 he sent that.
cares?
3:25 Ryan sends his response. So they were typing them at the same time. Just obvious what's going on from like I just live there. I know what you guys do all day. You're just
So what's the problem with them typing them together? Oh, you guys live together and you're writing messages together? Like, what? You're trying to make that seem like it's the weird spin on it. For what? Who cares? Like, that's normal. They're both involved in the situation. They're coordinating their messages. You literally talked about how you were helping your friend fucking Jebediah or whatever the fuck his name is, Rav, type their messages. What's the difference between them like sending a text messages while working together on it versus the two of you just sending them together and be represented in both? Like, what's the fucking problem here? Why are you making it seem like they're so bad? Holy shit.
just both sitting in the office looking at each other's phones like this looks good. Ryan said, don't you think that I
Okay,
won't
you're
tolerate
doing
being
the same
treated
thing.
like a child is a little far reaching? Y'all consistently left messes out or in our fridge, parentheses, rotting food in the kitchen and fridge, bags of trash sitting out, etc. It's not about being treated like a child. It's about acting like an adult. And
Oh, that makes perfect sense to me. I believe that 100%. They're probably the reason why the house was disgusting. And oh, I love this part too, bro. I'm just like realizing it now. Literally, they're talking about how, I basically had to clean this place up for free. Like, I was basically like you lived there, asshole. Of course you'd be the fucking one to clean it up, you moron. You're living there for free, and she's complaining about how potentially they left a mess there. I had to clean it up myself. I didn't mean to do that. You're living there for free. Oh, they ordered a pizza, and they didn't throw it away. I'm the victim. Aren't you living there for free? Couldn't you have done it yourself? I shouldn't have to do anything. They never told me I should clean the house up. They didn't tell me They didn't tell me I had to leave at a certain time. How am I supposed to know they want me to leave? They never explicitly asked me to clean up the garbage of the pizza that they paid for so that we could eat. I just let maggots grow there. By the way, I was so horrible, but I couldn't find something else that was perfect. You know, you have to understand. You know what I mean? Like, I couldn't find the fucking perfect view. Like, what the fuck is this video? This is stupid.
and respecting the place we were happy to lend to you, which again is a place of work for 5 other people. Hello? Maybe you shouldn't be inviting people to stay at your work then.
Bro, she's a fucking horrible person. They let her stay with her for free. And she's like, well, maybe you shouldn't have done that then. Maybe you shouldn't have done this nice thing for me. What? What's wrong with you, bro? How are you going to blame them for giving you a place to stay? She's really just a bad person. She's a horrible person. Holy shit.
Isn't that like your responsibility to make sure that like that's something you can handle or not? We did not leave messes in their fridge. I order food at like dinner time or later because I was
Why are you ordering food if you need money to move out? Okay.
a lot when no one was around so I could enjoy being normal. Order late night food, fall asleep, take it out the next day. Or you know what? Fuck it. If it did sit, it sat with the piles of trash that were beyond anything I could ever make myself.
Oh, yeah, so she's just admitting that she left the house a mess. At this point, there's no other way to interpret it. She's a disgusting slob. She's a fucking disgusting slob that left the house a mess because she felt entitled. I'm sure that there was some other food stuffs that were left there, but she just decided that it wasn't. She didn't have to clean it up because she's the princess and she's living there for free. And everybody needs to lean on her hand and foot. She's an entitlement complex. She's a fucking baby.
I'm talking like up to here, like up to my waist, trash cans piled over with trash, more
Okay.
trash, because apparently they only like Leighton taking out the trash. It makes it easier if only one person does it. I remember feeling insane when I saw it because I remember I wasted days of work to clean up after them, and he just
You just said you didn't clean up after them. What are you talking about?
accused
I didn't do days of work. What? Because what the fuck are you talking about?
us of making all the messes. It's like, bro, do you just get amnesia after you eat and walk away and think we did it? Because like that's just not the case.
Okay.
They kept it so tight. They were so mad. They weren't talking to us, and this is apparently the culmination of their qualms. is that birthday, the corporate head ass thing is not right, even though I got an employee to throw my friends out. Getting mad that I got mad about the Don situation. Rav basically just ignored Ryan, I also forgot his name, and said, I appreciate your perspective on the hello goodbye stuff, and I'm sorry that y'all thought we were distant. Aside from the last day we saw you, I think I was cordial to everybody, and I treated y'all as I would anyone else. It's not like I carry around any resentment or ill will towards y'all, and I apologize if my conduct has ever been put into doubt. Rav's too nice. I personally think there's nothing wrong with expecting your friends to not delegate what in my opinion is a simple communication when you see us all the time. I'm sure you didn't mean any harm by it, but it hurt regardless, and I'd be fucking up if I just kept that to myself. With all that said, I'm very sorry that we put you in the uncomfortable position of having to ask us to leave in the first place. I wish we moved out sooner. I felt incredibly guilty about it for a minute now, because we were. That's part of why we're suicidal, because we're like, why the fuck is like life fucking us to where we're not getting a place now? My ring lights.
We're partly the only reason we were suicidal is because we couldn't find a place to stay. You literally just said that you could have stayed. You could have went home. Why don't you just go home?
For attracting bugs.
Yeah, she probably only cleaned after they yelled at her about not cleaning.
Always given y'all the benefit of the doubt on any and all matters when we weren't sure how you felt, and at the time of reaching out to y'all, we were confident that a conversation would help clear any awkwardness between us. I like to think much of it now has. I hope you feel the same way. And guess what? They didn't respond.
I wouldn't.
You know, the rest
either.
is definitely not responding to that. They did not care. We can wrap this up from
I
here,
wouldn't either.
I think.
Please do.
There's only
This
so much
is
I can talk
abysmal.
about. My brain being broken. And I've been doing it for 5 hours. I think I'm running a marathon right now. I had so much stuff I couldn't fit it all in one trip to go, so I had to drop off some of it at a storage unit. We moved to Airbnb in Hollywood.
How could you afford to put it there if you have no money? I don't understand.
In September, and
Okay.
September was the last month I stayed in LA until I was finally able to get back home. Ethan helped me with my laptop. I got my iPad back. We did streams for Rav's equipment. It was his. I don't remember. Oh, he got his MacBook back because his was less expensive than mine, so it's easier to raise. Actually, one thing I never mentioned was I was robbed on August 10th and had just solely from my post enough money sent from followers and like fans between the both of us. Amazing that he was able to go buy a new laptop first. We go in and.
You love how she talks about how she had no money to do anything, but in one day, my fans sent me so much money that we could buy everything back. We were able to buy an entire laptop. Dude, the fact that she thinks this makes her look good is fucking stupendous. It's actually insane. It's wild.
Because he's from the UK, oftentimes during the summer, we would have this problem where card readers wouldn't work. Sometimes it just wouldn't let him get stuff. So we go to the Apple store, pick up the laptop he was going to get, go out and take it to the guy, and he can't buy it. So we have no choice but to leave. And when we get back, I got robbed again. Somebody had opened up the soft top of my Jeep and grabbed my backpack. And
I don't believe. No, nothing. None of this happened. She's just lying. I just don't believe her about any of this stuff anymore. I don't really believe her about like any of this shit anymore. I don't know. I do like potentially like the Don thing seems credible to me, only because the friends like fired him, and so it seems like, you know, and again, maybe none of that happened and the framing is wrong, but that might be true. I wouldn't say that like Don definitely did it, but that part, because it's from what she's saying, it's co-opted by her friends, but everything she said, there's no way that you're robbed like 17 times in this fucking story. There's just no way. Like they're just lying at this point. You're just fucking lying at this point. Are you gonna get robbed again before the end of this video? Oh, I was robbed again. I left my car open and somebody opened it and took stuff from it. Okay, that's crazy, bro. That's crazy, cuz. That's fucking crazy.
the only reason why I even had my stuff with me was because I didn't have a choice. When I got robbed the first time, I didn't have a choice to have my stuff with me. Like, they told us they wanted us gone before we left, so I took more stuff. And because I didn't want to, I felt so bad. I felt like trash that we were getting asked to leave somewhere. Like, that will never make someone feel good. I was trying to take as much autonomy over it as possible and ended up getting my stuff stolen.
I felt like trash for being told to leave somebody. I feel like she felt bad, not because they were asking her to leave or that she overstayed her welcome, but because she's the victim. Again, that's what it is.
Buy it back with money I was so thankful to get donated to me, and it was stolen right back. Ever since like November when that happened, I stopped tweeting nearly as much. So by the time August rolled around and more shit had happened, I didn't know what to say online. How was I going to say anything that was happening to me online without saying everything? I've been recording for 5 hours, so I understand why I didn't. But
this is 5 hours. It's only 2 hours and 16 minutes. This is insane. What? Listen. I don't know if you guys know this. I'm a fan of Judge Judith Schindler. If you're telling the truth, then why did you need to record a 5-hour-long video and hypercut it down to 2 hours and 16 minutes? I understand a little bit of editing, but with everything else we know, you recorded for 5 hours and had to cut 3 hours of that footage out. Why would you need to do that? Unless you were trying to make sure you had your narrative together. I don't know. I mean, at this point, she doesn't deserve any charitability in her interpretation. You know, it's possible that I'm overthinking it, but this woman is fucking crazy. This woman is fucking crazy. There's no reason that it should take that long. Recording for 5 hours. Okay, that doesn't communicate to me that she needed to find the evidence. It communicates to me that she cut out a lot of shit because she has a narrative she's trying to sell.
it made it so hard to talk because anything I would have said that wasn't that would have felt like I was lying because that's all I wanted to say. I'm thankful that I have people that care about me, whether or not I know them or not, and like online people, in real life people, even if it's just a few, it was enough for me to make it. Stuff like that will make you realize who your real ones are very quickly. I don't know. There's a few things. I'm mad that I let someone make me feel so insignificant when they just didn't care about me. Like, I didn't get my stuff out of the office until, all of my stuff out of the office until September 6th. August 31st,
yeah, you know that, like, that's still you being occupying the office, right? Like, you know how that works legally. So, like, you were there for a very long time.
Coordinated that day between Leighton, since he was the easiest person to talk to go grab my stuff. When I get there, it's incredibly hard to get in, and all of a sudden I go to the door. They had, since we left to Seattle and came back, had reinstalled the Ring camera for me and Rav. So while we were trying to go get our stuff, they decided that was a good idea to put a Ring camera in. So what, I guess we couldn't get our stuff while we were...
Why would a Ring camera prevent you from getting your stuff?
Extremely down bad and homeless, had no things. And when I'm there trying to get a hold of someone because Jim isn't answering me, I checked my text a little late. Matt sent me this. Is this a friend to you? What are you guys doing at the office? Leave the key at the front door. I didn't see these texts until 10...
Wait, you had the key? She still had the key? You're trying to make it seem like you couldn't get your stuff? I don't know. Hold on a second. I don't know.
Check my text a little late. Matt sent me this. Is this a friend to you? What are you guys doing?
Oh, hey, had my phone. The key got stolen in Portland. Next time I mess... Oh, the key got stolen, guys. Holy fuck. Bullshit. She has the key. She's... Oh, I don't know.
The office. Leave the key at the front door. I didn't see these texts until 10 minutes later.
I don't have the key.
Within those 10 minutes, I'd already been to the door, and Matt turned on the app from his phone and was like, what are you doing here? So I get scared to shit because I've never seen it ring on this door, and then all of a sudden Matt's being like speaking to me in this like crazy, like rough voice. Don't know if he was lit or what, but it doesn't matter either. It was very crazy.
Why would... Rough voice? I don't know if he was lit. She's trying to make it seem like he was on drugs or alcohol when he was just on being tired of a shitty friend.
I don't know if he thought it was Rav and he was trying to talk to me like that, or if he was really just, I don't know. It was very weird. So I started freaking out because I was the only one packing because Rav didn't feel comfortable being there. But
wait, you were packing, so she was in. Wait, wait. How the fuck did you get inside? How did you get inside without the key that was stolen in Portland? It says it in your text message. This doesn't make any sense. This doesn't make any sense. What? Maybe it was open for them. I don't know. Dude, she keeps either that, she keeps complaining about how people are taking her... Now, she can't get her stuff back, but they had to open the door for you then if you didn't have your key. Or you had your key and you're lying. This doesn't make any sense. None of this makes sense.
Instead, I get freaked out and I just message him a bunch.
Well, hold on. What did she say?
I was the only one packing because Rav didn't feel comfortable being there, but instead...
Rav didn't feel comfortable being there? What? Pussy.
Instead, I get freaked out and I just message...
Next, through the week, I'll be getting my stuff from here. Wait, dude, she's not even taking all of her stuff out in the same fucking day. Oh my god, I don't know if you could read this because I have it like the way that my screen looks right now. It's weird. But through the week, I'll be getting all my stuff from here. She even put a laughing emoji after she said she got her stuff stolen. Through the next... she's trying to make it seem... Okay, she's trying to make it seem like she's intimidated. Whatever. I'll be getting all the stuff from here. I just... the next week... I just got a couple of packages coming since my work. What? She has packages going to the house? Since all my stuff got stolen, I can just consolidate into one trip if you'd like. I always message Lathan and ask him if anything. Dude, this is stupid. Or anything because I don't like bothering you. I didn't know it wasn't ran by you guys. Dude, she didn't even tell her that she was showing up to get her stuff. Yeah, I don't think we're meant to read these messages. Just fucking... She's an idiot.
Message him a bunch. I didn't have anywhere else to get my replacement things sent, so I was still getting like backpacks and work clothes sent to the office. And I was like, hey, I need to pick these up next day at almost 7 p.m. Hey, I'm really sorry about my tone. Wasn't sure what was up, and Leighton never told us. I appreciate that. Would love to talk sometime. Right now is probably the worst time for me, but down the line for sure. That was a lie, by the way. That was September 1st, and he was just lying to me. September.
What do you mean he was lying to you? He even apologized for his tone. He had this weird tone, like he was drunk or something. He was fucking drunk, and then he apologized for it because he didn't know that we were there. Yeah, because it can't be explained by you. This woman's a fucking moron, dude. Holy shit.
Hey, sorry to bother you. Just wanted to ask, check in and ask if I could grab some of my stuff in the office. We'll be shooting some pics and videos today at an abandoned water park a couple hours away, so I want to grab my camera and Amazon stuff I got sent there. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah, I was asking for permission to get my camera, like a day after. I said, ended up not coming over when I mentioned it. Would anytime today be a good time to come by and grab some stuff? I can come by myself. He responded, yeah, I think Jim will be there for a while. Just text him just to be sure. I just bounced and saw this. That was at 4 p.m., 9, almost 10 p.m. Coordinated with Jim. Thank you. I just left a little bit ago. I grabbed everything and threw away a lot of stuff that was in around the garage. Thank you so much for letting us stay here. Hope you're having a good night. When we were gone, he started talking to me more, and I felt like it's easy to be like, oh, we're normal now. Thank you. Take care. What's y'all's plans right now?
Yes, that makes sense. There's some time, and this happens especially with family. family. You know, before I moved out of my mother's house too, and this happened. Like, you get a little more animosity, especially as things build up. And once you're able to disconnect, you can start to rebuild the relationship. It's very normal shit.
Now I say gonna stay at Airbnb to work out while figuring out a living situation. He just didn't respond until I like told him I had a. You have a.
I wouldn't either, because it just sounds like you're trying to be emotionally manipulative. Be like, oh, we're gonna live at an Airbnb because of you. That's what it sounds like to me.
7 days to live dream about him for reference.
What am I supposed to read this for? What could this possibly? What does this mean?
Until I like told him you have a 7 days to live dream about him for reference.
What? Hey, I'm really sorry about the tone. Wasn't blah 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 blah. I sure it was up, and Langton never told us. I appreciate that. Would love to talk sometime. Right now is probably the word. Wait, it just sounds like, did she try to make it seem like they were like stealing stuff or trying to withhold her stuff, and they never did that. Sorry to bother you. Just wanted to check in and ask if I could grab some more of my stuff from the office. We'll be shooting some pics videos today at an abandoned water park a couple hours away, so I wanted to grab my camera and Amazon stuff I got sent there. Hope you're doing okay. Yeah, it's fine. I'm not sure if anyone is there though. Dude, it's so annoying. She's so entitled. They didn't want to be my friends, but they let you send stuff to their house. Yeah, I think Jim will be there for a bit. Okay. I coordinated with Jim. Thank you very much. I just left a little bit ago. I grabbed everything. Dude, this woman's a piece of shit. Take care, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to stay at Airbnb at work. Nobody cares. Oh, they asked what your plan is, and then you said their plan. Okay. I dream you were sending me cryptic ass messages of pictures, and some you have 7 days to live.
So
shit.
the next time we talk about that, September
Okay.
26th. And at this rate, I'm nearing the.
The hell was that?
So the next time we talk about that, September 26th. And at this rate, I'm nearing the last week and a half of my stay in Hollywood. Matt is a big telescope guy. I don't know if he is actually, but I got him, so I sent him a thing. It's a thing I do when I'm trying to be a friend. And I'm a simp, I guess. I don't know. Sucks. He said, yes, I'm so excited. I'm going to look at it. How have you been? Let's hang soon. I said, I've been better than we last talked. I'd love to see you and catch up. Let me know when you're free, and I can drive to your place, and we can meet up and do something fun. How have you been? I've been better. Trying to reevaluate a lot about my life and myself after the last 6 months, and it's been hard, but overall positive. Would love to hang. He just kept saying would love to hang. And so we just kept saying it back and forth. He didn't mean it. But the AX SuperMega video I wasn't in, I was replaced by the girl he cheated on his girlfriend of 4 years with. So not only did he cheat on his girlfriend and broke up with her, and then she found out after because Jim was living with the new girl. Well, she's still.
I really just think that this is just more. I don't even know if this was released before with this cheating thing. It just sounds like she's just trying to just trying to have more energy to be like, wow, what a bad guy. Like, yeah, you shouldn't cheat. It is a bad thing to do. But I mean, like, you know, okay, like, it's shitty. Oh no, like, yeah, that's a bad thing. You're a shitty person. What you did is worse than. What you did is worse than cheating. I don't know. Maybe not. I don't know. You took advantage of your friends and you fucking destroyed their trust.
Still friends with Jim. Like, they're both friends with Jim. He also takes a break with the new girlfriend he's with to basically solicit a sex worker girl that he was into to come live in LA and move from like across the US before he decided that he wanted to go back to the girlfriend.
You literally
became a member.
Thank you so much for the small gut, brother. Who cares? You're a sex worker. It sounds like you're trying to shame him for engaging with sex workers. What happened? Like, well, it's okay to do sex work. It's not okay to buy sex work. Well, okay. That's fucking crazy. Whatever. Solicit. Okay. Whatever.
That he was just with. So if I were him, I would probably be reevaluating my life as well. I understood so much when I learned that, because if not for that, I wouldn't know what the fuck he was doing the whole time. He was like, I'm busy. I don't want to talk. I'm doing stuff. After September, I kind of get out of LA for a while. I lost my wallet around this time. Didn't have a wallet for a long time. So I had.
Oh, wait. Did somebody steal it or did you lose it? I'm a little confused. Is it like a third robbing? Somebody took you something out again?
To plan a drive back to Nashville because I tried to reorder my like a temp ID from Nashville and it never arrived before the Airbnb was up. So I just didn't have any choice but to drive back home, which is fine. But because at least I had time to plan it. But that was interesting. I had to drive from LA to Nashville. It's like 2,000 something miles with no ID. So that was fun. But I don't know. I feel like that's mostly important stuff. At the end of the day, me talking about this isn't for a gotcha. It's not for like a.
Oh, it 100% is. It's just you trying to get back at them and hurt them.
What was me? I'm just talking about stuff that happened to me because it's important to me to get this off my chest. I've been holding on to this weight for over a year for no reason. What loyalty do these people have to me that I need to be like, I need to protect them? What did they do for me? They let me stay at their place and then made me feel weird about it after they were like, hey, your assaulter's gonna be here when I got there. Like, I don't know.
No, that's not the framing of what actually happened. She's such a worthless person, bro. Holy fuck. She's such a bad guy.
They make and then they word stuff like I have to feel like I owe them something. I don't owe them anything. They weren't charging me rent. They said I could stay there. You know, if he didn't like me there, he could have. They make and then they word stuff like I have to feel like I owe them something. I don't owe them anything. They weren't charging me rent.
They were charging you rent? I don't even believe that. I'm gonna listen to that again.
Stuff like I have to feel like I owe them something. I don't owe them anything. They weren't charging me rent.
Sorry, hold on.
They word stuff like I have to feel like I owe them something. I don't owe them anything. They weren't charging me rent.
They weren't charging me rent. She thinks that this makes her look good. I didn't owe them anything. They didn't charge me rent. Bro, if I lived with somebody because I was down on my luck and they let me live there for an undetermined amount of time for free, I would not be going on constant vacations. I would be actively actually looking for somewhere to live. This is the epitome of her entitlement complex. I do not owe you anything. You never charged me rent. She's an ungrateful person that overstayed her welcome in the house. Constantly went on vacations and said, well, I took pictures there for work. I go on vacation too and I work. Doesn't mean it's not a vacation. Okay? She would take advantage of her friends. She's living rent-free, constantly leaving, spending money on bullshit. Frankly, I think lying about being robbed multiple times. Always convenient. Trying to make it seem like they were withholding her stuff when she finally did get kicked out. Even though they didn't do that at all, and she showed us the proof. And she tried to make it seem like the reason that they stopped being friends with her was, well, because this Don situation. And, like, that's horrible if that happened was true, but they fired him after you said that it happened. You just took advantage of their fucking friendship, bro. Terrible. This woman's insane.
They said I could stay there. You know, if he didn't like me there, he could have done a lot of different things. He could have just opened his mouth and talked to me.
Oh, and they did constantly, you stupid bitch. Sorry. Sorry, that was rude. You blamed them for not setting a move-out date. You blamed them for not setting a move... When you blame somebody... When you're blaming them because they didn't set a move-out date, like, you already lost.
That's what adults do. Contrary to popular belief, adults communicate and are mature and don't just leave everything to text.
You're
And they're employees and act like that's normal and gaslight people
Because
about it.
texting isn't communicating, guys. Holy shit. That's fucking crazy.
Gaslight people about, like, being upset about the
Gaslighting.
reaction to assault. Just what a letdown.
No.
And, like, I've been carrying all this bitterness for, like, a year, and I wonder if I felt, like, poisoned and, like, I'm dying all the time. Like, I'm not expecting
Okay.
any sort of, like, response, negative, positive. I don't care, honestly. None of this matters to me except for the fact that I can say this. I haven't
Yes, you do. You care. This whole thing was just to shame them.
been able to. That's not fair to me. Why was that okay that I couldn't say anything? Why did so many people allow that?
Not a single person told you couldn't say anything. Not a single time. Not a singular time in this entire scenario did anybody ever say you can't say anything. Not a single time. She's lying. She's a liar.
Why did I have so many friends that were cool with that when they found out what was going on? They're just like, okay, pretend like nothing was going on, still doing it. You know what Matt did before?
What do you want them to do? Like fucking come out and tell people about your traumatic story? Like what is wrong? This isn't real. This is insane.
This year, he texted me, how's Tennessee? As if he's not the reason I'm there. And when I didn't respond, he took me off his Instagram close friends. Didn't follow me. He just like didn't want me to see the stuff he really has to say.
Oh, I guess like once you decided not to respond because you're being a baby, he just said, okay, I guess we're not friends anymore, and just moved on. Like, okay, crazy.
Like, I don't care. It's just it's like so obvious that like what these guys are doing. They do it at the same time. They do the same kind of stuff. They did it to
Okay.
Rav. They don't ever have intentions of being friends with us
Rav's-
ever again. They don't care.
I wouldn't either. You're a shitty person. You're a fucking really bad person. You are terrible. You drain the energy out of the room when you enter it. Like you are not somebody that is worth any time, energy, or effort. You will never appreciate your friends. You'll never appreciate anything that people do for you. You are emotionally stunted, and like you don't care. So
They're trying to placate us so we don't say anything. Because you know what I found out after Creator Clash? The fact that I
What'd you
didn't
find
talk to anybody. The only person I talked to was Jim, who came up and physically walked in front of me, said, hey, Lex, and gave me a hug, and I hugged him back. And I was like, hey, because at the end of the day, Jim's just doing his fucking job. Not excusing him at all. It's just, he's not the boss. He wasn't the first person I told. So, you know, if Matt had come up to hug me, I probably would have been like, what the fuck are you doing, man?
What?
And I usually don't have that in me. But finding out after you don't talk to someone being mad, that like you hear people were whispering, Lex is going to say something, when I had no intention of saying something at this time. Like the last month.
yes, you did. You clearly had. You've been building this up. This wasn't because somebody blah blah blah. You had every intention of saying this. It's clear.
Has been completely focused on me being better because I've had to spend that much time doing it. It's been not fun. Nobody wants to be broken down so badly that they have to spend half a year building themselves back up. Cool that I did it enough that I can even do this, but honestly, I haven't slept and I spent like at least 15 hours of today just like procrastinating starting this. How can I make this up? How can I make so much stuff up? At most, it's like, why did you mention that? Or why did you mention this? And honestly, everything's relevant to me because everything has affected me and I've not been able to talk about any of it. And you know what? The fact that I haven't been able to talk about it has been used against me.
Who said you couldn't talk about it? Only thing that you mentioned was he said this was my magnum opus. He never said you couldn't talk about it. You didn't even claim he said that. Like, what are you talking about? I don't even believe that. You decided not to talk about it. You literally go on a whole tangent about how it took you a very long time to process even what happened to you, and now you're talking about how they tried to suppress you from talking about it. That just doesn't even make sense. If you're processing it, it's most likely that you just didn't want to talk about it, because it's a very real thing that like going public with being sexually assaulted and talking about it could be a significant contributor to your sexual assault, or to your trauma rather. So like I doubt that they had anything to do with it. You didn't want to talk about it. I almost guarantee that, just based on everything else you've lied about. And like, you're trying to make it seem like fucking... You're trying to make it seem like they did all these horrible things to you. You lied about them withholding everything. Hey, what's up, girl? How you doing, brother? Yeah, I'm live late today. My sleep schedule's been off. I figured I might as well go live.
For other people's benefit. I'm not benefiting from not talking about this, because you know what that means? When I'm not online and I'm not able to post, I'm not able to do stuff that I tell people that's what they pay me for, you know what happens? People sub to me and people want to spend money and buy stuff from me and they don't get it delivered and they're like, Lex must be like a scammer, or Lex must be like bad at her job, or Lex must be like, why am I subbing to OnlyFans? Why am I subbing to a Patreon and not getting the things that says it has? This is beyond done. You're
blaming them? How is it their fault that you're not giving out your OnlyFans, doing your content? No, I don't believe that. I couldn't make my OnlyFans content because I wasn't able to talk about my sexual assault. Just don't believe that. You seem like a lazy, entitled person. I hate to be the boomer, but you're like a fucking pot-smoking, lazy person that doesn't do anything, and then you make excuse. Oh, I'm having a bad mental health day. Oh, I can't do this. I can't do that. Oh, my mental health's so bad today. I can't work. Yeah, people's mental health sucks every day. This is how I know you're entitled. If you're the type of person that doesn't have to work when your mental health is bad, you're an entitled person. And you want to know what? As a content creator, I'm able to do that. I am able to have that. I have like the privilege of sometimes not wanting to work because I can work on my own time. I know it from experience. I also have been in the experience where I had to work regardless of what I wanted to do, because I've also had that experience. So like, she's just a perpetual victim. That's all it boils down to. Like, nothing is ever her fault, and she can't produce the porn that she's supposed to make for her fans because she's, oh, my mental health's so bad. Shut the fuck up.
Matt, Ryan, this is my livelihood. Like, the way I make money currently has been, like, irrevocably changed. I make less than half of what I did last year, and I'm not necessarily being like, I'm fine with working back for it. I've been having a good time, actually. It gives me goals after so long of not.
Probably because you just haven't been actually working. Probably because you decided to just not do any work for a long time. And then all of a sudden now you're finally getting back into it. Like, oh, cry me a fucking river. You're making less money. Why are you trying to imply that they have an impact on that? Because it really doesn't have anything to do with them. It's all you.
Having any, they actually feel achievable. So that's the one thing I have going for me. It's just, I shouldn't be here. I shouldn't have to have suffered like this and not be able to afford a place to live because I got assaulted. What did I do to deserve that? I didn't do anything.
Bro, that has nothing to do with you not being able to do. You just decided not to work anymore. What are you talking about? Dude, no. She like, I'm a fucking, I don't want to go goblin mode here. But like, holy fuck. Oh my god. Like, it's like, listen, really bad things happen to people all the time. Doesn't mean that you get to shut down as a fucking person. Holy shit.
Why did all this happen because of that? It's just, when I was crying earlier about the call out I made when I was 17, partially it's because it just happened again without me telling anyone. Instead of me telling people and people being like, I don't believe you, blah, 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 I told my friends, and instead of telling me they didn't believe me, they acted just like they didn't, without saying it. And
they fired the guy! What the fuck are you talking about? You're lying. They fired the guy. They fired the guy that did it. They fired him that you claimed did it. How are you saying that they didn't believe you?
It's just as bad. I had no support from them. They said they believed me and then gave me no support. That's just not what that means.
They said they believed you and they fired the guy. What are you fucking talking about? What dimension do you belong to? What the fuck are you saying?
They think that them letting me rest my head at their office was them extending their arm fully out to me. It's just...
Yes! They thought that me living with them rent-free was somehow them extending their help to me.
They appreciate me as much as I can keep my mouth shut. Meanwhile, you know, they get to talk shit about me all the time. Ryan unfollowed me recently. Helly, foolish Kia.
Didn't you just say the reason he unfollowed you because you didn't respond to him? What the fuck are you talking about?
He unfollowed me recently. The artist that they got to do Dawn's art style. June technically was the last time he did any work for them. And after that, Kelly got rehired and still had Dawn credited until November of 2022. How am I supposed to not believe that that was on purpose? Kelly has a distinct art style. She used to draw on it before. The characters can be drawn differently. And yet, you wanted Dawn's from some other artist whose art style is completely different. What did you tell her? What does she think she knows about me?
Wait, what the fuck are you wait, what? What's happening now? They didn't hire Dawn back, but they hired someone at... Wait.
Until November. They got to do Dawn's art style. No, they get to talk shit about me all the time. Ryan unfollowed me recently. Kelly, foolish Kia, she unfollowed me recently. The artist that they got to do Dawn's art style. June technically was the last time he did any work for them. And after that, Kelly got rehired and still had Dawn credited until November of 2022. How am I supposed to not believe that that was on purpose?
What? Wait, are you saying that because they didn't change the credits after they fired him? Dude, this is just fucking stupid as shit.
Kelly has a distinct art style. She used to draw in it before. The characters can be drawn differently, and yet you want it drawn from some other artist whose art style is completely different.
That doesn't make... Dude, what she's saying just fundamentally is the stupidest fucking thing. What she's doing right now, she's saying, oh, and then they hired somebody that has a similar... that can draw similarly to the last person that we had. Yeah, so that their brand doesn't change too much. If you as a business or an entity decide to come up with a fucking logo or a way to represent yourself, you want it to stay consistent. Just because they fired Don doesn't mean that their entire brand needs to change. What the fuck are you talking about? She's trying to make it seem like they did something intentional, like they somehow support Don because they'd fired him. What the hell is she talking about?
What did you tell her? What does she think she knows about me that is, like, damning? Because I assume that's why she didn't follow me. She was talking to me last year, told me I'm sorry when my dog died. If you look it up on Twitter, that's the last time she talked to me. And all of a sudden is, like, acting weird. Like, I know that Kelly and Brian and Justin all hang out. It doesn't matter. I feel like I'm being taken advantage of for the fact that people don't know my story. And it's not for them. It's everybody that has been like, you good? On my pictures that look like I'm having a bad time. Everybody that's been like, what's up with you? Why did you go homeless? And I didn't respond to them. I read every single comment asking if I'm okay and just couldn't respond. So I don't think it's fair that other people get to talk about what happened.
Why can't you respond? Your response is dog shit. You were homeless because you're a lazy person that doesn't appreciate your friends. So.
To me, and I don't. So I am. And at this rate, it doesn't matter what happens because of it. I think I feel like so much better already after just having talked to myself for 5 hours. I think at the end of the day, what matters is things going back to normal. I feel like I can finally breathe, knowing that, aside from speculating about Kelly and Ryan, knowing that Don was going around telling people it was just rough sex, what happened between us, using people's lack of knowledge for his benefit, seeing artists that I've been mutuals with for years unfollow me that I can only assume, because they're also friends with Don, that he said the same thing. They don't get to lie anymore. Rough sex.
Why didn't you just come forward earlier? There was not a singular thing in there that I communicated that she wasn't able to talk about this. I don't really believe anything that her perspective on things is very clearly not easy to trust because she's a massive liar. Like, what are you talking about? Like, you know, who said you couldn't talk about any of this? I don't even believe that. I don't believe that at all. You could have said something earlier. I don't believe it.
Sex, that's cool. That makes you cool. That just makes me a pussy for not liking it or whatever. But saying no should be enough. If I don't want to do something and I'm...
Yeah, and that's another thing too, is like, it's from your story, and you're getting shaky here because you're a massive liar. But from your story, he tried to sexually assault you, and then you said no, and then you guys continued to have a consensual sexual relationship moving forward. Now, that's not uncommon, that a guy might sexually assault a girl and they continue to have, like I talked about it earlier. That's something that can happen. You know, they can try to force you to do something that you don't want to do when you might be open to doing another thing. Like, they might want to force you to engage in anal, and then, like, but that's not what you want, but then you'll engage in, like, vaginal intercourse. Like, that's just an example. And so, like, that doesn't invalidate her potential alleged assault. But, like, you probably did have rough sex with him consensually afterwards. So I don't know the specifics of what's going on, but I also know that you can't be trusted with your interpretation of, like, a lot of these things. And, like, it speaks so poorly to her that she's such a massive liar. Like, people, that's what people are going to pick up from what's going on.
Resisting you, it should be good enough. But no, it's just rough sex because you want to kind of admit something weird happened, but you don't want to talk about, like, you being a sex pest or anything, or that you just don't know how to treat women. I'm just glad I don't have to be talking to him again. I don't know still if I wish I had said nothing, which is one of the sadder parts, because I shouldn't feel like so shamed by everything that came along with talking about it that I feel like I shouldn't have said anything. But I do. Like I said, the one thing that is making me feel better is the fact that I needed this. I need to tell people that care about me, because they don't care about me, obviously. It took me a year to find that out. They don't care about me. But there are people who do, who would really want to know.
You're right. They only let you live there with them for like a year. They don't care about you.
It's happened to me, and that would be really upset that it did, or just be like, I understand now. And that's really what I want more than anything, is to have, like, my past behavior looked at where it was seen as weird before, where I was in my head giving out fucking cries for help that I couldn't follow up on. Now you know. I don't know how long this is gonna be, but
you got to live with your friends for free.
God, cool. It feels like we just came out of war together. Pretty sure I got everything. Sorry if it was jumbled. My brain is jumbled. At least you know why now. Like, if you heard anything about this and you saw me acting a certain way, you'd be like, of course she's like. I'm happy now, I think. I don't want to talk to them. I don't want an apology. I just
what a bad person.
They'll probably try and say they did a bunch of stuff and X, Y, and Z, and they tried talking when they didn't, and all this stuff. And I just showed you a bunch of examples where they just say stuff that sounds nice, so you stop saying hard stuff for them to hear. And my expectation, the only expectation I have is that if they respond to this, it's going to be along those lines. Besides just like, I don't feel that way, which is like, I don't believe you. You're not trustworthy people anymore. So to say that you feel a certain way is not trustable. Like, in the same phone call, you're asking me if it was okay to hang out with a guy that sexually assaulted me. Like, you're not that guy. You're not the guy that I can trust. You're not one of those. I mean, there's a reason why they made Leighton sign it when they fired him, so we can talk about this that I'm talking about right now, because they said magnum opus for a reason, baby. Very cool. Magnum opus. Thanks for listening. Hopefully better days will come up soon. BuzzFeed.
Okay, that was something. All right, let's continue this. We're going to watch Matt's video next. It seems to be the one with the most information to potentially counter or, you know, speak against what the narrative this person was saying. as it stands, she comes off as incredibly non-credible after listening to everything. I almost guarantee that the people who engage with her video only watch the first half an hour. So let's go.
I want to start this video out by apologizing for the delay. This is a very serious matter, and I wanted to make sure I gave this ample, time and thought before speaking publicly. You probably also noticed that Ryan and I are both doing separate videos. This is because we each have specific points that we want to say, and we didn't think it would be as efficient to cram all of it into one video next to each other.
Sure.
So instead, we opted to do 2 separate videos. But yeah, a lot has obviously been said in the last few days. I want to address everything that's been said. And I want to apologize and take accountability where I need to take accountability. For those who don't know, Lex is an old friend of ours who recently released a statement on Twitter, as well as a YouTube video detailing a sexual assault incident that involved our former channel artist Dawn, as well as her recent experiences with myself and Ryan, aka SuperMega. I'm going to go ahead and read what Lex posted on Twitter so you can get her words verbatim on everything that happened. And then I'm going to try to supply as much additional context as I can and explain what happened from my perspective. In November 2021, I was sexually assaulted by Dawn on the first night that we had both met while dating. We were both staying at Matt Watson's house. He attempted to physically force me to give him oral sex, and the only reason it didn't happen was because I was forced to physically resist him when he didn't listen to my verbal commands to stop. I waited to confront Dawn until Creator Clash 2022, where I could keep it offline and then never see him again, but then Dawn was invited to Matt's house in LA right before I moved to LA to stay in the house that they used as an office, aka the Super Megaplex. I called them before I got there to tell them what happened so I could avoid being around Dawn, but they gave me mixed messages. Ryan, one of support, and 2 days later Matt, a phone call where he went into lawyer mode and promptly explained to me that technically Dawn isn't an employee, so we don't have to do anything, how SuperMega is his magnum opus, and how this would be very bad for them if anyone found out. Days later, they talked to Dawn privately at Matt's house where they proceeded to explain to try and get his side of his story, left the conversation with Dawn saying he didn't know what he did wrong, and Matt and Ryan deciding for me that Dawn and I just needed to talk things out in person. The day before I get to their office, Matt texted me and told me he sent Dawn there and I had to hide in the bathroom for him to leave. During my time at the office, every action was held against us, me and Rav, in silence until they felt appropriate to use them to kick us out, even though those things consisted of leaving to Tennessee while I visited.
Well, again, didn't she... whatever, we don't really... she literally said that, like, they just let her say they're open-ended, but she was supposed to move out. So this is... the way that she's framing it's not even honest.
Did my mom for her birthday, even though I bought a car, leaving town to work, Rav's partner having attempted to take their life soon after I arrived, and me still being disturbed by what happened with Dawn and their reaction to it. Were all held against us, and they used it to gaslight us into being framed as lazy when we were working harder than normal to get the less work done due to having no place to work. Any action that wasn't looking for a place or going to see one, aka being faster to going away, was seen as bad when there was no sense of urgency placed upon us to begin when we arrived. Staying at the office was uncomfortable as they did not want us to be there after this event, and we ended up homeless as a result of them icing us out and refusing to communicate to us almost completely despite staying at their job, even about crucial things like concerns about us living there or when they wanted us gone. Matt and Ryan instead delegated this responsibility to their employees, who we saw as friends, asking us to help them with chores around the house until they had them correspond instead about moving out. Upon which we realized what was going on and saw ourselves out before we got kicked out. After this, we had no communication with them. We were robbed on the way out of and back from LA. We lost almost everything we had, and we couldn't get our belongings from the office while living in the car and from hotel to hotel for a while because they weren't talking to us. I felt like I couldn't talk about what was going on with me for the past year because I'd have to explain things that Matt and Ryan clearly didn't want people to know. So I want to begin by offering Lex the deepest and most sincere apology because the bottom line is Ryan and myself did not handle the situation well. There are a lot of ways that we could have handled the situation better, and we didn't. I also want to state that we never took any action to cover up a sexual assault, and we never tried to cover Dawn from any consequences.
Yeah, that makes sense to me. Nothing indicated that other than her saying that in the thing, in what she said. It sounded like she just came up with that narrative like afterwards.
And I'll go into that more as we progress through the video. So on May 19th, 2022, after returning home from Creator Clash, I got a call from Dawn in which he was crying, saying that him and Lex had just broken up. He told me he was essentially stuck in Florida because he's from Germany and he had no money and didn't know what to do. And at this time, I didn't know any specifics of what had happened with the breakup. He mentioned to me that they had been distant and then ended up just breaking up. That was the extent of my knowledge on the split at the time. Feeling bad for Dawn, I offered to get him a one-way plane ticket to LA to come crash at my place until he could find a way to get back to Germany. He took me up on the offer, and on May 23rd, he flew out to LA. When Dawn arrived, he cried to me about how heartbroken he was, and the whole time I was none the wiser on what had actually taken place between him and Lex, and if I had known, I would not have invited him out to LA to stay with me. I would not have housed him. I don't remember exactly, but I think Rav was the one who told me initially on my balcony one night, and he told me that Dawn had sexually assaulted Lex. This was something that I did not expect from Dawn, and truth be told, I had a bit of a hard time accepting it. I
mean, that makes sense, sure.
Soon asked Dawn about this, And what he told me was he chalked it up to basically a misunderstanding in the bedroom. At this time, I did not grasp how serious the situation was.
I mean, I wonder if... Here's the thing. I wonder if that is the truth. Because based on how dishonest her framing was, like, I really wonder, like, was it actually a miscommunication in the bedroom? Or did he actually sexually assault her? You know, did he want her to go down on her? Like, we just don't know. When we're not going to know, right? But she's such a dishonest person, man, that it's hard to tell. I want to believe her. You know what I mean? And like I said, like, you know, innocent until proven guilty, and so nothing that proves it explicitly. But, you know, from how dishonest she is, it does leave a lot to question, man. It does leave a lot to question.
And obviously, he did not either. So Lex gave Ryan a call soon after to explain what had happened, and she told him he did not either. So I did not grasp how serious this situation was, and obviously he did not either. So Lex gave Ryan a call soon after to explain what had happened, and she told him that Dawn had sexually assaulted her. I then had a phone call with Lex shortly after on May 27th, where she detailed to me what had happened between her and Dawn in November of 2021 when they were staying at my house. I want to state that from the beginning, when she told me, I fully believed and have supported Lex, which I stressed to her throughout this phone call. However, I do think that some of the things I said on this call were misinterpreted, and this has zero fault on Lex. This is 100% my fault for poorly articulating my thoughts. I wasn't sure how to talk about this type of situation, and I believe that some of the things that I said to Lex on this call came across very differently from what I intended. But I do know that intent does not change how it was interpreted and how Lex felt about it. But I did want to give some more context on that phone call. I told Lex that Ryan and I fully supported her, that we believed her 100%, and that we would be there for her. To be honest, I was terrified of misstepping in this situation due to its sensitive nature and how close it was to home. I was not sure how to navigate it. This was all new territory to me. And I asked...
That makes perfect sense. Like, the same thing with, like, the other guy talking about how he wanted to take his own life. Like, it makes sense that they... like wouldn't know how to navigate such like a delicate situation. Like, how do you navigate the mental health of somebody who was assaulted, especially if you don't have a comparable experience? I've talked about my inappropriate way of navigating, like when somebody told me that they were assaulted. It was somebody close to me, and they had said like, "Oh, this person assaulted me," and I remember I talked about it. I got really angry that happened to them, and especially since they asked like, "What do you really think I was assaulted?" That was like it was heartbreaking. And I unintentionally made it about me because they ended up asking, like, "Are you okay?" Because I got so angry, and it's like, wow, like, you know, that raw emotion. You know, my intention wasn't to make it about me, but I had unintentionally made it about me. So like this kind of stuff happens, bro. It's not easy to navigate this stuff, and like it's, you know, you don't want to say the wrong thing. You don't know what happened. You know, it's so.
Her a really stupid question because of that. I asked Lex what she wanted me and Ryan to do about the situation, which wasn't.
That's a completely reasonable question to ask.
Absolutely dumbass thing to ask. I meant it from a place of...
Not really. It's not a dumbass thing to... This is one of the things. Like, this guy is probably going to try to overcorrect in, like, his apologies. This woman is a lying piece of shit, just so you know. I'm not saying that she wasn't assaulted, because, you know... But what I'm saying is that, like, she's lied about, like, everything else. And so, like, they're overcorrecting because she's seen as the victim in this scenario. But that's a fine question. Hey, like, what would you like me to do about this? I don't think that's a bad question to ask. Like, hey, how do you want me to operate moving forward? And you remember what's so interesting? She originally said in her statement, "Oh, I don't want you to do anything." And they still fired him. That's what she said to us in her first video. Do you remember her saying that? And then at the end, she's like, "You didn't let me come out and say something again." It seems very dishonest. Because again, like at the beginning, what did she say? She's like, then when this question was asked, what was her response? "Oh, I don't know, nothing. I just wanted, like, you know," they fired him. And then later on, all of a sudden she wanted, like, you know, like, "Oh, you suppressed me." No, I don't think any of that happened.
We want to help, and we will do whatever it is you want us to do to make the situation better. I now see that obviously came across as me putting the responsibility of the situation.
I don't think it did. I think that she just said that.
About that. My intention was to be helpful, and I went about it very poorly. In Lex's statement, she said that I brought up technicalities over Don's employment, as well as me saying something along the lines of how much it would suck for SuperMega if this got out, and that SuperMega was my magnum opus, and I didn't want anything to ruin that. Over the course of the phone call, we did discuss Don's role with SuperMega, and while I don't recall making any of those specific comments, I do know I brought up our business and how Don's actions might affect that. That was completely wrong of me to do. I never should have brought up anything as trivial as that, while Lex was telling me something very difficult. I was kind of freaking out, and I was thinking out loud. It should not have even been on my mind, and that...
No, listen, it's understandable that it was on his mind. It was inappropriate for him to express it at all. Frankly, I believe him that she's exaggerating the comment that he made. I really do, because like her whole story was exaggerated. But it makes sense. Like, it's not appropriate. Like, that's not the right thought. But it makes sense to have it. I don't think it makes him a horrible person. It's a selfish thing to think in that situation, of course. But, like, it's also, like, a human thing to think. So I go, like, okay, that's wrong. But it sounds like he's not trying to stick with it. It's just, like, a bad thought that he came across. And maybe he gave her the wrong intention. But nothing was or maybe he gave her the wrong vibe. But nothing, it doesn't seem like anything actually was intended to be, like, destructive.
Was selfish of me. What I should have done was just listened and offered support and not question anything. Rav and Lex have both mentioned that I've made comments where I've said, well, Don isn't technically an employee, so we don't have to do anything. I don't see the logic in that or why I would have said that, because that's not something I would have said. I think it's...
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense, especially since they fired him. So what would he even said that for? I think that she's just lying about that.
More realistic that something was misinterpreted or miscommunicated there. I ended the call by voicing complete support for Lex and telling her that Ryan and I were here for her and we would figure out what to do. In hindsight, the answer is obvious, and we should have acted immediately, but we didn't. For context, here are the text messages right before and right after that call.
Okay, about the call. We're here for you. Thank you for sharing that. I know it wasn't you to talk about. Please let me know if you need to talk or vent or just an ear. Okay. Thank you for being such a good friend. Of course, always here for you. Okay.
Showing that I was supportive. I was not completely callous like it was made out to be. And as a side note, I'm hoping that people will not confuse me providing more context where I think it's needed with just getting defensive. To be honest, Ryan and I were scared of this whole situation. We knew that we needed to talk to Don, so me and Ryan organized a meeting with him at our office where we sat him down and confronted him about this. We asked him what had happened that night, and he explained it from his perspective, which was very different from Lex's perspective. We felt a little confused on what had happened that night, as did Rav. Rav was also trying to figure out what had gone down. And at this point, I don't think any of us still were taking it as seriously as we should have been. And that is something that
Well, I mean, listen, that makes sense. Listen, the reality of the situation is, like, you have two different perspectives, and it's impossible to prove. So it makes sense that they wouldn't immediately go, oh, this must have happened. It's one of those weird spots where, like, when somebody comes forward about something like this, it's weird. You have to, like, you don't have to, it's hard to express exactly what I want to say. You want to take their claim seriously, and you would never want to assume that they're saying it just to lie. But at the same time, you want to make sure that you understand that we operate innocent versus innocent until proven guilty for a specific reason. And so you go like, okay, I'm going to hear you. I don't think that you're trying to lie. I'm going to listen to your story. But at the same time, I cannot instantly assert that this definitely happened. Like, there's nothing wrong with having that perspective. So
sincerely regret, because we did not take it as seriously right from the jump as we should have. Instead, we asked questions and tried to do some detective work and get to the bottom of it, and maybe have Don talk to...
It's a horrible thing, because if this did happen, that could be a very triggering thing to have to do. Like, you know, it's like when somebody gets assaulted, they have to go to the police. It's a very, like, it could be a very triggering thing to have to, like, retell your story. But, like, these are kind of the things that have to happen. You have to talk about these after things like this happens. Like, you have to get to the bottom of it.
To Lex to try to figure out, you know, if this was a misunderstanding, which I now see was an absolutely, you know, terrible, terrible move, suggesting that. Having a victim and an abuser, you know, telling them to, you know, maybe to talk to each other, horrible. And that is something that I'm so sorry about, Lex. Here you can see some text messages.
I have more context into the situation now. Yeah, it seems less serious. I could bring you up to speed later.
Between myself and Rav, where Rav is saying that he figured out a little more context on the situation at one point. Rav did...
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. Really quick, is Rav the guy that, like, she got kicked out of the house with her? Kicked out. Was Rav the guy that was, like, traveling across the world with her? I need that answer. Because if that was, I have more context into the situation now. Seems less serious. I could bring it up to speed with. Isn't this like, okay, interesting?
Where Rav is saying that he figured out a little more context on the situation at one point. Rav did wisen up quicker than Ryan and I did, though. I think that he took it more seriously than we did. We were still confused and not sure what to do.
That makes sense as well.
We messed up. Anyway, I'm going to fast forward a little bit to July 4th. We had a party at the Super Megaplex, and afterwards, Lex came over to my place to crash for the night. While we were in the living room after we got back, I was on one couch, she was on the other. We had a very in-depth conversation about the entire Dawn situation. At this point, I had had more time to reflect on it and kind of see where I had messed up and better understood what had actually taken place and how my response to that was poor. In this conversation, I sincerely apologized to Lex. I admitted where I was wrong and I took responsibility. I expressed remorse for how I had acted during the situation, and she accepted my apology. This is why I ultimately found myself a bit confused as to why there's a notion that I have never addressed this with Lex, because I have. I, however, don't blame Lex at all for how she may feel, because this is a very complicated situation, and I can't even begin to pretend to understand how she feels and what kind of emotions are at play here. Despite our delayed action on this, I do want to state unequivocally that Ryan and I never made any attempts to cover up a sexual assault or to aid Dawn. People have been theorizing and asking us for over a year, where did Dawn go? Why is Dawn no longer the channel artist? This is the reason. In response to what Lex told us,
That makes perfect sense that he wouldn't be explicit about why. Like, it's not their place to talk about her potential trauma like that. So if they're like, oh, why is Dawn gone? Can't answer that. That's not their place to tell you why. So
we removed Dawn as our channel artist, and we cut contact with him 100%. Personal business, we have not had any communications. And we did not cover this up from other people. For example, I was the one who told Ross over the phone, because Ross had a show with Dawn, and I felt like he needed to know this. However, we weren't like super open about this to the people, especially, you know, we didn't say anything to the public about it. We never stated our reasoning for cutting contact with Dawn or removing him as the channel artist, because Lex had not publicly talked about this, and she expressed that she did not want this to be a thing that was public.
That makes perfect sense.
We felt like it was not our place to address someone else's sexual assault and give that as the reasoning for removing contact with Dawn. We figured that as long as he was gone and we weren't working with him, you know, that was our response. The last thing that we wanted was to bring attention to something that Lex did not want attention brought to. And while we did remove Dawn as our channel artist and cut all contact with him, admittedly, it took longer than it should have. In retrospect, we should have done this immediately when Lex told us, but we were scared of confrontation and cowardly and did not know how to handle this type of situation, and we handled it poorly. The bottom line is it took us longer than it should have, and I just want to extend the biggest apologies to Lex for making her feel like we did not care, like this was not a priority for us. I'm very sorry. I incredibly regret the way it was handled, and I wish that I could do it over, but I can't, and I'm sorry for that. Lex also brought...
Based on all the situation, it seemed like they handled it decently, to be honest with you. All of this makes 100% sense. You know...
up an instance where she went to go stay at the office and Dawn was there. This was a complete accident and misunderstanding on my end. It is completely my fault. I did not mean for that to happen, and I take full responsibility for that. I had been fed up with Dawn staying with me, especially after hearing what Lex had told me, and Lex had not arrived in town yet. At the time, I also had 2 or 3 people staying with me on top of Dawn, and I felt really overwhelmed. I had a lot going on in my personal life at the time that was stressing me out, and I felt overwhelmed, and I sent Dawn to go stay with Rav at the office. I made a mistake where I forgot that I had previously told Lex that she could stay there, and I sent Dawn there to get out of my house. I never intended for them to come in contact with each other. As soon as I realized my mistake, I told...
Actually, Matt, I'm not really mad at you. I gotta say this. I kind of messed up. Wish you told me like that. Okay. Yeah, I mean, even the way that she said that, like he like accidentally had done it. That was effectively what was expressed to me, or expressed in what she had said, and then she tried to make it seem like he did it on purpose. Like, it makes sense, especially since they hadn't paid him yet or something, to, like, they would, you know, try not, like, completely leave him out. Sure, okay.
Well, Donnie had to leave the office, and for a little more context, here is me having a discussion with Rav.
Okay, yeah, I've had enough going on with... Hold on, let me just see. Yeah, and I've got enough going on my end to babysit him, LMAO, he'll live. Dude, that's exactly how I felt, and why I sent him to the office, where I forgot, told Lex she could crash there. I felt like I was babysitting him, and I was mad about what was going on. Yeah, and he's got a whole grown-ass man. I still need to talk to Lex. Haven't had a good chance yet. We can't keep big brothering him forever. Oh, true. I'm sure this would really appreciate it. Okay. I'm almost guaranteeing you that she knows about this from Rav. And it sounds like this is the interesting part. She talks about how like Rav was basically her only friend. But Rav is on the same page as these guys in the way that they treated the situation. It doesn't mean that the way that they treated it was great, but she's trying to make it seem like they were so fucking nasty about it. But your friend Rav agreed that they did it the right way because they're talking the same language. Like, you know, they're talking about him in the same way. So like clearly all the guys were on the same page.
Where I'm realizing my mistake. Bottom line is, Lex, I am sorry that I created that situation and put you in it. It never should have happened, and my stupid fried brain let it happen, and there's no excuse for that. Overall, Ryan and I should have handled the Dawn situation completely differently. We absolutely recognize where we failed, and we take full accountability for that. I also want to address a very large chunk of Lex's video that was focused on her and Rav's time living at our office, aka the SuperMegaplex. Rav was coming to America and he needed somewhere to crash, so we told him he could crash at the SuperMegaplex while he gets his feet off the ground, and later when Lex came out to LA, we said that she could crash there as well too, and you know, her and Rav were friends, so it was all good. We of course initially had no issue with this and we were happy to let them stay at the office, but problems did arise over time, and generally speaking, something I think all four of us can agree on is that the thing that really plagued the situation was lack of communication, miscommunication. As time went on and weeks turned into months of them staying at the office, we were unsure of their plans and how motivated they were to actually find a place to move into. They believed that we were ignoring them and acting cold, while we believed they were doing the same thing to us. So it was like a two-way street of awkwardness. And something to point out is when we came into the office, it would be to get work done. So it wasn't to come in to hang out, it'd be to get work done. So it definitely seemed a little...
Yeah, I mean, that makes perfect sense. They were staying at their office. They were crashing at their office. They were there to work. And so they wouldn't really be super chatty with them while they were there. But they probably also were kind of irritated with them because they weren't getting the fuck out. That's the thing. It's like when you do something nice for a friend, like sometimes they'll take advantage of you. Like, oh, I'm doing this nice thing for my friend, letting them stay here. Oh, yeah, that's awesome. Like, what happens next? Oh, like, they won't leave now. Like, they shouldn't have to give you an explicit time that you have to leave. Like, you should understand that it's a temporary engagement. It's just a pass-through, you know?
A little more clinical. All around, it was a pretty weird vibe, and I think all four of us could have acted more mature during that period, but we failed to communicate, and that is largely on myself and Ryan, because after tensions rose, we honestly didn't really feel like having a conversation. Here's a text from Lex in a group chat acknowledging that they had been, you know, distant towards us. And I'm only bringing...
I've also contributed to not being available, though, because I've tried to stay out of both of you. Okay, I think she read this one to us. But then she's like, oh, I was such a cuck about it. Like, I wish I wasn't so nice. It's like yeah, try to stay out of both of their way as much as possible and keep focused on her work, which probably came across as fucking off and not wanting to talk to y'all. And I apologize for that. I think I was also trying to be less present, because I was worried I was distracting you guys from your work a lot of the time at the Plex by, being in the way already with me and the stuff. And I didn't want to be any more of a burden. Okay. I feel like she might have read this and just said, like, I was being such a cuck when I said it. So...
bringing this up to add context, because in her video, she states that we iced them out and gave them the cold shoulder, but it was a two-way street, and it was miscommunication. I'll just go ahead and read these out to make it easier to digest. Lex said, I've also contributed to not being available, though, because I've tried to stay out of both of your way as much as possible and keep my focus on work, which probably came across as fucking off and not wanting to talk to y'all, and I apologize for that. I think I was also trying to be less present because I was worried I was distracting you guys from work a lot of the time at the Plex by being in the way already with me and my stuff, and I didn't want to be any more of a burden than I already felt like, but I think it just made me seem more aloof than anything. I'm sorry we weren't able to talk about it until now. I hate to bring things up this way. I know y'all are busy, so I don't expect to be able to talk in person about anything soon. Also, it's not very inviting if you think someone is seeming antagonistic, lol. I'm glad to be able to talk about it now. I just hope that with the nature of texting seeming rather cold, what I'm trying to say is coming across as anything but trying to let you know I've not meant to cause any hurt, and I'm sorry if I did. We totally understood this, and we apologized as well, and I figured we were all on the same page. Here's me explaining why we seemed distant at the office.
Okay. In terms, oh my god, in terms of not saying hello or goodbye, it really isn't anything more than just spacing out and being wrapped up in our work, on our own worlds. Ryan and I don't even say hey to each other sometimes. So, oh yeah, she read all this, no? As for how we handle this in corporate head-ass way, you need to understand that this isn't just a friendship issue, but a work issue. You are staying in a place of work. Jim has hired to be able to communicate things through us. Jim has offered to talk to you guys for us and had already done it. Okay, she read all this. It's all just kind of like just bullshit, you know?
And this seemed to be understood by Rav and Lex. I'm not going to read all of this because it is too long and I want to move on, but feel free to pause the video. And
yeah, it's just
as
like
time went on, since they were staying
arguing
at our place of work, our office, we asked our employee Jim to facilitate a conversation between us about when they were planning on leaving. Rav and Lex took this as a slight. They were angered by the corporate aspect.
Sure, and they should, like, as friends, like, you should have been the ones to be like, hey, listen, like, what do you think you're gonna leave? That's fine. But also, they should have been. These are adults we're talking about. I think that girl is what, almost 30 years old or something. It doesn't matter. You should be able to be like, oh shit, like, then your conversation would be like, oh hey guys, why didn't you talk to us about it? Like, why did you send like some other guy about it? It's just a bunch of like petty passive aggressive bullshit.
Asking Jim to initiate this conversation. Really, it was a work matter for us because they were staying at our place of work, and Jim is good at this type of conversation. So we had him create a group chat that myself and Ryan were in, so we could also chime in if needed, and let him kind of like direct the conversation. But this did upset them. Shortly after, they made the decision to voluntarily leave the office. We did not throw them out. We did not make them homeless. Here is a text message where they're talking about leaving the office.
But yeah, y'all certainly have gone above and beyond with your generosity in allowing us to wow, this really destroys her narrative. Allowing us to crash for as long as y'all have, and we hate to overstay our welcome any further than we already have. All our stuff, with the exception of my 2 suitcases in the corner of y'all's living room space, I hate that she says y'all, should currently be in the garbage, and when we're back, what we can do is move all our stuff into a proper storage space under lock and key somewhere away from the office so as not to keep taking up y'all's workspace. We'll also stop crashing at the office, so no worries on that either. If y'all have any other concerns, let me know. Thank you for letting us crash for a minute long, and sorry for not getting out sooner. Okay, so like this seems like they completely okay.
Rav says, but yeah, y'all have certainly gone above and beyond with your generosity and allowing us to crash for as long as y'all have, and we'd hate to overstay our welcome any further than we already have. All of our stuff, with the exception of my 2 suitcases in the corner of y'all's living room space, should currently be in the garage, and when we're back, what we can do is move all of our said stuff into a proper storage space under lock and key somewhere away from the office, so as to not keep taking up y'all's workspace. We'll also stop crashing at the office, so no worries on that front either. If y'all have any other concerns...
Like, not for nothing, but the fact that they let them keep their suitcases there even for another week suggests to me that, like, they weren't trying to kick them out as soon as possible.
Let me know. Thank you for letting us crash for mad long, and sorry for not getting out of y'all's hair sooner. Lex stated that we did not allow them to come pick their stuff up, which is not true.
No, it's not true at all. And even what she showed communicated that it was very clear that they wanted to. Hey, sorry to bother you. Just wanted to check and ask if we can grab some stuff at the office. We'll be shooting some pics, videos, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, no, she tried to make it seem like they were completely not receptive to getting their stuff back. Like, she very clearly had a very dishonest framing of the entire situation. So, yeah, she even, like, she accidentally showed some stuff that proved her wrong, which is, like, the funniest part, really. But, yeah, no, she very clearly was lying about a lot of the shit that she was talking about.
Text between us on September 4th where she said, hey, sorry to bother you. Just wanted to check in to ask if I could grab some of my stuff from the office. We'll be shooting some pics/videos today at an abandoned water park a couple hours away, so I wanted to grab my camera and Amazon stuff I got sent there. Hope you're doing okay today. I said, yeah, that's fine. I'm not sure if anyone is there, though. She texted me 2 days later saying, ended up not coming over when I mentioned LOL. Would any time today be a good time to stop by and grab some stuff? I can come by myself. I said, yeah, I think Jim will be there for a while. Text him just to be sure. I just bounced and just saw this. She then said, coordinated with Jim. Thank you. I just left a little bit ago. I grabbed everything and threw away a lot of stuff that was in/around the garage. Thank you so much for letting us stay there. I hope you're having a good night. I said, thank you. Take care. What's y'all's plan right now? She replied with, gonna stay at an Airbnb to work at while figuring out a living situation. After they left, things did seem tense for a little bit, but they seemed to subside. I rekindled things with Rav several months later. We spoke about the last summer and how we were all in bad places and it was awkward. Rav and I, apologized to each other and made up. We did this at my house as well as a little discussion at Creator Clash 2023, which again is why I found myself very confused when Rav said what he did on Twitter recently. If he still felt that way, I wish that he had reached out to me. And since last summer, I assumed that my relationship with Lex was much better. For example, here's several texts I received from Lex between November of last year and February of this year. Good luck tonight, Matt. Heart emoji. I'm in Nashville, but I'd like to try to come to a show before tour is over. We should have a cookout when we're all back in town to celebrate. I said, thank you. We'll party hardy soon. On December 17th. Okay. Guess who lives like 5 minutes away from you now? It's me. Hope you're having a good day. I say, no way. For real? Where at? Are you standing outside my door? She hit me up a couple days later, said, what are you doing? I said, I'm back in Charleston right now. What about you? Then she hit me up the next day, said, I got really stoned and forgot to reply, LMAO. I hope you have a good time with your family. Also, congrats on 1 mil. The next day I replied and said, thank you. Then on my birthday, she texted me, happy birthday, Matt. I love you. Hope your day is great. I thought that after I apologized to her last July, things had smoothed out. And I think you could see why I would think that.
Yeah, no, I think that I honestly, at this point, I think that what happened is that this whole situation happened, and then after everything had subsided, she was angry and resentful, and part of that's because she's making significantly less money, and she decided to concoct this. She seems to have some truth to what she's saying. I want to believe that the assault is credible. But she decided to warp some of the logic when it comes to it, so that she can make it seem like they're really bad people as a way to probably get some kind of relevance back or something. Like that's really it. Because there's really I don't know what other explanation there could be. You know, it just seems like a lot of this was intentionally manipulative from her.
But that communication ceased around the time that we fired Leighton, who is a close friend of hers. So this next stuff is stuff that I don't really...
that makes sense. They fired a friend, and now all of a sudden she's taking everything personally. That is also a good explanation for it, too. Okay.
Feel comfortable talking about, but it was brought up, so I have to address it. The first thing is that in her video, Lex accused me of calling my friend Daniel, who passed away from suicide in 2015, a coward on multiple occasions. This really hurt to hear because this is simply untrue. I have no recollection of ever opening up to Lex about my friend's suicide. And if I ever did open up to her about it, I know that I would never have referred to him in the manner that she portrayed. That experience affected me and Ryan more than anything has ever affected us in our lives, and it's something that we're still recovering from. And if you've dealt with suicide, you know that grief is different for each person.
I wonder why she didn't have any proof of that happening. I wonder why she said that. There's a lot here. First of all, this guy comes off exponentially more credible than her, so I'm like Cope, you know. Like I'm gonna take that. I believe what he's saying more than her because she lied 1,000 times, confirmable by her own words. It's possible that he was talking to somebody else and venting to them. And you want to know what? It's possible that he said that they were a coward. And you want to know what? That's a fair thing to say. I don't really care if you get upset by that. It's a really harsh situation. And I understand that in order for you to go to the point where you take your own life is such a horrible thing and you must be struggling immensely. But at the end of the day, it is also an incredibly selfish thing that destroys your friends and family when you do something like that. And it's so hard for somebody who was friends with somebody who did that to process that. And it's selfish to say something like that. And it's not nice. And it's harsh. But it's also understandable. And it's just hard. You know? It's a hard thing to hear. And it's painful. And hearing somebody be... you know, that they took their life because of that pain. That's also destructive to the friend. And that doesn't mean that they're more of a victim, of course, because they're still alive. But that's a normal response. It doesn't make you a bad person for saying that. You know, imagine, you have a father and they take their own life. This is somebody that's supposed to be with you and be there for you, and you get so angry. You said, I can't believe you do something. You're just a coward. I can't believe yourself. You're a coward. You know, it's so hard, devastating. But do you understand that? You know, a best friend. If they were such good friends, like that's processing grief. It's not good. You know, but like, do we blame him? Do we make it like... It's so interesting because I feel like there's probably so many virtue signaling content creators who watched through this situation and heard that from her and went like, wow, what a piece of shit. That's how you know that these people are entitled. That's how you know that these people's lives are very easy. If you hear a scenario where a friend tragically takes their own life and one of the other friends' grief response is like, you coward. If your first response is like, wow, what a piece of shit, it's okay, but you haven't really struggled in your life. And that's okay. But it's clear that you don't have any kind of comparable thing to think about that on. Because that's just not... That's a real, raw emotion. And if you don't understand that, like you haven't experienced life in a way that a lot of other people have. And that's even if he said it, by the way. That's even if he said it. But if your first response is like, wow, what a piece of shit, like, you know, I think that like you are sheltered. And it's a good thing to be sheltered, right? Because you don't have to deal with that pain. But you have to understand that like you're wrong. Like that is a hard, complicated thing. And for a lot of times, especially for friends, you know, a friend, it depends on the person, but for a friend can be a chosen family. You know, and imagine that person and like how upset you would be. It's so understandable that he would say something like that. And I don't even know if he did say it, you know, but if he did, he's not a bad guy. It's a normal human response to have. So,
and you know that there are a lot of complex and confusing emotions that come with the grief
Absolutely.
Regarding suicide. Some of those include anger, and if I ever expressed that to Lex, which again I firmly believe that I did not, if that's the case, then I find it wildly inappropriate that Lex would use something I said in a very vulnerable
Absolutely.
state
Absolutely.
to weaponize and to make me look worse. The second thing is that Lex brought up personal details about my personal relationships and sex life. There was absolutely nothing that warranted divulging that information. It had nothing to do with the main point of the video, and it dragged people into the situation that did not consent to having their story told to hundreds of thousands of people, and now they are hurting because of that. Anyway, I'm not here to slam.
Yeah, listen, I mean, he might have, talk about the cheating. He might have, and that's a shitty thing to do, but like that's what she did it to make him look bad, not because it had any relevance to the story. It was intentionally dishonest and destructive. She was trying to be destructive, and she was trying to hurt him and his brand. That's it, because she felt slighted after, you know, she felt angry because she's an unsuccessful person. And she probably has a trouble creating friendships because she's not somebody people want to be a friend with. Because she's just a shitty person. And a horrible thing may have happened to her, and that's horrible, but that doesn't mean that she's not a shitty person. Horrible things happen to shitty people too. You know, it's an unfortunate part of life. Maybe sometimes horrible things make people horrible people. I don't know. But, you know, she's still not somebody, she's still not a good person, man. Like, after the way that she presented herself, like, I just don't believe that she's a good person. I don't know what to tell. Or, you know, maybe she's just a good person, just doing bad things perpetually. Maybe this is the first instance of her being a bad person. But this is the only instance that I'm seeing. So, there you go. Let's operate on that.
I just wanted to address those 2 points because I felt that they were important to address. At the end of the day, I just want to apologize to Lex for how...
Well, Eric, relax, little buddy there. Okay, I understand that you're skeptical that she was assaulted because she lied about a lot of other stuff, and I understand that, but you gotta relax a little there, buddy. You gotta relax in the chat, okay? I'm not with that vibe. I understand the questioning, but you can't, just relax a little bit, okay? It's a little too much for me.
Situation was handled. Again, I wish that I could do the entire situation over. I wish I could remove any pain that I caused, and I wish that I, you know, had been a better friend. Normally, this is where I would end the video, but unfortunately, there was a lot more that needs to be addressed. So I was just talking about personal details being unnecessarily mentioned and weaponized to make me look worse. And unfortunately, more people have jumped on that bandwagon. One of those people being Morgan, aka Morg Pie. For some background, in August 2022, when I was single and in between relationships, I sexted with her for one night and ultimately slept with her for 2 nights in September when she was visiting Los Angeles. During our hookups, I explicitly stated to Morgan that this was a hookup and that I had just gotten out of a relationship and I was not looking for anything, and this is something she acknowledged. I actually brought this up more than once. After she left LA to go back home, I could tell that she had caught some feelings and I did not want to lead her on, so I began to kind of distance myself. Shortly after, I also ended up working...
Well, it's more likely that he fucked her and then she caught feelings and he's like, yikes, and tried to move on.
...through a rough patch and started dating my current girlfriend, and I talked to Morgan even less after this. We stopped communicating.
Okay. Hey, Matt. The question for you, if you're psycho, what's up? I was wondering if you're interested in hanging out again. I'm planning a LA trip to the beginning of the next month, seeing people miss. I don't know that you're kind of going through it right now, but I don't want to pressure anything. And if I'm being honest, if you're not into me anymore, LMAO, and you can be honest, yeah, I'm down to hang, but with full disclosure, I've been working things out with blank this week, so it would be hanging out as a friend and not a friend to benefit. So like hang out with you, though. Damn, okay, LOL, sorry, a lot of things been happening, but I really like you and really want to hang. Okay, sweet. Think of coming in. Yeah, okay, so to be clear here, and I don't think that he's doing anything like horribly wrong, but it's clear that she's like into him, and this guy comes off like, listen, it makes sense. He's kind of a pussy. This guy's kind of a pussy. And he even admits it, and like the way that he dealt with like the alleged assault of like that girl, like he says he wished he dealt with it better, and that makes sense because like this is like not, you wouldn't talk to her this way if you knew that she had feelings and like you weren't open to something. So either he's saying that he's not interested in it and trying to come off like a good guy, or what's actually probably happening is like he's interested. He's not interested in her because he's talking to another person. And instead of being like, hey, listen, I'm talking to another person, like, I'm not available for that, I'm so sorry, he's like, he can't just, like, let her down because he's a pussy, and he's just, like, leading her on to an extent. Not because he wants to manipulate her, but because like mostly because he's just a fucking idiot coward, right? That's really what it was. Like, he just can't be like, hey, I'm doing such and such, you know?
Communication. I didn't feel like it was appropriate to, you know, be talking to someone who the relationship I had was primarily sexual while I had a girlfriend. We pretty much lost all contact after I started dating my current girlfriend, and I figured that that was normal, and that's kind of just what is the typical life cycle of a hookup. I was very surprised to hear what Morgan had to say on stream, considering last month in June, we had a very pleasant conversation where we tied up any loose ends and smoothed everything out, and I'm going to share that conversation. Morgan reached out to me on June 8th and said, hey, Matt, hope you're doing well. I said, hey, I've been doing okay.
Of course, now
been really busy and stressed, but I'm pushing through. How have you been? She said, oh man, me too. Supremely stressed, but I'm coming to LA this month, and I'll be doing so much cool shit, so I'm excited. Glad to hear you're pushing through. I said, I'm just kind of exhausted with tour coming up and stuff, but I'll be okay. I've been doing therapy a lot, which has been super helpful, and glad to hear you're doing cool shit. She replies with, oh, I'm so happy to hear therapy has been helping. I've had mixed results with that. Great when it actually works out. She replies with, yeah, man, I'm excited, but yeah, just thought I'd check up on you, because even though things got a little weird, I'll always care about you, dude. Hope you have a great tour too. I respond with, I appreciate it, and I'm sorry things got a little weird. I'm not very good at navigating stuff, and when I got in a relationship shortly after, I wasn't sure how to not be awkward about it. I care about you too, and I don't feel weird at all about things or about you. She said, yeah, I kind of know what happened, LOL, people talk, but cool, man, I'm glad things aren't weird. I said, same, glad it's not weird. I feel a lot better now, LOL. She said, me too, I hate loose ends. And I said, same, they bother me so much, LOL. And for clarity, I never felt bad or negative about you. I just didn't know how to not be awkward after a hookup. I'm not really a hookup person, especially since I'm in a relationship now. Sorry for my awkwardness. Glad we're all good. Morgan replies with, yeah, I felt a bit sour about it, TBH, because I'm not really a hookup person either. Low-key caught me with some feels, and I felt pretty used afterwards. But shit happens, and that's on me, so I don't harbor any ill will towards you. I mean, I didn't expect a relationship or anything, but yeah, LOL. I responded with, I feel ya, and I'm sorry for acting in any way that made you feel used. That was never my intention, and I'm just kind of awkward with this stuff. I could tell a little that you were catching feels, and I didn't want to lead you on and hurt you. Morgan said, I really appreciate that. I'm just a big baby, and when I open myself up like that to someone, it's because I'm really into them, contrary to what my profession may lead you to think. But I'm glad we could talk about this. I appreciate you talking about this with me, even though you aren't obligated to at all. I said, of course, I'm really glad we're talking about it too.
Wow, above and beyond. Like, I've been a fuckboy before, and I wasn't nearly this nice. Even if he was leading her on, like, I'd be like, oh, that's shitty, but I wouldn't care. Like, it's not, like, it's shitty behavior to be a fuckboy, but, like, I'm not shitting and farting about it, you know what I mean? Like, there's a lot of other more serious allegations going on here, so, you know.
Because I didn't like feeling awkward or having a loose end, and she said, yeah, same. W. I respond with a cool sunglasses smiley face, and that was the last time we talked. So you could see why I was a bit surprised when Morgan went on stream and said what she said. Morgan not only brought my current girlfriend into the situation on stream without her consent, she also name dropped my girlfriend and revealed that we were in a relationship, which was not public information. I'm very private about my relationships, so this was a big blow. Morgan also brought my ex-girlfriend into the picture without her consent and has strongly hurt her because of this. She lied about conversations with my ex-girlfriend. She wrongly stated that I had been having a multiple-month affair with my current girlfriend while I was dating my ex-girlfriend. She lied that we had been consistently sexting when we only sexted for one night in August, and I have all of our text messages to prove that. She also lied about not knowing who my current girlfriend was, because she did know who that was and she used it as a segue to name drop her. She also falsely claimed that I was cheating on my current girlfriend, which is not true. And for transparency, on day one of me dating my girlfriend, I informed her that I had recently slept with Morgan, and she told me it was not an issue. Following when I had that text conversation with Morgan in June where we smoothed things over, Morgan began hanging out with our ex-employee Leighton more, and I have not heard from her since that conversation until I saw her stream. Now, if you're wondering why I'm bringing up Leighton again, I'm going to explain. A former employee of SuperMega named Leighton Stollard has made some very serious accusations against me and Ryan. I did not plan on, nor did I want to make a segment of this video based around this, but after everything Leighton has said about us publicly,
Do we have the Leighton video that I could look at? Is that Jim? Who the fuck is Leighton? Do we have this video?
feel that I have no choice but to respond and give my side of the story and show receipts. We fired Leighton from working at SuperMega in March 2023, and since then, he has led a vindictive campaign to cancel us, to deplatform us, to ruin our image. Basically, we were not happy with his performance. He had been causing problems with his mood swings and outbursts at the office, as well as a general performance that we didn't like. We made the difficult decision to let him go. Leighton himself actually suggested leaving SuperMega prior to being terminated. So when he stated on stream that we were looking for any reason to fire him, this simply isn't true. Here's a text he sent to me and Ryan in the week leading up to his termination. I'm sorry I messed up so much with my position. It's not being harsh. I know it's the both of your company, and all of this makes the two of you look bad. I could step away from the merch stuff if you guys feel like I'm not doing enough for the role. I'm sorry I've messed up so much.
I'm gonna start with, yeah, okay, it sounds like he's admitting that he fucked up.
Really sorry to the both of you that I've caused so many internal issues plus public issues.
It's no 3 hours. It's not happening. I don't care. It sounds like he's wrong anyway based on this, so fuck him.
is messing up as much as I am, and especially when there's only 6 of us, I'm sure it really shows. I 100% understand if you guys are ready for me to leave SuperMega and let someone else take care of my responsibilities. It's not fair to you two that I keep screwing up. I feel like I'm the new Jackson causing massive issues to the company rather than being an asset. I don't know if my role is worth saving anymore, but I'm willing to transfer to working from home or any other option so I can focus on the merge. I'm sorry I've put you two through so much stress in the past 2 years.
I guess he was working another job, but he just couldn't adhere to the job responsibilities. Okay, cool.
So yes, as you can see, Leighton was aware of his performance and the issues that were taking place with his job, and we were not looking for any reason to fire him. We did not want to fire him. Leighton's position fell under the classification of at-will employment in California. This means that we are able to fire him at any time for any reason. This does not include severance. However, we felt bad because this is not an ideal situation, so we decided to give him severance when he left. Severance is a very legal matter, which we didn't realize. It's not as easy as just writing a check and giving it to someone on the way out the door. We essentially had to contract an employment attorney specifically to do this.
They made a mistake. They shouldn't have given him severance. The biggest reason is like, it's like a weird thing, but it's like one of those things where you give him severance and now he has some kind of a legal claim to basically claim that he was more than just, you know, the role that you had hired him for. So now they get to go like, oh, he gave us severance. Like, he obviously, you know, we were more important than like he let on. Our responsibilities were greater. He's a bad guy, blah, 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 bullshit like that. Like, you know, it's not a good thing to be nice, especially since they did legal severance. They could have just given him some money and been like, here, brother, peace out.
An email with our lawyer explaining that we gave Leighton $12,000 in severance, which he admitted on stream he wasn't even supposed to get technically, but was still offended that it was only $12,000. For reference, in California, a typical severance package consists of 1 week's pay for every year the employee was with the company. We gave Leighton 2 months of pay and told him that he could dictate the narrative of his departure, that we would not tell people he was fired, and that we would always be here for him in any way that he might need. He signed the severance agreement, stormed out, and immediately blocked us on everything. We were concerned at this point because in the months prior, someone who had been with Leighton and a group of his friends told us that he had been flaunting that if things ever went south with us, he could just easily cancel us. We actually brought this up to Leighton in a meeting that a reliable source had told us this. He swore that he never said that, and he swore that he would never do that. We were still wary after that because that actually wasn't the first time we had heard that from someone. So fast forward to Creator Clash 2023 on the day.
Yeah, man, it's crazy. I mean, we're at a point now. It's interesting that there's this conversation, like obviously there's a conversation about power dynamics and putting people into like situations where they feel like pressure to do particular things. And that's a real situation. But people don't really talk about the other dynamic of like people who don't have any social media careers, just making up lies against a large content creator. And in this social atmosphere can be destructive regardless of whether they're true or not. It's an interesting thing. You know, when you have like a nobody, they could just make shit up. I mean, like, and like nobody cares. And even if they make something up and they're not online, so nobody cares. You know what I mean? Like that absolutely can happen. And a lot of times the damage is done. You know, whether it's confirmable or not. Sometimes the damage is just done for some people, man. It's fucking crazy shit. It's the world we live in, unfortunately. And every time that shit kind of happens, it just makes people feel less and less real about like allegations. They care less and less. They tune out more and more. It has a negative impact.
Day me and Ryan returned home, Leighton took to Twitter to accuse us of homophobia. We responded to Leighton and provided more context to situations that he had left context out of. We also provided people with the information that he not only propagated a lot of the jokes that he claimed to be offended by, but he participated in the jokes. He even encouraged them. We always wanted Leighton to feel comfortable even when we were making jokes. We never wanted him to feel targeted with any jokes. His tone changed completely the moment he was...
I mean, I believe that, bro. You know who says the F slur the most out of anybody I know? Gay people. It's funny too. I like it when they say it. It makes me smile because I'm fucking homophobic. No, I'm just kidding. But that's what happens, bro. It just is. It's funny when my wife's gay friends will say that shit, and it just fucking makes me laugh, bro. Edgy shit, brother. Edgy stuff.
Fired. And as proof of that, here are screenshots from several occasions where I made sure Leighton was comfortable with these types of jokes, to which he always replied yes, and even in one message said it would be weird if we stopped. In this message, Leighton says he sees no issues with the jokes. Here he says he feels more comfortable around us than anyone.
Okay. I see no issue with it, honestly. That's funny. How funny it is to call someone gay. It's just juvenile. Okay, there's just
he sees no issues with the jokes.
I don't give a shit.
Here he says he feels more comfortable around us than anyone. And I said, real talk, we absolutely love having you as a part of SuperMega. You've completely revolutionized our company. Leighton responds by saying, I love all the gay jokes you guys throw at me. And I said,
how have they revolutionized the company if you fired him? I'm fucking confused. Or if he stepped away, it's... Were you jerking him off? Like it as a gay joke. But seriously, like, what would you say that if he was not, if he was failing to adhere to what his bound, like what he was supposed to do?
Crucial member now. If they're
His
ever too much, though,
responsibilities.
just tell us. And he said, I'm so fucking happy to hear that. I fucking love working with you guys. Nah, you guys have never offended me. I think Justin is nervous that it'll come off as homophobic, but I love you guys and the gay jokes. It would be weird if you guys held back, LMAO. I jokingly said screenshotting all this to cover my ass, which he said LMAO to. Here's another instance where I said, also legit, if we're making too many gay jokes, please tell me. We're always fucking kidding, but I get it if it gets too much, haha. He responded,
I mean, I'll say it's weird that you're making so many fucking gay jokes. It's really bizarre. Like at the end, I mean, that part is weird. I mean, I doubt they're being homophobic. I could see why he might be uncomfortable. I don't really like. It's whatever. You know, it's not to be that guy, but it's possible that he was actually uncomfortable with it. And he like downplayed it because he didn't want you guys to feel offended or something. It's just weird. Like, why would you make so many fucking gay? What the hell? Why would you make so many? It's just, I mean, like everybody makes a gay joke here and there, but it's like constantly happening. I'm gonna show you my cock and balls. Why?
by saying I looked like an F slur. I said, okay, perfect response, LMAO. We're going to
Okay,
do some
well,
awesome shit, man. And he said, I've never
incredible.
felt more at home with a job. This is not to
Okay.
mention the numerous times Ryan and I brought this up in person with him in meetings, making sure he was comfortable with any jokes that were made about sexuality, and he responded with the same sentiment. Something to note is that while Leighton worked at SuperMega, he also accepted and held a full-time position at the merch company, which fulfilled our merch. So after Leighton's call-out post and after we posted our response,
Interesting.
he was advised by his employer that starting shit publicly with one of the company's bigger clients was a bad look and a horrible business decision. Leighton made an agreement with his employer that he would not cause any further drama, but he was furious that he could not say more. Leighton was extremely disgruntled that we fired him. He felt that it wasn't fair, and he felt like he needed to get even by taking away our platform. I later received anonymous screenshots that were leaked from a Discord server that's just dedicated to hating on SuperMega, the members of which created and spread horrible lies about my ex-girlfriend on Tumblr. They have harassed me for years. Some of them
Tumblr's still around. I thought once they got rid of the porn, nobody cared about that anymore. I could have swore that was what happened, but I guess I'm wrong.
also write underage sexual assault fan fiction. These
fuck?
screenshots detail the exact situation Leighton was in with his employer. That's how I knew that they were real, because I knew about this agreement, as well as a plan to get other people to speak out against us, so Leighton would then be free to cancel us himself. The Discord message reads as follows. Leighton works for a big merch company called, I'm going to go ahead and just censor the name, which he was working with while working for SuperMega. And when all the homophobia allegations came out, a big billionaire sponsor for said company told them that they need to drop SuperMega as a client and fire Leighton. Said company refused to fire Leighton and still kept SuperMega on as a client. If we can get SuperMega in enough hot water that the sponsor wants to drop them again without getting Leighton fired, then Leighton can come out and say whatever he wants about them. We just need a piece of gossip that's a big enough deal that a sponsor will want to drop SuperMega. Our friend is friends with Too Mad, and Too Mad hates Matt, so he might have some
Too mad. What the hell's happening now? Okay. Too mad. It's probably somebody I'd be okay with them hating me. You know what I mean? He's going through it himself. No.
dirt on him. Then another message reads,
fuck do I get
most
out of here?
importantly, that Leighton wants to cancel SuperMega, but he needs someone else to come forward first. Another thing is that Leighton somehow has one of Marvelous' screenshots of her conversations with Ryan, and was thinking about using that as leverage to cancel him, but it's not enough. And, Discord user, of course he needs your permission first. Will you be willing to come forward, even anonymously, with your experiences with Ryan? This is all from April, right after Leighton made his initial statement, and because I wondered if I'd ever have to use this, I emailed this to myself as evidence, which you can see in this video. I am opening up the email and showing the date as proof. We worried that this would be the case, and it soon proved true. Shortly after, one of Leighton's best friends, who is Lex's boyfriend, tried to instigate drama on Twitter by lying and saying that he has heard us say the N-word multiple times. In reality, we've only met this individual a handful of times, and it's mostly been at social events, and always accompanied by Lex.
Hey,
So
can't blame me for what I do when I'm drunk, all right? If I'm just kidding. Oh, shit, dude. Hey, call me Paula Dean. I'm just kidding. But I am a riot at weddings. Okay, like, whatever.
to
Don't say that
think
word,
that
guys.
we would
It's bad.
just casually be dropping the N-word with a hard R in front of not only someone who's a stranger, but also a woman of color. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Exactly. I wait until it's only white people. Listen, for me, the only time I feel comfortable being racist is anytime I go to any store that there's an Italian man there. Because it doesn't matter. If you see an Italian, and you could tell because they got the chain, they have like that kind of, they have like a must. There's a special mustache that Italians have. And they kind of walk around like they own the place. You can say whatever you want. It doesn't matter. Safe bet. You could walk up to any Italian, just say something racist, and they'll be, oh, yep, and they'll be your best friend. Like, if you ever want to make a really quick best friend, That's how you do it.
He also mentioned the Chuck E. Cheese joke, and I don't think it's a coincidence
know
that
what
a
that
short
is.
time before he posted this stuff, Leighton replied to a tweet about SuperMega with a gif of Chuck E. Cheese. Leighton denied that he even knew his friend was going to say anything or that Leighton was involved with this, but I think it's a little too coincidental. That didn't really go anywhere, and then after that, things were relatively quiet for a while. Leighton would frequently slander myself and Ryan to fans on his Discord server. He even went as far as to join a fan's 18-year-old birthday drunken Twitter space to shit-talk us. This stuff was creeping us out. He was obsessed with us and wouldn't leave us alone. And
That's weird. It's weird when people like you associate with are just fucking obsessed with you. It is a very bizarre thing. But hey, what are you gonna do, brother?
And at this point, we were fully expecting more of Leighton's close friends to eventually speak out about us for one reason or another, and now a lot of them have. Now, I want to make something very clear. I am not downplaying Lex's situation with Dawn or her coming forward with that. I am in no way saying that her coming forward with the Dawn situation is a ploy by Leighton to get us canceled. I think it's very brave that Lex came forward, and I am not contributing that to Leighton. That was poorly handled by me and Ryan, and we take full responsibility. However, there's a lot of other stuff that I think the dots can be connected. But after Lex came forward, Leighton wasted no time to go to Twitter to make her story about himself and to jump on the opportunity to air out his personal grievances with us. People on Twitter even noticed this, and they were quick to call it out. We finally had the freedom to exaggerate, misrepresent, and flat out lie about myself, Ryan, our friends, our partners, and our company. He did a 3-hour stream, so I'm not going to go into every point, obviously. It seems that he tried to throw anything and everything he possibly could think of at the wall to see what would stick. I think that's pretty obvious and telling of his true motive here. So let me start off by Leighton once again stating that Ryan and I don't care about suicide, and we would frequently make jokes about our friend Daniel committing suicide. This is so unbelievably offensive and honestly disgusting to me. To weaponize the death of one of our best friends whom he did not even know in a pathetic attempt to smear our names and make us look worse is not only low, but it shows a complete disregard for caring about suicide and mental health, except for when it's convenient to use as an excuse, a crutch, or a weapon. Throughout the stream, Leighton portrays myself and Ryan as horrible monsters who mistreated Rav and Lex and commonly complained about them at the office. While it is true that we had complaints about their extended stay at our office, Leighton was no stranger to complaining about this with us, and there are even texts to show that he was frustrated and complained just as much as us. Leighton also said that we repeatedly made him uncomfortable by exposing ourselves to him around the office.
What?
It's true that we did do a lot of crude jackass-style bits around the office.
Okay. Jesus Christ. We got the Crowder treatment. What is up with... Dude, I don't get... what is up with dudes and being gay? Like, straight men are the gayest men in the entire fucking world. I've never understood it. How it's... Like, if you see... You know what I'm talking about? Like, showing your fucking balls and shit to each other. It's just weird as fuck. What are you doing, bro? You know?
And that's apparent in our videos too. But if Leighton ever felt uncomfortable by any of that, he never showed it and he never brought it up. I find it a little ironic that he complained about this, considering, for example, in December we were recording a podcast when he came in unannounced and showed us his cock and balls.
No.
20 shut. Hey, Leighton.
Hey. Whoa.
Somebody's putting on
Do you
a
see his
show.
balls?
Leighton, you want to come take a seat?
Do you see his balls? I don't think it's appropriate for the podcast. You want to wrap yourself in a towel.
That is a three-hander. That is a three-hander.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
He's not lying.
Or before he came around
Well, it sounds like he was okay with the jokes. Jesus
the
Christ.
corner, he stood there for 3 minutes going,
Chuffing his shit.
"You're chuffing it, dude."
Okay.
He said, lie detector test, I'm completely soft right now. But he looked over and he saw 3 beautiful men sitting down, so who knows?
That's true. Leighton, you know what we're gonna do to prove that later? We're gonna pants you at a random time.
It's a damn shame no woman.
Well, he showed us his penis. That is a three-hander.
Another huge accusation that he made is that we love to toss around the N-word. I'll admit we make crude jokes behind the scenes, obviously, but we would never drop the N-word. I know our past on YouTube.
I don't even know if I believe that. We made a lot of crude jokes, but we never used the N-word. Bro, that is like, that's... like, not to be an asshole. You shouldn't be saying that in private. But also, I don't care that much. Like, it's inappropriate. You shouldn't say the word. But if you're saying in private, I'm not really... I mean, I'm white. What are you going to be offended for black people, you know? I'm not going to be a fucking white liberal and go, oh, I'm offended. You know what I mean? You shouldn't say it in public. I don't think you should say, like, really any slurs in public. I think that it makes people that would associate with that uncomfortable. You shouldn't say them in private either. But I also understand people say it as like really edgy language, and I don't think that you're necessarily like bigoted because you use it in private. You know, I think that obviously you're ignorantly bigoted, but I don't think that you're necessarily like a horrible fucking, you know, terrible person. So yeah, I mean, if he did use it, like whatever. I don't care. Like, whatever, dude. You know what I mean?
is more questionable
You like men?
in 2016 to 2017, 2018, during that time period. And I know that a lot of the jokes we made were very questionable and offensive. But now pushing 30, we have grown a lot and know that that is not acceptable. And that word is never being used between us in any context. To
Pushing
state
30,
otherwise
baby.
is a flat out dishonest lie, and it's a low-hanging attempt to make us look bad because honestly, it's really easy. You don't need any proof. You can just say that we said the N-word. The Chuck E. Cheese joke is real, but the joke
The hell is
was
Chuck E. Cheese joke?
that you can't say his middle name. It's a really stupid joke. It's not even funny.
get
The
it.
joke is based on the trivia fact where people are like, do you know what Chuck E. Cheese's middle name actually is? What the letter stands for?
is it?
The joke is that it's such a horrible word, you can't say it, and it's shocking. We have never said the actual word when doing that joke. That's not even funny. And we've even
What slur starts with E? I don't understand. Like, am I missing the joke? Am I just a dumb asshole?
done this joke on the channel in Let's Plays. It's not something we've tried to hide. It's also a very old joke. I think this was back from the Tucker Brothers era. But again, we have never used the actual N-word when doing that joke. The joke is that you can't say his middle name. Really highbrow humor right there. Leighton also joined in on discussing my personal relationships and my love life. He twisted the truth to make it sound a lot worse. For context and honesty's sake, I was in a 3-year relationship, and last year I broke that off in a dishonest way. I met and fell for my current girlfriend while I was still in the relationship, and one night while intoxicated on alcohol and shrooms, I confessed my feelings and I kissed her. In the days following, the guilt ate me alive. It ate her alive as well,
Okay,
and
I
I
don't
ended ended my relationship with my girlfriend of 3
Oh,
years.
you're still an asshole, but I don't care.
It was an absolutely horrible thing to do, and I don't think I'm ever going to forgive myself for that. I put her through a lot of pain and stress, and it's very painful for her to be brought back into it now. Leighton and Morgan also lied. While I was unfaithful that night, I never engaged in a sexual relationship or took it anything beyond kissing until I was in a
Alright.
relationship with my current girlfriend.
Whoa,
I know that
good
that
guy.
doesn't make it better. I just wanted to set the record straight on that. That was the first and last time in my life I've ever done anything like that. It was out of character for me, and being intoxicated is not an excuse. It was shitty. It was scummy. I regret it wholeheartedly, but my guilt is not the issue here. The issue
I feel like
is
I could have just stopped at a
the
certain point, but I
weight
guess we're continuing
that my
this.
ex-girlfriend has to carry
What, you get fat or something?
of the consequences of my selfish actions, and I am truly sorry to her. So for a year later, for her to be pulled back into the picture without her consent is very painful for her. And while this situation and my actions were scummy, it had nothing to do with anything online or the initial issues raised by Lex about Dawn. And I don't think it was appropriate or necessary to drag both my current girlfriend and my ex-girlfriends into the line of fire. They are both
shit.
being harassed viciously, and their personal lives are being used as weapons to make me look worse, and I think that's completely unacceptable. I met my current girlfriend in June of 2022. She had no clue about the Dawn situation. She was not connected to the situation at all. It was even stated on Leighton's stream that I had asked Jim to get a house and move in with my current girlfriend so I could sneak over and have sex with her under the guise that I was just meeting up with a coworker. You know, because I live by myself, and there's definitely nowhere I could have sex. It's just an absolutely ridiculous, weird claim. Doesn't make sense. Eventually, Leighton ended his monetized stream with a self-promo and immediately took to Twitter to gloat about our downfall, once again completely taking Lex's situation and making it about himself. You guys know that this is not my style, and I did not want to have to dedicate a section of this video responding to Leighton in the way I'm doing so. But with what he has said publicly about me, I have no choice but to respond. I'm asking that people use their common sense and maybe take a step back and look at the big picture here. And I hope that people can see that there is a personal vendetta that is being blown up here and used. To end this video, I want to say that I don't expect people to watch this and uncancel me. I don't expect people to...
I mean, I look at this and go, like, who fucking, like, what's to cancel? I mean, I just think that we got to normalize just being fucking people, man. Like, oh, they were kind of shitty, maybe. Okay, cool. Like, fucking nobody's ever done that before. Like, holy shit, I'm gonna fart, you know? Like, it seems par for the course. People act like shit, you know? People aren't perfect. Hot take number 1. Hot take. Not everybody. Not people. Sometimes people are bad. Sometimes people don't act perfectly. We're watching the last video.
Flip back over to
shut
my
the hell
side. Do not harass anyone that was mentioned in this video.
can shut the hell
Any
up.
harassment. I did not want to get into a lot of this, but when accusations like these are publicly made, it's fully within my right to be able to respond and defend myself and provide context where I feel like it's lacking. A lot of people, mainly Leighton and his close friends, have used this as an opportunity to capitalize off of what was initially someone's story of sexual assault. It seems like the story lost its plot and quickly devolved into a dogpile on me and Ryan, when I don't think we necessarily were the focus to begin with, because it was about an assault. I anticipate many more people online will continue to do this because that's the internet and that's what it is. Overall, I would like for people to understand that this situation is not entirely black and white. There's a lot of nuance. There's a lot of personal feelings involved on all sides. The internet is very quick to pick sides with this kind of stuff and very hesitant to budge. But I hope that with the additional context I've provided in this video,
I forget what is it called. It's like it's the bias where, it's like a bias. I forget what it's called, like fucking foundation bias or like rooting. It's what with the first piece of information people hear, they tend to believe or agree with more, and then you have to like work extra hard to get them to change.
A clearer view of the bigger picture. I am not expecting forgiveness or redemption. I messed up when it came to Lex with the Dawn situation. I'm not expecting forgiveness from Lex, but I do apologize entirely for how I fumbled that situation and how I wasn't a better friend. I'd like to also apologize to everyone that has become collateral damage in this situation. That includes the employees of SuperMega. That includes friends that have been brought into it. That includes partners that have been brought into it. That includes girlfriends and exes that have been brought into it. I am deeply sorry that my actions have culminated back into something that is affecting you. Finally, I want to apologize to all of the viewers and fans that I've let down. I am deeply ashamed of myself, and I wish that I could redo things, but I can't. So I understand.
I can. I got magical powers, bitch.
I'm sorry. Anyways, thank you for listening. I appreciate it, and I hope you all take care.
All right. Beautiful stuff. We're in it for the long haul. Let's do the third video. This is now Ryan's perspective. Thank God it's only 10 minutes. Let's go.
I wanted to start off by apologizing for this response coming so late. A lot has come out, and I wanted to take the proper time to think about the situation and reflect so I could respond. Before you watch this video or any other video dealing with this subject, it is important you read Lex's Twitter post and go watch their YouTube video.
I certainly did.
About the situation. Trigger warning for those who are sensitive to conversations about sexual assault. On the night of May 25th, Lex reached out to me through text. They wanted to talk about something. I said,
I'm going to increase the speed because it's going to be like so much redundant information.
Okay, she called, I answered, and she began to confide in me about a sexual assault that she experienced.
Yeah, I just want to say alleged, like just to be clear. So.
By our mutual friend, Don, who was our channel artist at the time. I took these allegations seriously and expressed my support for Lex, and I asked her permission to talk to Don about the sexual assault directly. Unfortunately, my words ended up ringing hollow as Matt and I continuously tiptoed around the subject. We didn't expect this from Don. Nobody expects their friend to do something this serious to another friend. We selfishly waited until we felt comfortable to have this discussion with Don instead of having the victims back immediately. Matt and I did eventually sit down with Don to have this discussion and started the conversation with Don, I believe, inquiring about a visa and starting to work for us potentially full time. Of course, that was not the subject Matt and I came to discuss, so we quickly...
I guess I talked about like a work visa.
Turned the subject over, said we are not talking about this, and that we were going to be talking about the situation between him and Lex. He explained away the assault, excusing it as a miscommunication of boundaries in an intimate moment, and we told Don...
It's possible. I don't know. It's possible that that actually happened. If she explicitly did say no, then like that's not a miscommunication of the boundaries. But...
And if he truly believed that, if he truly believed that it was a boundary miscommunication, then he should apologize to Lex directly. This was, of course, the wrong decision. This put the onus on Lex to have a discussion with their abuser, which is a ridiculous
that seems like a reason.
Ask for someone to make, and was a bad decision on both Matt and I's account, and we handled that very poorly. It's stupid that we even thought that that was a good idea. In reality, it's just dismissive and wrong. Again, after some tiptoeing, we ended up cutting ties with
I mean, that makes sense given the situation where like he allegedly sexually assaulted her, and then they had a consensual relationship after the fact, which doesn't take away from the fact that it could have really happened. But like considering that scenario, it is, you know, that conversation could be had between them. Then whatever she decided would have been, you know, whatever she decided, you know. It's really not our place to deal with it. Some people forgive their abusers. I don't get it. I don't have to get it. You know, but it's possible. Sure.
Don, both personally and professionally. We cut all contact with him. We also updated those who we knew that were working with him of the situation. This should have been done from the very start, and I regret that we handled this in the worst way possible. There's no excusing the lack of tact that was used to handle this. Lex should have felt safe, and I am sorry to Lex for making them feel like they weren't heard at that time. I was spineless. Could have been handled so much better, and should have been handled so much better, especially since Lex was the one who trusted us with her story and her trauma. There's no excusing the way Matt and I handled that situation. If we were to do it right, we would have, from the get-go, fired Don immediately.
Sure.
We ended up doing that, but it took us too long. I'm now going to address something else that has come out about me, and that is the fact that I had inappropriate communications with fans while in a long-term committed relationship. While technically these actions are between two consenting adults, it truly is pathetic. And
sure, yeah, you cheated and that's shitty. Like, whatever. I don't care. I mean, just like, okay.
There's no excuse for it. It's clear that instead of being responsible with the SuperMega brand, I abused my position and my power for selfish self-indulgence.
That's not abuse. Just stop. Listen, if you have, listen, the only way, like, it's literal abuse. First of all, it sounds like you cheated. That's shitty. Obviously, whatever. Like, I don't care. Like, I care, but it's like not that big of a deal. Like, it's like based on the allegations that are actually happening. Like, it doesn't matter to me. But here's the thing, right? You being rich and famous and successful, some women want to fuck rich, famous, successful guys. We know that as a fact. That's what groupies are. We've known this for so long. We know that it happens, but we pretend on the internet that it never has. That's not an abuse unless you leverage your platform. If you tell a girl, I will help you build your platform if only if you fuck me, that's abuse. If you tell somebody, I will destroy your platform if you don't fuck me, that's abusive. If you go, hey, what's up? I'm Ryan from SuperMega. How are you? And they're like, I want to fuck you. That's totally normal. I don't care. It's not abuse of power. Enough fucking being stupid little babies about it.
I know that there's no sorry to rectify the damage I've done with this, and not because of how it's affecting me right now, because I deserve this. What I did is inexcusable and inappropriate. I'm not sorry because of how this is all affecting me in this current time. I'm sorry for how this has affected everyone that was within the vicinity of the situation. My ex, my friends, my family, my employees, and everyone in between who trusted me deserved a lot better. And because of my selfish actions, I have irreparably hurt and damaged all of those involved who were not deserving of it, who had no idea of anything that was going on. Again, my ex, my friends, and my family had no idea what I was doing. I know that there is no fixing what I did. I caused damage to people, and I can't change that. And it was all just about me and what I wanted and how selfish I was for years. I want to apologize to everyone I hurt in this situation because, again, they did nothing wrong. They trusted me, and I broke that trust. Since this is my final video, this next topic is really the only thing I care to defend myself on. And trigger warning for those who are sensitive to discussions about suicide. Recently on a live stream, it was mentioned that I would regularly bring up Daniel's suicide in a disrespectful and callous manner. Before I go further, I would like to go into who Daniel was to me, so those who don't know don't lack context. Daniel and I met in high school and became good friends, and we moved into the college years becoming best friends. I would tell him that even though he was younger than I was, he always felt like an older brother. He just had that intelligence about him. He was a very smart guy. He was very talented. We ended up collaborating to create the channel Syndigo, and we eventually moved out to LA in February of 2015. Daniel and I got an apartment together, but then eventually moved into a house with both Matt and Mark. On September 16th, 2015, while Matt was in South Carolina and Mark was at work, I found Daniel unresponsive in his room due to an apparent suicide attempt. He was taken off of life support on September 18th of 2015. To address these allegations head on about me making fun of the suicide of my best friend, I just want to state that it's just untrue. The person
I wouldn't care if it was true. I know that sounds callous. I'm tired, but like, here's the thing. When my Aunt Laura died, right, she had passed away. She had made some rough decisions in her life. When I remember going to the funeral, and she was cremated, and they put her in a cardboard box before they buried her. It's just like weird. And you know, my Aunt Laura was one of 7, so my mother has 6 brothers and sisters. And they all sat there and they joked around. They drew a smiley face on it. They talked to it. They did a hot potato with the box. And then when it came time to bury her ashes, they all cried. Might have been the first time I've seen my mother cry. Such a hard, what an interesting thing to see. The most powerful, strongest person in your life cry. It's a very I want to say humbling experience. It's a very interesting experience to see. People process different events differently. If he made jokes about it and that was his way to cope, I don't care. Who the fuck am I? It's his friend. You know, I like to think that a lot of people do what their friends are comfortable with. Right? When they pass away. So I forget specifically, but I remember, I think John Stamos recently made a joke about Bob Saget. It was an edgy joke, and then John Stamos was like, shut up. He would have liked it if he was still alive. You know what I mean? So, even if he did, like, who the fuck am I, right? Like,
person making these claims never knew Daniel. They definitely were not a part of the group that experienced the trauma of losing him. And I think, honestly, it is disrespectful to bring him up as a weapon. I felt like he was just brought into the situation for drama's sake to try to hurt me or Matt or hurt our
is it a trauma? Maybe.
image. I've done enough shit to tarnish my image, but I will not stand by and let someone talk lies about the way I talked or treated my trauma in regards to Daniel. The sole focus of all of this should have been about the support that Lex needed and about how we mishandled the situation. All the attention should have been on Lex. Why Daniel
It was. She lied so much. I don't know about the assault, but everything else, holy fuck.
was brought into it, I have no idea. I just wish personally he was left out of this completely. I want to end this by giving one last apology to everyone who was affected by my actions. Lex, you deserved a lot better. As I said before, there is no excuse. I was simply a coward. I want to also give an apology to all the SuperMega employees who trusted me. I misused that trust. You trusted me to have your back. You had no idea what was going on behind the scenes, and now because of my actions, the repercussions also fall on you, and that is not fair. And I'm a piece of shit for that, and I'm sorry. And there's nothing I can do to change this, and there's nothing I can do to repair the jobs that are lost because of me, and the relationships that are changed and lost because of me, and the people that are hurt because of me. I've obviously been irresponsible with the platform I was given, so as it stands, I don't deserve one. Again, I want to apologize to everyone I affected with my actions. It was truly selfish, and it's unforgivable. Thank you for listening. I wanted to
Okay, so now it's time for the Jim video. I believe Jim is the person. I'm sorry, I'm tired. It's early in the morning. This has been quite a long segment. I believe Jim is the person who got drunk and then approached Liv. Sorry, I'm so tired. The original girl about her alleged traumatic experience, right? And tried to kiss her, and it was weird. Right, so that's him.
Have you ever kept a secret?
It's like Lex, not Liv. Lex, sorry. Let's go.
Those of you that don't know,
Of course, this fucking asshole's audio is as ugly as his hair. Okay.
Lex Updog recently uploaded a video to her YouTube detailing her
Self-downable, I guess.
experience with SuperMega and Dawn, the former channel artist.
I would have restarted it right there when you decide. Like, what are you doing?
About a year ago, as mentioned in her video, July 4th, 2022, I made her feel extremely uncomfortable.
This guy's just giving me a wrong vibe.
My actions.
And the wrong audio.
A couple days ago was the first time I learned that I made her feel this way, and
Okay.
immediately
Yeah.
reached out to her to apologize for how I made her feel.
Okay.
Any discomfort that I made her feel. But I
Gotcha.
definitely owe you guys an explanation too. As soon as I watched Lex's video, I realized how inappropriate my timing was, and how I made her feel so uncomfortable. And how
did you just realize what appropriate your timing was? What she said to us, and what it seems like you're confirming, is that you said, "Hey, what was it like getting sexually assaulted?" And then you kissed her. Like, what? I don't understand.
how inappropriate my actions were.
Okay.
And for that, I'm truly deeply sorry.
Sure.
And I always will be. It was never my intention to make Lex feel uncomfortable at all. But that doesn't change the fact that I did make her feel uncomfortable. That's what occurred. And for that, I take full responsibility for that.
Okay.
In college, at a party, I was raped by a man.
What the fuck? Hold on. Jesus Christ. What happened? Did he get?
For that, I take full responsibility for that. In college, at a party, I was raped by a man.
What the fuck, brother? You had a therapist. Holy Jesus. Okay. I mean, it was a trauma dump. Wow. Sorry. It's like a shot of espresso.
And that's something that will sit with me for the rest of my life. And
I know this sounds horrible, but
even after years of therapy, that stays with someone.
Okay.
And if I ever made Lex feel it,
I don't want to be an asshole. I really don't. But this is genuine. Like, I'm not saying it didn't happen, but like, what the energy feels.
a tiny bit like how I felt that morning after, I'm never gonna. I can't. I won't ever fucking forgive myself.
It's not. I mean, like he's like pretended to cry there, right? That's what just happened. It might have been a real experience. That sucks. But it just seemed like he just pretended to try to cry. Like, that was weird. You know, you just because you were assaulted doesn't mean you have to pretend to cry. You don't always have to cry when you express that. You know, like, it may have happened. I'm not saying it didn't. I'm just saying, like, why pretend to cry? Just be like, hey, you know what? I was assaulted at a college party, and so when it comes to this topic, I don't sometimes talk about it appropriately, clearly. Okay, I get that. But the tears, fake tears, that was weird. Like, why not just not do that part, you know? Just be like, hey, listen, I was assaulted at a party once, and my perception on how to talk about this topic is clearly fucked. But, okay, whatever. I'm harping on it, I don't care.
That night at the party, I had noticed her being standoffish, and I asked her about how she was doing.
Okay, that's fine.
And she opened up about Don.
Okay.
How he treated her.
Okay.
And I knew how she felt. And I told her how sorry I was. And so after we finished talking about Don,
Okay.
I just remember us talking about being from Tennessee and a bunch of other just random crap. And at that point, I really thought we were hitting it off. I distinctly remember, like, so cringe.
Okay. Why is your mic better?
I distinctly remember saying, how hard is it to ask for consent?
Yeah,
All you have to do is say, can I have a kiss? And then I said, can I have a kiss? And she said, yes.
I actually believe him. This motherfucker actually did like okay.
It doesn't
Okay.
fucking matter. No,
I mean, if she said yes, I don't care. Why are you acting like you did something wrong if this story is true?
that fucking matters. All that matters is that I made someone feel uncomfortable.
What do you mean none of that matters? That everything, what are you talking about? That doesn't matter. That all matters. Either you're lying or she's lying. At this point, if you said, hey, we talked about that, and then we opened up about our own traumas, and then we kind of had like a little bond, and then I asked her if I could kiss her, and she said yes, what are you apologizing for? Oh, she felt uncomfortable. Who cares if she kissed you and that made her feel uncomfortable after she explicitly said yes to kiss me? That's just because she didn't like the kiss. It's not because you did anything wrong. And I would believe you because she lied so much. Like, I feel, what are you apologizing for?
That my timing was extremely inappropriate.
You asked her for a kiss and she said yes. What's inappropriate?
And
what? Okay.
at the end, they didn't want that.
You just said that they said yeah. Who's lying? Okay, whatever.
So the night winds down. Lex comes over to Matt's with me, and Matt and I think immediately pass out on the couch while they put me on TV.
Okay.
I wake up the next day. I assume that everything's fine. So the fact that I made her feel uncomfortable was... I wish I'd fucking known sooner. I wish I could have apologized sooner. I wish I could have...
Okay.
Once again, it doesn't fucking matter. It just...
What
this
is
is about Lex, though. I only provide my take on the situation to give a little context as to why I only knew about this and how I affected Lex 2 days ago.
Okay.
I value Lex immensely. Her
Why?
feelings really, truly matter a lot to me and to everyone.
But your argument is that she lied, so why would you value her perspective?
And I'm really happy she was able to share her story.
Okay.
It's a really difficult thing to do, to turn on the camera and talk about your actual lived experiences, especially the negative ones.
He probably feels the need to respond like this. That's possible, but you got to stop playing with the pandering baby bullshit. What you're saying is true. You didn't do anything wrong. So.
And I hate to take away from Lex's account at all by bringing Leighton up or into this, but I feel like it's pretty important. On stream last night, I was accused of being sexually aroused hearing Lex's story.
What the fuck? What's happening?
What
the fuck?
It's probably one of the most disgusting things somebody's ever said about me.
Okay.
It's just one of those things where you have no idea how fucking triggering that is. Just immediately throwing me back in my own assault. And it's fine that you hate me. It's fine that you think I'm an asshole.
Okay.
But if I ever made you feel even remotely like how you made me feel yesterday, dude, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you in the way that you needed somebody to be there for you while you're at SuperMega. That you felt like an outcast. I'm sorry.
Okay. What
But
stream is that?
that's just not the kind of person I am.
Yeah.
If you stayed until the end of the video, I just want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak, to apologize. To Lex, I'm still so deeply sorry. To any victims of sexual assault who've been really triggered by these conversations over the last few days, I'm sorry.
Well,
And Lex, I'm really sorry for the role that I played in your negative experience with SuperMega. I know that I was not the person that you guys wanted me to be, or that I wanted to be.
okay.
And I'm sorry.
Ow, fuck.
I really am.
Okay, there's that. I don't know why he was apologizing for that then. Let's just go right into the Don stuff. Apparently, this is the statement from Don about what he did to Lex, the girl. Let's see what his perspective is. I want to start off by apologizing to Lex for any trauma she may feel regarding our past relationship, and to everyone just finding out about this who feels like they were lied to or kept in the dark in regards to what happened during November 2021. This is my side of what happened. Excuse me. Lex and I were invited over by Matt to stay over at his place for a week. We had been intimate since day one, but on the third night, I had asked her for oral sex, and she said no because she had a cold sore. Later, I asked her again, and she said yes, but to be careful not to be too rough. During the intimate act, I had pushed down on her head, after which she recoiled and told me that I was being too rough. I then profusely apologized, and we ended up watching TV and going to bed. Things were normal for the rest of the week until the trip was over and we went back home. During this time, I was under no impression that anything traumatizing had occurred. However, I realize now this was extremely... okay. I mean, okay, let me turn myself up, first of all. I'm lower. Okay. That's vastly different from what she said. I'm a little, skeptical. Because this is, like, too perfect. But okay, let's continue. Our relationship seemed to have not changed. We were talking on Discord almost daily and planning future trips together. However, a couple of months later, when we met again at Creator Clash, during the trip, me and Lex stayed together in an Airbnb and noticed she was growing very distant towards me. I had asked her about why she was distant and if everything was okay with her, but I was not given a straight answer. On the final day, she finally told me why she was so troubled. She told me I was too rough with her last time and that it had reminded her of her ex's behavior. I tried to apologize for my behavior, and we talked a little bit after. But after the conversation had ended, she broken up with me, and I left the Airbnb to stay with other friends. At this time, I had contacted Matt and told him what had just went down. Matt had offered to fly me to LA to stay at his place to figure it out. At his house, I explained to him and Ryan what happened and the details about the November trip, and she had told me after Creator Clash. That's not true, though, is it? Didn't the other guys come forward and he just said that, like, they had a bad breakup and nothing specific? Okay. After that, I was staying over at his place for the next couple of weeks. Later, Matt had told me that he made some arrangements for his friends to sleep over at his place, moving me to stay at the office. A couple of days at the office had passed when Matt called me and said that Lex was on her way to the office. I was giving no prior notice that she was going to be there or moving to LA. It was at this time I decided to leave and stay with other friends in the area. I thought that, okay, whatever. After a week, I had flown back to Germany. I was then contacted by SuperMega that they were not going to be using my art anymore. After that, they had cut contact with me, and I have not heard from them since. Following this, I had decided to send Lex another apology via Discord, but I got no reply from him. At this time, I had accepted that I was not going to hear back from Lex or SuperMega for the foreseeable future. Maybe. I feel like if this, listen, it's so possible that this story is 1,000% true, and it's so possible that her story is 1,000%. We don't know, but here's what I think. I think this is not what happened. Because it's so vast. I mean, maybe this is the truth. You know, it's quite possible that he never tried to force her to do anything. It's quite possible that she never said no explicitly, and that he misinterpreted the boundaries of their sexual engagement in that moment, and that he did something that was violating to her, but he didn't know it. You know, that would be what I would have expected him to say. Whereas her story was that, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's where I would have expected. I mean, I guess it's possible that this is true. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I just feel like, okay. I just feel like, okay. I feel like that's it. That's the situation. That's where we're at. Here's the thing. Let me leave you with this after going through this entire thing, and I might want to put this at the beginning. This was a lot of information to take in. Obviously, it's how I usually do my content. Here's where I'll start. When it comes to the situation between Lex and Don, you know, with the alleged situation, you know, I'd like to believe her. It seems like Matt and Ryan believed her, and understandable. You know, it's all alleged. We operate innocent until proven guilty, but I wouldn't want to invalidate her. I'd like to say her story seems credible. However, everything outside of that story that she had told seems like an intentional way of portraying information to try to cancel SuperMega. That's what it seems like. You know, none of it, after watching everything, and this entire thing seems like her justifying her really immature behavior, where she, you know, they fired the guy, first of all, you know, and they should have fired him sooner. You know, that's what they said, and I understand that. They fired the guy, and they didn't talk about it publicly because that's her story to tell. There doesn't seem to be any indication that they told her to keep anything quiet. In fact, it makes sense that she wouldn't want to talk about it immediately because she was still processing things, which she admits in her video. Then after the fact, she needed somewhere to stay. They let her stay at their office the entire time. They never gave her a closing date or a date that she had to get out, but it was understood that she needed to look for a place to stay. She simply did not do that. She decided to go on vacations all around the place, justifying it because she had a lot of, you know, stuff to process, and I get that, but she went on a bunch of vacations. She says, well, I took pictures while I was on those vacations, so it was work. No, it's not. I go on vacation somewhat regularly, and I always take my laptop in case I have to work. I've worked on vacations before. I've worked when I go on to Disney trips. I've worked when I do whatever. Sometimes I'll make the work about that stuff, you know. If I do a vlog thing, whatever. Doesn't make it work. It means that you're working, you're going on a vacation, and you happen to work. But she was just excusing the behavior. She blamed them because they didn't give her an explicit date to move out, which is incredibly ungrateful of her and a really weird thing to say. She mentioned that she owed them absolutely nothing because they never asked for rent. And I'm not talking about money-wise, just like not an appreciation of them helping her out. She claimed that their relationship ended because of what happened with Don. Very clearly, it seemed that their relationship ended because she took advantage of their friendship, stayed, lived with their rent-free, made a mess of their house. She mentions that sometimes they would leave garbage around there, too, because it was a workspace. You're living there for free. Pick it up yourself. She talks about how it was disgusting and maggot-infested, and they did a terrible job keeping it up, but she couldn't move out because she didn't find the perfect place. But somehow staying in a maggot-infested place is better than finding somewhere to go. It's possible that something horrible happened to her, but at the same time, she's also a bad friend. And that's what it seems like listening to her speak. And that, based on the way she was talking, she seems like an ungrateful person that's hard to deal with.